Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I'm being repressed!
That's too much, Dad!
Come on!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
It's science.
Cal?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way,
A what now?
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Read the Second Amendment?
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
What?
What you drum about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Racist language. Please.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I did everything right and they indicted me. China? China. I have to have my China.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That's hot.
Awful. Weak.
I'm staying in the race. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
So hot right now.
Winter is coming.
there's my head. Well, here we are again. Floating. Somewhere between Earth and space. It's been quite a while since we've seen each other last. Which means we have a hell of a lot to talk about. I suppose we better get right to it. As always, safety first. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts during this space flight, as these journeys of ours are often dangerous and filled with peril. Well, it is good to see all of you folks here already here on this week-ending report. That's right, it's Friday. TGIF. What a great week for everyone, I'm sure. No one's had any... Wait, hold on, let me check my list. No, I can't say that. But I guess I better do some shout-outs before we get too far along with this. Moa Noah, So Life, and Jet123 in the YouTube chat. Disco Wolf, a close fourth. Kirkenstein's Monster, I see you. Bob Carmody as well. Who else we got in here? Christy Z. Scared Crow. Atticus Among Us. Cheetah Man. Decipher. Midi Doctors. Michael Reich. Donald James X. Arvin Trevino. Rob Skelts. Sarah Layla. The Soul Craft. Nightbot's here. Jules T is here. Paul J. Apache Aldo. Del Sol Verde. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I think I got it. The long list. I suppose we better go to that familiar place. That's right. Talking about the United States. Let's talk Luigi, a man who owned the news cycle for some period the last 6 months. Really, 3 or 4 months. And then suddenly disappeared. But news has broken around that man, Luigi Mangione. That's right, the Trump administration would like Luigi Mangione killed by the state.
Illegal.
Let's start it off here. Go web go.
He is accused of carrying out one of the most talked about murders of the decade. Luigi Mangione allegedly shot dead United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside a New York City hotel on December 4th. Now, US prosecutors want him to receive the death penalty, according to a statement released by the Attorney General on
immediately,
Tuesday.
if not sooner.
Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again.
Make America safe again.
He was arrested in Pennsylvania on December 9th after a nationwide manhunt lasting 5 days. He was then transferred to New York and charged with 11 state criminal counts, including first-degree murder and murder as a crime of terrorism. New York does not have the death penalty for state charges, and he faces life in prison without parole if convicted. However, the 26-year-old is also up for parallel federal charges, including murder using a firearm, which makes him eligible for the death penalty. Federal prosecutors allege he meticulously planned the
Yeah. You know, it's unclear what the Trump administration here is thinking. I mean, all of their best billionaire buds are fearing for their lives, carrying around human shields or wearing body armor, sweating in their bulletproof limousines, dreading stepping out onto the streets. That's my guess as to what's happening in the minds of the Trump administration right now. Trump worrying that he'll lose his Secret Service detail one day. Because they're certainly not paying attention. You know, if anything can be said about the Trump administration, it's that they've been pretty clued in on the social medias. Great job mowing up on being first in the Twitch race. But this seems, I mean, if anything, to be the opposite of that. They seem to have completely ignored the vibes online. Let's keep talking about this, and someone's complaining about this being an old story. Yeah, this happened a few days ago. It's the week ending report, okay? We're covering the week. Does that clear things up, hopefully? Fingers crossed. All right. MSNBC. Let's go there. From 3 days ago. DOJ directs prosecutors to seek death penalty.
Immediately, if not sooner.
For Luigi Mangione.
The Justice Department has just said Attorney General Pam Bondi has directed prosecutors to seek the death penalty against Luigi Mangione, the man charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a New York City street back in December. With us now, MSNBC legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, good morning. So what is exactly the Justice Department saying, and what are they basing it on?
Well, one of the crimes Mangione is charged with is murder with a firearm, which is a capital offense under federal law. So the death penalty is a possibility. But in federal death penalty cases, it is a two-stage process. The jury not only decides guilt, but then they are the ones who ultimately decide whether the defendant lives or is put to death. It is not the judge that hands out the sentence. That's why death penalty juries have to be qualified, and it's a much more onerous process to seat a capital jury, because you have to ask them questions, difficult questions like, if the death penalty is on the table, can you actually sentence someone to death? So this is a very big decision by the federal government, maybe not a surprising one, but given how rarely over the years the federal government has sought the death penalty, it is certainly a significant decision by Pam Bondi.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Danny. I mean, what cases have there been where the federal government has been requesting the death penalty? And I'm thinking, more than one person having been killed. It is unusual.
I believe that the most recent death penalty execution in the federal system was carried out in 2021, and that was related to a crime that was committed, just to give you some context, in 1996. So that's how long death penalty cases can take.
That was not the question that was asked, stupid. Yeah, very unusual for the federal government to request a state court for a particular penalty, especially as it relates to capital punishment cases. A request for the death penalty, very unusual situation. And if I'm not mistaken, that 1996 case is being referred to as was the Oklahoma City bombing, I think, the Timothy McVeigh case, which was genuine terrorism, if I recall correctly. I don't remember exactly how many people died in that bombing, but This is a very strange request coming from Trump's DOJ, specifically asking for Luigi Mangione to be killed by the state. Is Lee Boyd Malvo? Not Timothy McVeigh? One person saying it's McVeigh, another person saying... Okay, well, okay. Okay, alright. Seems to be some contention around this question of who the last federally requested capital punishment case was. May have made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Willing to admit that.
The Trump administration says it now plans to pursue the death penalty against Luigi Mangione, the accused killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. It's an escalation of a case that sparked intense debate. He pleaded not guilty in his New York State case. Lily Luciano has been following this.
Luigi Mangione, who is accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside a Manhattan hotel last December, may now be facing the death penalty. On Tuesday, Attorney General Pam Bondi released a statement directing prosecutors to seek the capital punishment for Mangione, saying the murder was a premeditated and cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. Bondi says she made the decision as part of President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime by reinstating the death penalty in some federal cases.
The death penalty is on the table in federal cases where it is statutorily allowed and where the prosecution thinks essentially that the case is particularly heinous.
In a statement, an attorney for Mangione condemned the Attorney General's directive, saying, quote, "While claiming to protect against murder, the federal government moves to commit the premeditated state-sponsored murder of Luigi." In New York, Mangione is facing several charges, including first-degree murder and terrorism-related charges, which could result in a life sentence. The federal charge of murder through the use of a firearm could result in the death penalty if convicted.
There will be separate trials in the state cases versus the federal cases. Each case will proceed under a different set of laws. There will be different prosecutors, different juries. These are completely separate.
Now, my feeling was that they were afraid of going forward with this trial in many cases, in terms of actually proceeding with the trial. You know, the way that I see, I mean, they've been waiting on this now for months and months. And the fact is I think, A, they don't know how to put together a jury for this trial with everything that's gone on. And the things that it relates to, and the fact that pretty much everyone in the country has had a negative experience or knows somebody who's had a negative experience with an insurance company. Things like that, I think, have been causing this case to take longer to even get started. I think they're also concerned about the fact that this is going to be, very much in the media. You know, I think that's one of the reasons why we don't get a lot of Luigi news, because of the fact that I think the state is scared of telling people what's going on with this guy. And maybe I'm wrong, but, you know, he's got something of a Robin Hood sort of folklore-esque kind of reputation. And so I think that, if anything, they're hoping that people will just forget all about Luigi. Could be wrong. All right, here's our last one on Luigi before we move on to other things. It's been a busy-ass week, so we got a lot to talk about. Those tariffs, am I right? Liberation Day. Who's feeling liberated right now? Oh my God. Never felt this liberated before. It's unprecedented.
Give me a joke.
Attorney General Pam Bondi yesterday announced that she was instructing prosecutors to seek the death penalty for Luigi Mangione in the murder trial over Brian Thompson. We can put the first element up on the screen. Pam Bondi did this with a statement yesterday that said Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. Now, Olivia Reingold over at the Free Press has some feelers out in Mangione world, in the world of Luigi fandom, and she checked in on some of the most intense Luigi followers. We could put the next element up on the screen, who were, pretty disappointed by Pam Bondi's announcement, although that's not entirely surprising. One thing that I wanted to ask you about, Ryan, is if your sense is that the Mangione heads are more left or right. I think it's pretty obvious that, like, broadly, a lot of the outpouring of support for alleged murderer Luigi Mangione on videotape, obviously in this case, shooting Brian Thompson in cold blood. A lot of the support is, I think it's broadly coming from the left. At the same time, I wonder how much of this also is coming from like anti-establishment MAGA, online MAGA world.
I don't think it's all.
Was it cold blood?
I don't think it's all on the left. Maybe if you listen to specifically to the left, if you're just listening to pundits, right? If you're just listening to talking heads, maybe you can make that argument. Actually, you can definitely make that argument. But if you just move your eyes, if you shift your eyes from the videos that you're watching, say, of a Ben Shapiro or, Tucker, you go into the comment sections with your eye. If you look down away from the talking heads and actually look at what the people are saying in these comment sections, it is not I don't think it's as polarized as she's making it out. What's this woman's name again? Emma? No.
I think there's some hot-bloodedness going on there too. We keep
definitely
hearing
hot-bloodedness.
This is hot-blooded.
Cold blood in the circumstance, the physical circumstance where Brian Thompson was just walking on the sidewalk. They weren't like fighting or anything.
Yeah, fair enough. No, he himself is from the what do you call it? Like the Kaczynski libertarian right?
Yeah, roughly.
And
aw, thank you, Narwhal. Oh shit, I didn't start a goal. Welcome back, GSL. I hope you feel better. I do feel better today. Thank you. My stomach, I've been having weird health problems. I think part of it has to do with the fact that I've been more sedentary than normal lately. Not taking good enough care of myself. That super chat makes me feel slightly better too, so thank you. Thank you, Normal. Also, I totally disregarded, since I'm paused, I might as well go to the Galactic Cantina, because I saw Mo and No Whip say we have 25 likes earlier, and we have no emotional support. Ooh, a 2 and a 1, going old school with it. Okay, back to Ryan. I like Ryan's additions on breaking, or counting, whatever it's called. Breaking, I thought it was breaking points. Why does this say counterpoints? This is definitely, wait. It's very confusing. You can't have 2 shows named the same thing on the same channel.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of anti-establishment right, and yeah, young people today. You guys watching this show, you have curious cross-spectrum politics, but a lot of it is organized around knowing that there's something barbaric about the system, and also knowing that the levers of democratic control have been broken. That in many ways they're an illusion. That you can flip a switch, but if you actually could look behind the wall, that switch is unplugged from the wires. There's nothing's going on back there, and the switch is just there for you to mess around with and keep the kind of rats busy in the cage. So I think whether that's left-wing anti-establishment or right-wing anti-system message. I don't know, and it depends on kind of where it's channeled and what energy exists at the time to kind of channel it in a particular direction, and it shifts over time, as we've talked about with the kind of the Bernie to Trump pipeline, or the hippie to Q pipeline, or whatever you have. When you don't present people with coherent mechanisms to have their grievances heard, you're going to wind up with pretty psychedelic politics.
Yeah, so Playbook yesterday put an item out that said, quote, "How Trump Loses Gen Z." And that was their little blurb about Pam Bondi's announcement that she was instructing prosecutors to seek the death penalty for Mangione. And I saw some people on the right pushing back on that. And, I also think there's some truth that seeking the death penalty in this case, juxtaposed with, you had Bill Cassidy, what was he on Newsmax the other day, talking about cuts to Medicare, and then corrected himself and said reforms. Was it Medicare or Medicaid?
Probably
that he was
Medicaid.
talking about?
Probably Medicaid.
Yeah. And so he caught himself referring to quote unquote cuts, and then sort of smiled at the camera and said, "I'm sorry, I mean reforms." So I think when you juxtapose.
Okay, all right. That's enough of this conversation. Gonna keep it going. Can't do Luigi all day. My God, we've had a very busy week. Incredibly busy week. We have a lot to talk about. I'm going to try and get a number of stories in before we get to the tariffs. Because the tariffs, when we get to the tariffs, I mean, we'll be going back and forth between a number of the discussions. But once we break the seal on the tariffs, oh boy. The rest of the day is going to be filled with tariffs. That's just the way the list is set up right now. I mean, last couple of days, ever since Liberation Day happened, which happened later than we expected. We'll get into why it happened later than expected. But point is, that's why Liberation Day and tariffs are sort of very much front and center in the title and on the thumbnail. Boy, oh boy. Who here is feeling liberated yet? I keep reminding myself of how liberated I should be feeling so I don't forget. We have 33 likes now. Oh, wow. It's happening pretty quick. We are at 1 like per minute right now, chat. It's a great rate. Incredibly great rate. Perhaps the greatest anyone's ever seen before. I think that's Astrid. 8? 8 is, yeah, I think 8 is Astrid. Alright. Yes. See, I knew I wasn't the only one feeling liberated. Disco's feeling liberated. See, we're all liberated now. So liberated. It's an unprecedented amount of liberation. Hold on to your horses with the liberation talk. Because it's my fault. I'm the one who's getting ahead of myself here. Alright, actually, I'm going to do this in a slightly different order. I don't know why I did it this way. I say we go this. Let's do this. Let's go to New York real quick. Talk about the mayoral election. New York City. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Mayor Eric Adams makes statement. After what happened? Oh, yeah, of course. A judge dismissed Eric Adams' corruption charges. Eric took that moment to do a little press conference, and a strange turn, as you'll see happen during this press conference. All right, Eric, get in there. Come on, buddy.
My fellow New Yorkers, today finally marks the end of this chapter.
Which chapter?
I want to thank
The chapter,
my legal team.
the chapter of you having to face very real criminal charges that sounded like there was a lot of evidence for, and that got dismissed on political grounds rather than lack of aforementioned evidence.
But specifically, my counsel, Alex Spiro. Now I clearly understand why those from Jay-Z to Baldwin call on him during difficult times. Alex, thank you so much for seeking and pursuing justice and obtaining justice. As you have heard, this case, the judge has dismissed it with prejudice, making it clear that it never can be brought back.
Now this portion of it was maybe the most important aspect of this. The rest is just sort of funny, and also perhaps another situation we should talk about later. But this contravenes what the Trump administration had wanted. I don't know if anybody picked up on what was just said, but the Trump administration, Pam Bondi, had requested that this case be dismissed without prejudice, and that was where it was at up until now. And that lack of prejudice in this dismissal was giving Tom Homan the leverage to threaten, what was it again? Butt stuff. Butt stuff in the mayor's office. Remember that when Tom Homan was on Fox News? Well, actually, we'll be. I'm gonna keep track of how good Eric Adams is doing right now, and if he doesn't, I'll be up in his butt, all up in there. So now the Trump administration has lost some amount of leverage on Eric Adams. Whether or not that will cause Eric Adams to shift his cooperation with the Trump administration should be interesting to see. But I mean, Eric Adams is a cop at heart, so I feel like if anything, he's gonna, he just loves arresting people. DEI, not DEI. ICE. Why did I say DEI? ICE. Why am I talking? Why did I say that? Too many acronyms these days. Where is it? Yes. Here it is. Now, this is the funny part of this speech. Can anybody guess which book Eric Adams is about to try and sell us? Anybody? Any guesses in chat as to what book Eric Adams is about to pull out of his suit jacket here?
It's about me or this case. It's about you.
Oh, good.
And the bright future.
Thank God it's about me.
Together.
Oh, yes.
I want to say God bless you, New York City.
Jesus,
God bless what we have accomplished. And many of you know my faith. When all that came at me, Jesus stepped in. And he uses who he uses. And New Yorkers stop me all the time in trying to find the rationale behind this. And I found it in this book. I'm going to encourage every New Yorker to read it. Read it and understand how we can never allow this to happen.
I don't know if any of you can read the title on this book, but that is Cash App Patel. Government Gangsters. By the way, you can always contribute to the Galactic News Network on Cash App. It's not just the name of the director of the FBI, it's also the name of a place where you can go to keep the Galactic Spacecast alive. But was this... You see how uncorrupt I am? Look, I'm pitching Trump CIA director's book after having charges dismissed. That's totally uncorrupt.
Now, I don't want reality.
Oh my God. When I saw this, I was like, dude, really, Eric? Really? This was ill-conceived. This is an ill-conceived plan. Now, if I recall correctly, I guess I could look it up right now, but if I recall correctly, Government Gangsters was Cash App's book about the the 2020 election. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I gotta look this up. This also might have had to do with Hillary Clinton, maybe too. This is less fictional, slightly less, but not a whole lot less fictional than the Wizard book. Remember the Wizard? It's Cash. I gotta say, Cash is quite a scholarly individual. You know, not just writing kids' books. He's also writing semi-fictional, so semi-fictional nonfiction. You know, he's really, I mean,
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
really special guy. Really special. I don't have time to look up what the plot. I'm trying to look it up. I don't have the energy to look up the plot. Someone tell me. Someone in your free time, go read Government. Actually, I take it back. Don't read it. Find a synopsis somewhere and then read that. I just found that to be hilarious. But if I recall, the overarching theme of the book was about how Democrats had waged war against the Republicans. And Eric Adams thinks that book represents his situation, where he took bribes and accepted gifts from foreign governments. It's the same thing. It's all the same.
Illegal.
All the same. All right, let's talk a little bit about the race, which is going on right now. The mayor's race in New York City.
To the latest in the race for New York City mayor. The top candidates trading jabs over the claims of anti-Semitism. This as they face an important deadline tomorrow. Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore live at City Hall with more for us. Crystal?
Good morning. Well, former Governor Andrew Cuomo is taking shots at his rivals, accusing them of supporting some of the most aggressive anti-Israel policies. Well, this morning, those candidates are taking shots right back. If you take a look at your screen, these are some of the leading candidates. Of course, Governor Cuomo leading in the polls, and Zoran Mamdani, polls showing him as number.
Did I catch that right? Did ABC7 just conflate anti-Israeli policies with anti-Semitism? Or did I don't have time for this. I'm done to unpack
Mayor,
that.
Of course, Eric Adams faces tomorrow's deadline to register officially for the Democratic primary. Now, former Governor Cuomo addressed a crowd at the Westside Institutional Synagogue last night. His focus, anti-Semitism, taking aim specifically at the Democratic Socialists of America, a group he argues is part of the forces of anti-Semitism and pro-Palestinian policies. Cuomo attacked Queens Assemblyman Mamdani, a DSA member who has recently climbed in the mayoral race polls. He also took aim at city comptroller and candidate for mayor Brad Lander, who is Jewish, saying city officials have supported, again, the most aggressive anti-Israel policies. Now, in response to Cuomo's claims,
there it is again.
A spokesperson for Lander released a statement saying, and
there it is again. There it is again. They doubled down. Andrew Cuomo, disgusting anti-Semite, huh? Wow. Of all people. Andrew. Really? Okay. If you say so. Now one thing, I don't have a story on this or like a clip for this one, but I just want to say something before we move on to the next video, which is relating back to the anti-Semitism, but not, you'll see. But I just want to say something else. that I found out within the last, I think, like 24 hours. Eric Adams may not be in the Democratic primary. He may be running as an independent. It seems like he has made the decision. It's not, I don't think it's, I'm not sure it's official or not. But my understanding is that Eric Adams is finally accepted reality. Megastar second on Twitch chat. Great job, Megastar. But it seems that Eric Adams has finally accepted reality that he is not an actual Democrat and will be running as an independent. Oh my gosh, who could have guessed? Shocking. Shocking. Took long enough. Speaking of anti-Semitism, let's talk about anti-Islamic hate. CBS New York from yesterday. Man sentenced for Rutgers Islamic Center vandalization.
A New Jersey man has been sentenced to 6 months for breaking into a Rutgers University Islamic Center and vandalizing it. Jacob Beecher of North Plainfield will also have to serve a year of supervised release once he gets out of jail. He pleaded guilty in October to the federal hate crime of damaging religious property. The charge stems from an April 2024 break-in at the Center for Islamic Life at Rutgers. Prosecutors say Beecher damaged several religious artifacts and numerous other items.
I wonder if New Yorkers are as concerned about that sort of stuff. I wonder if ABC7 has, they did, and the fact is no, they're not. They're not. You know why? How I know that? Because they didn't do a story on that. And CBS New York only did 26 seconds on that story. Less than half a minute is what we got discussing an attack on Islamic religious center, rather than our just the sort of generalized discussion of anti-Semitism we just got from ABC7, and how anti-Semitic it is to have any sort of negative thoughts about Israel. Thoughts, okay? If you think nasty things about Israel, you are an anti-Semite, sir. And or ma'am. However you self-identify. Let's stay in New York a little bit longer. Geez, very New York-centric news to start this day off, I'm just realizing. Democracy Now! From 3 days ago. Let's talk about NYU. And how anti-free speech they've become suddenly.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with a look at the alarming rise in censorship on university campuses across the United States. Last month, New York University abruptly canceled a presentation by the former international head of Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, because some of her slides could be viewed as, quote, anti-governmental. Dr. Joanne Liu, a Canadian pediatric emergency medicine physician, a professor of clinical medicine at McGill University, and the former international president of Doctors Without Borders, was scheduled to speak at NYU, her alma mater, in March. She'd been invited over a year ago to discuss the challenges of humanitarian crises. But the night before her speech, NYU's vice chair of the education department called her to express concern over the content of some of her slides about casualties in Gaza and cuts at the U.S. Agency for International Development.
How dare they?
She offered to make edits, but 3 hours...
That's incredibly... I mean, what would the edits have even been? You know, just you don't discuss the casualties. You just ignore USAID. I mean, my God. It's incredibly, what's the word? There's a word for this, and I can't think of it. Accommodating. Yeah, don't worry, we won't talk about the dead civilians.
I don't want reality.
Later, she was told her presentation was canceled. In an op-ed in a French newspaper describing how elite universities are in the crosshairs of presidential cuts, Dr. Liu said she was astonished by the institution's posture of preemptive over-obedience. Dr. Joanne Liu joins us now from Canada. Welcome to Democracy Now! Explain exactly what happened, Dr. Liu.
Good morning. Yes, sure. So, as you said, I was invited several months ahead, and it's my alma mater. It was the first time they were inviting me since I graduated in the 90s. So you have to understand that for me, it was a moment of rejoice and happiness of being invited back. And so the title of the presentation was Challenges in Humanitarian Crisis. And I was covering what have happened over the last year because things have changed. This is a normal and regular lecture that I gave, but I always update it on a regular basis. So basically, I went to New York, and then I submitted my presentation on the platform. And then as soon as I arrived, because I was living at a friend's house, he just said, by working in the ER at NYU, he said, by the way, the administration wants to talk to you. And then I ended up talking with the lady from the education, the vice chair. And she said, well, listen, what do you have to say about your presentation? I said, not much, but I think you have concerns. You want to share them with me? And then she tells me that there was a slide that she thought that could be troubling the audience, and it could be perceived anti-Semitic because I was showing the number of casualties.
I don't want reality.
Oh my God. I think that's enough on this one. I mean, can you imagine even saying that statement yourself? Like, I'm sorry, but actually, people might perceive discussing facts of dead people as anti-Semitic. I mean, in what scenario is that a thing that anybody ever thought would be said? You know, it's not. It completely contravenes everything that I understand about anti-Semitism. And never again. All the things that I grew up learning about. You know? We discuss them. Why? So that it never happens ever again. Right? We discuss how many people died in the Holocaust. So that we never have it happen again. And in the midst of another genocide happening, one might say, again, we are not allowed to talk about these casualties? And it's anti-Semitic to do so? Shut the fuck up.
Give me a joke.
Okay. Now, we could have done this on a Sunday Fun Day. I genuinely thought about it. I was like, you know, this is really more of a Sunday Fun Day story, if anything. But no. No. We will do the things that happened this week. We'll be covering them in full, which is why we're going to the Breakfast Club. DJ MB. Let's see, who went on here? Ellie, what is that? Supposed, great democracies of the West. It doesn't do that. It makes it harder for people to vote, to exercise their supposed rights, to voting. It's an unfortunate situation that makes us all less free. We're all less free because of that one. It makes perfect sense that all, and I've been saying it recently because we've been talking a little bit about voting rights and some of the things that, I think the most recent was through the Wisconsin Supreme Court election because there was discussion of voter ID laws, but Donald Trump's been talking about voter ID. And I've been saying, okay, do voter ID. Send voter ID to every single citizen above the age of 18. Free voter ID across the country. No questions, no fee. Just because it's your right, you get this. You shouldn't have to have the time to go sign up for it or the money to pay for it. You should automatically have that right if it's if it's supposed at a right as it's supposed is suggested.
Registration or
Ellie is right. It's so statistically insignificant that this kind of fraud that people like Donald Trump have talked about recently are just, like he said, a work of fiction, complete fantasy. We'll probably hit this back up later this weekend. I was shocked when I saw Ellie. I'm subscribed to the Breakfast Club. I probably don't watch it as much as I watch the rest of stuff because a lot of it's more entertainment based. But when I saw Ellie on here, I was like, oh, we got to watch some of this one. And boy, oh boy, all 40 minutes of that watch, totally worth it, 100%. So we'll probably be going back to that later this weekend. I'm thinking Sunday, fun day. But I wanted to at least get a little piece of this. It was a great interview. It was part of the week. So we got to get into the week ending report. PB, hype. A hyped mood dang super sticker. Thank you, PB. I appreciate you. Getting us started on the goal. Actually, not getting started. We're on 2. Narwhal got us started, technically. Even though it happened before the break, I'm going to count it as 1. I got to be better at starting them immediately. Oh, God. I should be better. Should be better. That means we only need 3 super chats or super stickers. Or donations on Cash App or PayPal to get us, because we do accept all of those things. Oh, damn it, I haven't made confetti. I need to make confetti. Would somebody tell me in the Discord to make confetti? Demand confetti from me, please. Make me do it. Because the fact is, we complete goals all the time. Just not the way that YouTube likes us to. And I don't care what YouTube wants. Goals-wise. Alright, here's a little piece of news from this week you might have missed. This one's honestly kind of fun, too. CBS New York. From a day ago. Let's go all the way down to Washington, D.C. and see what happened.
Well, a family simply just taking a photo in front of Washington, D.C.'s cherry blossoms got the photo bomb of a lifetime, according to them. Take a look at this. Behind these 2 siblings is former President Barack Obama. The photographer didn't even notice, but the child's father did. And when the parents had the photographer check the camera, sure enough, they got the shot. The best part, the photo got the attention of President Obama himself, quoted, saying, "I hope you enjoyed peak bloom. My bad for stepping into the shot." There you go. It's going to make a heck of a Christmas card. Let's send it over to Steve right now.
It is. That is going to be a heck of a Christmas card right there. It is a fantastic, candid photo. I mean, that one goes on the mantle. Jules T. Solely. Stop please farting. Love you. It's a good point. It's a good point, Jules. I agree. That gets us to 3 super chats. Oh my God. Hold on. We've already done it. We've done it. We've done it. Because Winston Sayer came in here with a super pair. A super sticker of a super pair flying through the air. It's faster than a bullet, faster than a train. It's super pair. All right, I'm just going to end the goal. I mean, feel free to keep contributing. I'm certainly not going to stop anyone from doing that, but you know, we've completed the goal. We did it. We did it, everyone. Thank you, Winston. Is that your first super chat or sticker? All right, let's move on from the beginning stories, start moving on to some of the other more meatier stories, if you will. Here's a meaty story, perhaps one of the meatiest stories of the week. Cory Booker, 24 frickin' hours, setting a record in the Senate for longest ever speech. That's right. Cory Booker stood and spoke for an entire day. I think my job's hard. 24 hours of talking and standing? I don't even stand the whole time. I'm sitting for most of this.
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
I want to go a little bit past this, and then I'm gonna deal with some of the biological urgencies I'm feeling. When our founder said we must mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor, we need that now from all Americans. This is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good trouble. My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor.
There we go. There is the end of old Cory Booker's speech here. He seemed physically exhausted during this moment. Oh, wait, is it lagging? Why is it lagging? Okay, it's done. It's done. Phew, okay. I thought we were about to have a lag spike. Okay, all right, let's just go here, see what Senator Cory Booker had to say on CNN, I assume after getting hydrated and maybe a nap? You would think, at least a power nap.
History was made. Check out this time-lapse video we have of Democratic Senator Cory Booker from the Garden State of New Jersey delivering his record-breaking speech on the floor of the U.S. Senate. 25 hours and 4 minutes, the longest speech in the history of the U.S. Senate. Take a listen to what he said.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
The state of the Democratic Party right now.
I confess that I've been inadequate to the moment. I confess that the Democratic...
Cory just letting it all out, dude. Oh my God. Whew. Oh, I just want to highlight these member highlight chats. Are you staying prayed up for Lent? No, unfortunately I'm not. Fuck Wahlburgers. Are these two statements related? Is Wahlburgers doing some sort of a Lent-related thing? Isn't that Mark Wahlberg's, or like his brother's restaurant or something? I can say that I've never eaten at a Wahlburgers. But thank you, Narwhal, for using your Galactic member highlight of 3 months. That's right. Great job. on 3 whole months of membership here, supporting our little stream. I appreciate you. Rob Skelts also using his member highlight. Haven't used my sticker. Space, what is this? I forget what this name of this emote is. Space Celebration and Keeping It Gary. With a little bit of space champagne. Appreciate you both. Rob Skelts, member for 2 months.
The party has made terrible mistakes that have given lane to this demagogue. I confess we all must look in the mirror and say we will do better. And it's not just defining ourselves what we're against.
And Senator Booker is joining me now. And for anybody watching at home, please understand we gave him a chair. He's sitting in a chair right now. The illusion is that he's standing. But for people who don't know, you had to stand the whole time. You couldn't take a bathroom break. The only break of any sort you got was if one of your colleagues would ask you a question to give your voice a break.
Yes.
How are you feeling? Yeah, physically and also emotionally, the longest speech in the history of the U.S. Senate.
Well, I'm physically not in the best shape, but I am emotionally just feeling really fed right now and grateful and kind of just really grateful for a lot of the people who lent support to the effort and obviously the constituents, the dozens and dozens of folks who gave me their stories, who gave me their hurt, their pain, their anger, their demands of me that I read, and their really humble offers that tell me what I can do.
There we go. Cory Booker making a little appearance on CNN there after his record-breaking speech. Aaron W. using his 3-month membership milestone highlighted message. Oh, we're doing milestones, that's right. Well, some people are, at least. Thank you for being a member for 3 months and showing your support. Not forgetting to use your memberships. Makes me sad when people don't use their either memberships or subscriptions benefits. Patron benefits going unused in some cases. All of these things make me sad. It brings me joy to see them used. All right. What next? Gotta keep it moving. And stay at CNN. Talk a little bit about what happened in the last couple of days in the White House relating to a meeting between Donald Trump and Laura frickin' Loomer, who I thought was completely out of the loop. Leading into Inauguration Day, it seemed that Laura Loomer lost. I feel like I'm like alliterating. Laura Loomer lost. I just broke just now. Laura Loomer lost luminous lingerie. Lengthy leggings. All right, that's it. No more L words. I'm done. The L word on GNN. Got jokes. Okay, Bob Carmody, member for 2 months. The kindness of others allows me this message. Aww. That's one of the greatnesses of the Space Famps. So generous, gifting memberships to one another. It's truly beautiful. Truly is. And by the way, we've gotten back on track with the emote fight, the membership goals, if you will. I think we're like 20 or so, maybe a little bit more. Don't quote me on that, but something like that. Like recently, we got a lot of new members back. People either re-upping or people gifting new memberships, restarting memberships. Because we lost a few during the month of March, But now we're back on track. We are heading towards an 18th emote. Truly beautiful. Thank you to all of those who gift and or get their own memberships. Without you, we would have no emotes, and it would be sad. All right, let's talk about what Laura has been up to. Mo would know it. I just hiccuped. Mo would know it. 46 likes using your Galactic membership. Highlighted message of the month.
CNN has learned the White House has fired.
Thank you for reminding me.
Multiple administration
excuse me,
officials
sir.
after the president met with a well-known
buddy,
far-right activist.
That's right. That activist.
Pal, I'm gonna need you to hold off on that. Gotta go to the Galactic Cantina first for another support character. 15. Okay.
CNN has learned the White House has fired multiple administration officials after the president met with a well-known far-right activist.
That's right. That activist is Laura Loomer, who you see there in red. She was seen there at the White House yesterday greeting Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Very much so there. CNN's Elena Treen outside the White House for us. Elena, your sources say Loomer urged Trump to terminate these employees. Can you tell us who they are, why they were let go?
Yeah, she actually went in, I was told, to the West Wing with a list of around a dozen names and urged President Donald Trump to fire them. A lot of this was more about loyalty tests and whether or not these people had the president's best interests at heart, at least from her point of view. Now, this was first reported by the New York Times, but what we've learned since is that the White House has actually moved forward with firing multiple administration officials. At least 3 national security staffers were also on that list. And look, it's interesting because we know that National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, he was actually meeting with the president in the Oval Office before Loomer had entered the West Wing and came in to meet with him. So he ended up staying back, and he was there while she was doing this, while she was telling him how many of the staffers who served beneath him, including his principal deputy secretary, national secretary, his deputy secretary, Alex Wong, saying that he was too hawkish, that he wasn't loyal as well. So a very interesting meeting. And I
just want to go back to this list. If these 3 things are somehow disqualifying of being around the president, he would be alone. In fact, he would have to be removed from himself. There'd be no one left in the White House.
His deputy secretary, Alex Wong, saying that he was too hawkish, that he wasn't loyal as well. So a very interesting meeting. And I want to give you just a little bit of context on Loomer, because she's someone, as you mentioned, she's a far-right activist. She's actually someone who had a lot of access to the president while he was on the campaign trail. We did a story last fall about how she had traveled with President Donald Trump to a 9/11 memorial, something that actually caused a lot of consternation within his inner circle. And she's been complaining in recent weeks as well that she hasn't had enough access to the West Wing. But yesterday, of course, we know now that she has met with him. And I'm told as well that the president actually moved forward with a lot of these firings because of her urging of him to do so. Now,
if not
I did
sooner.
speak with Loomer as well. I want to read you just a bit of the statement she sent me. She confirmed that she had met with him and said, out of respect for President Trump and the privacy of the Oval Office, I'm going to decline on divulging any details. But
I do love that. I mean, this statement is so good because I feel like, in a way, she's saying, "Yeah, I met with Donald Trump," because it's a huge part of her sort of clout. She seems to be a big clout chaser, and so she's got to get it in that she was with Trump, and I was even in the Oval Office.
Illegal.
But then it's like, oh, but I respect dear leader Trump too much to be able to mention any of the specifics. Thank you, Laura. Very helpful statement.
Continue working hard to support his agenda, and I will continue reiterating the importance of strong vetting for the sake of protecting the president and our national security. So you can hear there how she's clearly saying that she believes that people somehow got into the National Security Council without really being as loyal to the president as we know that many of these people
not as loyal as
they
need to be
by Sergio Gore, the head.
I love that. I love that. Laura Loomer. Right-wing online troll is determining who she is. The czar of loyalty. She's the loyalty czar for Trump. Trump, I was in the middle of harassing some trans people online, and I noticed that one of your national security advisors is actually not loyal enough. Actually, I've got a whole list for you if you'd like to read this while I, fondle your sandy balls. I found it kind of hilarious. Laura was completely I don't even understand what changed. Why did Laura suddenly get back in? What brought her back into the fold? Like she was sort of like unceremoniously ejected from Trump's orbit months ago, and now suddenly is back dictating who in the National Security Council deserves to be there or not. I just don't understand. Doesn't he have the Office of Personnel Management, OPM? Why is she doing HR for the government right now? It's so strange.
The National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, just got on Marine One with President Trump, but both of them declined to answer shouted questions about the several National Security Council staffers who were abruptly ousted from their jobs after an Oval Office meeting that President Trump had with the far-right activist Laura Loomer. Yes, she's the person who before has said things like 9/11 was an inside job and other conspiracies that she spread.
Wow.
She's even been denounced by several Republican allies of this White House. But she had
This is one of the most awkward greetings I think I've ever seen. Can we watch this again between her and Howard Lutnick? What the fuck was that? By the way, I'm loving this all-black thing Catelyn's getting into right now. You going goth, Catelyn? There's a shift. I got a dip, but can I talk about Russell Brand? Oh my god, what happened with Russell Brand now? What's he doing? I can try. Well, it doesn't sound like that fun of a story, but I can try. Yeah, thank you for mentioning it, Narwhal. Appreciate you. Okay. We just watched this greeting between Howard Lutnick and Laura Loomer again. It starts off with this weird, sort of robotic hug, and then it goes to like this strange, like dap up, like very, very, very sort of awkward and once again
this meeting that President Trump
almost
had with the
animatronic.
far-right activist
Look at
Laura
it,
Loomer.
a wave,
yes,
and
she's
then
the person who before has said
sort
things
of
like
a
9/11 was an inside job
robot
and other
hug.
conspiracies that she spread.
Dap
She's
it.
even been
Dap it,
denounced
baby.
by several Republican allies of this White House.
Dude, see Laura Loomer pull away. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing, Howard? Get the fuck back! What am I, your bro? Why are you dapping me up right now? Why are you giving me a bro hug? Yo, it's good. Yo, it's good to see you, Laura. Let's go, baby."
One-on-one Oval Office
Don't be
meeting with
creepy.
President Trump yesterday. We're told that Mike Waltz was in the room for part of that, where she brought the president a list of several people who work in this administration that she argued should be fired because they were not loyal to the president's agenda. Now, we are told by sources that Mike Waltz stood up for his staff in that meeting, but given the fallout from the Signalgate controversy, he has very little standing to try to really protect their jobs. And clearly, Loomer's message got through to the president. The question remains, how many more could be fired?
Yeah, good question. Let's go here. 12 hours ago. Trump administration fires director of National Security Agency.
A major shakeup in the U.S. intelligence community. The Trump administration fired the director and deputy director of the National Security Agency, according to lawmakers on the intelligence committees and former officials. It's not clear why they were let go, but it happened after a meeting with far-right activist Laura Loomer. The White House ended up firing at least 3 staffers on the National Security Council and other officials. A source tells CNN Loomer came to the White House on Wednesday with a list of about a dozen people she claimed weren't loyal to the president's agenda.
Laura Loomer is a very good patriot. She is a very strong person.
Did she have anything to do with the NSC aides who were ousted?
No,
completely.
People that we
You can't even come up with an answer. No, that's definitely not. It wasn't Laura. She didn't come and tell me to fire the director of the NSA. I would never. Definitely didn't do that. It was something. It was something else. Give me a second. Give me a second. I got it. We were thinking they were just there. They were not doing a good job, actually. It was a very bad, nasty job they were doing.
strong person.
Did she have anything to do with the NSC aides who were ousted?
No, we're gonna let go of people that we don't like, or people that we don't think can do the job, or people that may have loyalties to somebody else.
President Trump denies that she had a part in the decision. Bringing back the group chat, and Jim Messina, you were like excited about this.
You would think that he would have come up with a better answer for this before going out there and talking to reporters. Because just a blanket no, it's just a totally unrelated thing having to do with the NSC. I don't know.
I don't want reality.
Do you need answers? Come on.
The break. You've got some concerns. What are they?
This really pisses me off.
Okay.
This is ridiculous. I've been in the White House Situation Room for these discussions. What you realize in that room is there are no good choices. There are choices that get people killed. And what you want around you are the best career, foreign service, and national security people advising you on these decisions. And to say that these people were fired because they weren't loyal to the president, Audie, that's not their job. Their job is to be loyal to the United States of America and give their best.
It's so true. It's so true. Who knew? Fun fact. It's not the job of the national security state to be loyal to Donald Trump.
Give me a joke.
I love that. It's technically very true. I mean, in this moment, it would seem to be a job requirement. At least as the administration, as the Trump regime sees it, but not traditionally their job. It's certainly something of a circumvention of many, many years of really just their loyalty to national security, supposedly, which, I mean, has often sort of intersected with spying on Americans and things like that, doing some other creepy stuff. But point is, it's not their job to be loyal to Trump. Okay, now let's quickly talk about somebody else who's sort of got a little bit of a hand in the security, national security, state, if you will. One Peter R. Hegseth. I still don't know his middle name. I'm just going to keep calling him random middle names. But yeah, Peter J. Hegseth here, CBS News yesterday, according to CBS. Peter's use of the app Signal is going to be evaluated by the Defense Department watchdog. Now, I'm a little confused by this development, and maybe CBS will explain it to me better, because maybe you are too. Maybe you too are also confused in this moment. But do you remember we were told by not Pam Bondi. Right, the Ministry of Truth. Caroline Levitt told us a day, not a week ago, less than a week ago. Very, very specifically, that the case was closed. She said it was all over. The White House had investigated it. They had looked into this whole Discord, this signal situation, and they'd closed the case. Everything was done. But now the Defense Department's looking into itself. I'm confused. Very confused. Oh, we have 51 likes. Okay.
Let's get back to that breaking news. The Defense Department inspector.
Please hold. We need another support character. Thank you, Bob Carmody, for reminding me. Ooh, crit.
General will look into whether Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of signal complied with Defense Department policies. So let's get to CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. What do we know about the Inspector General and evaluating Hegseth's use of this signal?
Well, you know, Juliet, it's going to start.
Now, what I found funny is that apparently there's at least one Inspector General left. And you would assume that the Trump administration thought that Inspector General was loyal, because of course they ousted almost 20 Inspector Generals within the first month. It might have been the first week, I can't remember, but it was very early on. But apparently there's at least a couple left still doing their jobs, investigating fraud and or bad actors in the government.
No.
Well, you know, Juliet, it's going to start by drilling down into what happened, right? Who is involved and whether those individuals broke the House rules here at the DOD. It's a one-page memo. It's brief, intentionally brief, and probably vague, only serving as a notification that the Inspector General will be conducting what he calls an evaluation, and it is in direct response to the letter he received by the Senate Armed Services Committee requesting an inquiry. So it really breaks down to two objectives, and that's why it's important that these two are outlined. First, to determine what extent the Secretary of Defense and other DOD personnel complied or maybe did not comply with the strict DOD rules and procedures using commercial apps like Signal to conduct official business. The second objective is to review whether that was in compliance with classification. So whether the information that was shared in that Signal conversation was classified, and also whether that adheres to policy attaining to records and retention requirements. So conversations that...
Yeah, all those pesky retention requirements for those government documents. BB celebrating her galactic individuality of 2 months. This space rocks, GSL. Thank you. No, thank you, PB, for being so supportive of this space. Thank the space fans for being so great. What do I do? What do I even do in this equation besides from talking a lot? Okay, maybe I do a little bit more than talking. But come on, it's a group effort. It's a group effort. It's not just me. It's everyone. It's the space fams. It's all of us. All right, one more CBS on this Pentagon review of Pete's cell phone use.
The Pentagon's acting inspector general has announced an investigation into Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of the Signal messaging app to discuss military plans in Yemen. In a memo sent Thursday, the Pentagon watchdog wrote, quote, "The objective of this evaluation is to determine the extent to which the Secretary of Defense and other DOD personnel complied with DOD policies and procedures for the use of a commercial messaging application for official business." The acting inspector general went on to write, the probe will also review compliance with classification and records retention requirements. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata joins us now from the Pentagon. Charlie, the probe is in response to a bipartisan request from the Senate Armed Services Committee sent last week. What more should we know?
Oh, good to see you, Lindsay. So the brief memo, one-page memo, states exactly that. They're conducting this in response to that letter received by the committee requesting an inquiry. So at the moment, it's narrowed in scope, as you mentioned. Did the defense secretary and members of the DOD break the House rules regarding things like using apps like Signal in the first place? And
yes, I think the answer is yes. They did. They did do that. I mean, everything about Signal, it sort of goes against all, not all of, but many of these, government data secrecy laws and or the laws relating to keeping a record, regardless of secrecy, of government communications. Yeah. A lot of it has to do with, the rights of citizens to request this information technically down the road, and or for government officials to at the very least know what the hell is going on in different agencies. All right. Let's go on to a few other things we got to talk about. Indiana Senator Jim Banks doing some stuff. Lauren Boebert. Jasmine Crockett. Immigration. That's probably all we have to talk about. Yeah. Not for the stream, but until we get moving on to talking about Liberation Day, which I know everybody's waiting for. Everyone is on pins and needles at the edge of their seats over Liberation Day. I'm sure we're already feeling a great deal of liberation, but I know the stream will help us in that. I'm quite sure of that. But before we get to Liberation Day, let's go now talk about that Indiana Senator Jim Banks, what he's been up to. He's been very busy this week on multiple counts. Let's start off with this. We actually watched part of this earlier in the week. Here's Jim Banks talking about Code Pink, among other social activist groups, and where they get their funding from.
Senator Banks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Small, this week the Americans for Public Trust released a report that documented that China has donated over $175 million this year, over the last year alone, to U.S. colleges. And I wonder what connections you have found between the influence campaigns of the Chinese Communist Party, that money that's being sent to U.S. colleges, and to groups like Students for Justice in Palestine.
So thank you for your question. It's an important issue. And in our circles, we sort of joke that the Chinese government steals IP from the United States and the Qataris buy it.
Oh, yeah.
And these are both important issues.
Now, are they important issues? I made this point earlier, but, his allegation that China's stealing IP from the United States while simultaneously suggesting that China is funding research in the United States to the tune of, over $100 million a year, they sort of contradict one another, no? Sort of paradoxical. Because if they're funding the research, are they stealing it? Is that how that works? If you buy something, if you pay for something, can you steal it? I don't know. It's not clear. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
So the Chinese Communist Party is connected, for example, to in our assessment to Code Pink, for example. We have people like Mr. Roy Singham supporting kind of the extreme left in the United States and some of these issues on campus that we're confronting in terms of anti-Semitism.
Oh, China.
Radical Islamist organizations.
China, incredibly anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic.
such as the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad have long cooperated and trained together with radical Marxist organizations such as the PFLP and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. And this sort of exploded on our campus on October the 7th. So U.S. groups echoing these narratives.
Wow. Wow. China, anti-Semitic and funding left-wing activists across the world.
I want to get to that because the connections between China and the radical Islamists like Hamas are no coincidence. It's called the Red-Green Alliance, as you said. Yeah. And the socialist left.
China funding Hamas.
I have to have my China.
Wow. So yeah. I mean, that was the basic vibes of this 6-minute discussion that Jim Banks got into with only one of the witnesses here. It's the same guy with what seemed to be an Israeli accent talking about how anti-Semitic China was and how China was funding all the left-wing organizations in the United States. He didn't present any actual evidence on it. He was just seemingly musing on these things as if it was sort of accepted truth. Strange, very strange. I guess, yeah, all of that, grassroots activism is actually China being anti-Semitic, hating America. But Jim Banks was staying pretty busy this week. He wasn't just accusing China of being anti-Semitic or left-wing organizations receiving money from the Chinese government without a great deal of evidence for that. He was also saying very rude things to people asking him simple questions in the halls of Congress. And running away from those questions.
Hi, I was a worker at HHS. I was fired
run away.
On February 14th. There are many people who are not getting social service programs, especially people with disabilities. Are you going to do anything to stop what's happening?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it. Wow. Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I deserve it?
Because you seem like a clown.
Wow.
Max Schroeder is the voice you hear.
How rude. Incredibly rude. If you missed that, I'll play it for you one more time. This is what Jim Banks had to say to somebody saying that they had lost their government job thanks to DOGE.
Especially people with disabilities. Are you going to do anything to stop what's happening?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it. Wow. Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I deserve it?
Because you seem like a clown.
Because you seem like a clown. Wow. Incredibly rude, Jim Banks. I hope he gets voted out of Indiana. I hope this kind of talk makes Indiana go purple again.
I'm staying in the race.
I hope this guy gets voted out of office for this kind of talk. I'm sure, Indiana has plenty of government jobs in the state. I'm sure plenty of his voters are probably being affected by this stuff, or people that they know. Really disgusting talk from that man.
Awful. Weak.
Now, let's go quickly to C-SPAN. During this week, Oliver Stone, documentarian, well-respected documentarian, not that, was in Congress discussing the reopening of the JFK assassination investigation. Yeah, let's see what he had to say here. This was, I think, his opening statement at this hearing.
Thank you, Chairman Luna, Chairwoman. It's a pleasure to be here. I was here 33 years ago. I was sat in one of these rooms in Washington, and I told the congressmen and women about this movie I just made, JFK. And half of them were wondering what all the fuss was about. It was just a movie. And the other half were passionate in responding to the cries of their constituents that demanded no more national security reasons preventing this from getting to clarity on our president's assassination. The Warren Commission of 1964, as it turned out, got us to second base with a lot of unknowns. And what was that? Obfuscations. And it all got crazier and crazier, sides taken on this and on that. And what happened that awful day? It wasn't clear as to who the heck did this. Killed the president at high noon in Dealey Plaza in Dallas on November 22. And then year by grudging year, we learned in increments a little, but not much more. Often one step forward and 2 steps back. And now it's 2025. 58 years since Jack Kennedy was killed in '63. Repeat, almost 60 years. That's about 2 generations. Let's say from 1900 to 1960. As a result of the 1992 hearings that resulted from my film, in which I participated, Congress passed the JFK Records Act, which firmly said all the records out unless you have a strong reason to protest our national security. All the reasons, all the records out, which is exactly what this case was, a national security matter. Our president was killed. What is more important than that?
Makes a good point. Makes a good point. Does seem pretty important. So why aren't we being given all the information? But of course, Lauren Boebert is on the case. I'm sure that she will deal with all this with aplomb.
I knew you would want to do this clip. Here's Lauren Boebert speaking with Left Reckoning guest Jefferson Morley, but also an author.
He's been on this program too.
Oh, yes, he has been. Author of the blog JFK Facts, but also other books on the JFK assassination. The Republicans have unfortunately successfully reclaimed this issue. I saw polling that was released a few weeks ago that shows that a majority of, or more Republicans are more likely to believe that the JFK assassination is not being accurately told by our history books than Democrats at this point.
The only cohort, and this speaks to that point, the only cohort in America that believes that there was, Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone gunman and that there was no wider conspiracy. The only group that buys that is college-educated white people. And I'll just say, as a college-educated white person, graduate degree in fact, they are wrong.
They are wrong. They are earnest in their belief in our institutions because our institutions have not failed them for the most part.
And I'll just,
that's
sorry
why
to cut in.
No, but just that's why there's less conspiracism in that cohort because everything's working for them.
Jacques Ellul, a French theorist of propaganda from like 100 years ago, has a important book, Propaganda, the Formation of Men's Attitudes, that points out that education is not, in fact, an antidote to propaganda. It can actually set the sort of predicate for believing in it.
I would love if the Democrats reclaimed conspiracism a little bit because, in fact, what the deep state has done throughout its history in the 20th century was to crack down on leftists and black activists and people fighting for civil rights and indigenous activists, heads of state.
Like, we assassinate heads of state with our covert operations. Now, whether we have done it to our domestic head of state or not is, I guess the question here, but it's just a fact that we've done it to others.
Absolutely. And so Lauren Boebert is a part of these hearings, and this is just a fun interaction with Morley.
Morley and also Oliver Stone here. Oliver Stone.
Mr. Stone, you wrote a book accusing LBJ of being involved in the killing of President Kennedy. Do these most recent releases confirm or negate your initial charge? Being involved in the assassination.
Okay, so I see this, right? I'm like, whoa, Oliver Stone said that? That's not within the realm of what I've read is possible. This sounds like something a right-winger would say to absolve the CIA and the Dulles brothers.
To put a turd in the punch bowl, as Alex Jones would say.
No, it's actually the guy that passed the Civil Rights Act.
You're right. This is actually a really useful sort of briefer on where the lines are in this sort of theory.
Right.
And it's not just LBJ did it because he wanted to be the big dog, which is what conservatives have always said about this for years and years.
Yes, but it does fit quite nicely with their whole approach to whatever the deep state is, even though they've unfortunately recaptured this because of Rogan.
It's Dems.
Yeah, like it's DEI, or it's wokeness that we have to root out in the deep state, or it's LBJ, who was a little bit too helpful to black people in this country with the passage of these acts and with Medicare and things like that. But anyway, let's keep going.
Confirm or negate your initial charge.
You look so
Being involved
confused.
in the assassination.
What's she talking about?
Could you drum up of President Kennedy?
No, I didn't. In the film, if you look closely, there's no such.
He's got to put his mic on here a second. There he goes.
No, I didn't. If you
Yes,
look
sir.
closely at the film, there's no. It accuses the President Johnson of being part of a complicit in a cover-up of the case, but not in the assassination itself, which I don't know.
What do you think that he was complicit with? Yes, sir. I'll get to you.
The cover-up. Well, how about, for starters, appointing Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA, who was fired by Kennedy, to the commission itself, to the Warren Commission.
Now, just a good bit of history here. The cover-up thing, you can go back to Emma. The cover-up thing is uncontroversial. It just depends on what you think the cover-up was for, and it could be even ambiguous in LBJ's mind. But I think probably the most standard mainstream anti-conspiracist view is that he just didn't want to see a world war and put the Warren Commission together with people like Dulles to try to tamp down on the idea that there could have been like a Cuban or a Russian thing involved in it, or it could be he was concerned about a domestic thing or whatever. That's sort of the part of the theory, but nobody is saying except Roger Stone that.
Yeah, Lauren's getting the Stones confused. It's easy mistake to make. Oliver Stone, Roger Stone. What's the difference?
Now, I don't want reality.
Okay. How are we doing on time? Oh, Jesus. The first half took a little longer than I was expecting. Well, that's not. I mean, these videos. I thought I was gonna get through this other portion before we got to. Oh God. Okay. Well, we'll take a break now. Do it now. We'll move on to talking about immigration before we move on to Liberation Day. Everybody just cannot wait to talk about that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications, so you don't miss a single spacecast. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, of course. Of course, the more memberships we get, the more emotes Space Fams get to use in the chat. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions.
Cash App and PayPal if you prefer all of your money go directly to us here at GNN, rather than having YouTube or Twitch take their cut and hold on to that money for longer than a month. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. Only 3, count them 3, US dollars a month. You can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get an avatar, chilling out by the pool, or maybe the bar. You could get a shout out every stream, and so much more. Just go onto the website and find out what lays in wait at the discretion of your fingertips and perhaps wallet. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the show. That's right, first galactic break done. Time for us to move on to more galactic content. All right, we still got a lot to talk about here today. And before we get on to Liberation Day discussions and the worldwide impacts of these Trump tariffs, I figured we would talk about a couple other things. Start off the second half here with a little clip from Forbes Breaking News. A couple of days ago, Jasmine Crockett responding to AG Pam Bondi, who threatened her in a recent Fox News appearance.
Illegal.
Thank the chairman. I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Jasmine Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I first just want to begin with a news alert. Guess what? Joe Biden is not the president anymore. So maybe we can move on. Maybe we can move into the present, because it seems like we are living in the past. And listen, these are not the good old days, you know, like you used to sit around and your grandparents would talk to you about what used to happen. What we need to be talking about is how we are going to legislate, because I think that some of my colleagues have confused what our jobs are. And I get that we're sitting in judiciary. And so it may seem as if we are here to be litigators, but we are here to be legislators, which means that we are supposed to be writing laws, not trying to have our own trials and determine whether or not something is true or not, or whatever the case is, or who should be sued, who shouldn't be sued. All I know is that a great American hero, a good senator out of New Jersey, said something to the effect yesterday as he was shattering the record for holding the floor, a record that had been held by another racist in this country. Illegal. As he shattered that, he said something about the fact that this should not be about left versus right. It should be about right versus wrong. Mm-hmm. And I am going to tell you that I want us to focus on right versus wrong. The reason that we are struggling right now in this country as it relates to people not trusting agencies, honestly, a lot of it is because of elected leaders. Let me tell you, one of the things that the chairman and I actually agree upon, we don't agree on a lot, is that we both know that there has been a sharp incline as it relates to threats upon our lives. Regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, we both know and agree that as sitting members of Congress, we both are enduring more death threats than anybody should in this country. And I believe that it is because of the divisive rhetoric, and it is because of the selective enforcement of things. And so when we have, and I'm gonna be clear, because I had remarks and I'm going a whole other way. To have the sitting attorney general go on, and I'm gonna call it faux news. I know some of y'all love it, but it's fake to me. To have her go on Fox News and to then decide that she wanted to send a threat to me. Yeah. It was wrong. Because here it is, she is the highest law enforcement agent in this country, and people are watching and they are consuming this information, and they are believing that simply because I decided that I wanted to exercise my right to free speech, which I am not abridged from doing, that she then wanted to then politicize something that should not be politicized. I don't like Elon Musk. I'm going to say it 50,000 times.
Mm.
I don't like him. I don't like that he going out there and he firing people. I think that he's a crook because somehow the rest of us can't sit around and get whatever federal contracts we want. The rest of us can't sit around and get law enforcement and get them somehow ordained as federal law enforcement to protect him. The rest of us can't get our dealerships protected by the federal government. That is somebody that is operating.
Keep saying true things over here, Jasmine. Oh my God. Killing it.
Above the law. For whatever reason, just because he has a lot of money, more money than everybody else. And yes, I am happy to see that on my birthday, which is what I said, there were peaceful protests around this world against him because he is a problem. And so you never should have somebody that is sitting that high and is going to sit up here and threaten a sitting member of Congress when she knew good and well, if she watched the entire thing, that I specifically told protesters to make sure you consult with lawyers, just like I've told protesters over and over and over in the history of me advising people to go out and exercise their constitutional right. The fact that they're...
Absolutely. And I thought I added this clip in, so I meant to put this in here and actually put it in before. So we're going to have to do a little bit of creative things here. I'm going to move on the fly here. I missed it. I missed it. I fucked up.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
So let's go quickly to Fox News. See what it was that
Honestly,
Pam Bondi...
that's basic stuff.
1 second, Abby.
In fact, if you violate the law, that's exactly when due process...
Abby, I know, that's true. You're right. But please hold. Pam Bondi. This was Pam Bondi on Fox News saying what she was saying about Jasmine Crockett. This is what she wanted from Jasmine.
After she said that about Elon, she said, well, I didn't mean violence. But, however... your words have consequences. And what happened after she said that about Elon Musk, she's a Texan in her own home state. After she said that,
what happened?
This morning, 3 explosive devices were found in Austin, Texas.
And that's all her fault.
So she needs to unequivocally denounce.
I'm going to hold my thoughts for 2 seconds. Let Pam finish.
She must apologize immediately, not only to all Texans, but to our country, to the American shareholders of Tesla.
The American shareholders of Tesla. What about the foreign shareholders? They don't deserve an apology too, Pam. There was Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States, suggesting that Jasmine Crockett apologize for having criticized Elon Musk, suggesting people protest against him. Now, I love this thinking. I love this line of thinking. Let me just follow it for a second and play a little devil's advocate game here with you all. Just what if we applied this sort of thinking in other places? Just hear me out. Donald Trump. Remember Donald Trump? That's right. The current president of the United States. I want you to go back in time. About, let me think, 4 years, 2 months, and is it 3 months now? Wait, it's almost 3 months. 2 months and like 28 days or so. January 6th of 2021. You remember that day? Some may have forgotten it, but in some people's memories, it's sort of burned in, if you will. But I recall one president, Donald Trump, at the time, heading out of office, telling people to, what was it? What was the exact words? We're going to march on the Capitol. There was a lot of statements said by Donald Trump that could be considered inciting to violence, certainly much more so than what Jasmine has said. And I would also like to point out that, of course, there's been a multitude of attacks on Tesla dealerships and cars for months and months and months now.
well preceding anything ever said by Jasmine Crockett on this matter. But if we want to play this game, I think we should talk about, I don't know, the Proud Boys. Talk about the 3%ers. Talk about all of the extremist right-wing violence that has been perpetrated, and perhaps even, one could say, supported publicly with words which have, as Pam Bondi said, consequences.
Consequences.
Just saying. Just saying. It's a thing we could do. If we want to play that game, we could do it. And I think I know where we would wind up on this line as to who and how, the numbers. Who would be on which side of the line? Do you know what I'm saying here? I think right-wingers would, if they had to face the consequences of their words, the real-life consequences of the words that they say, the courts are going to be busy. That's all I got to say on that. All right, let's move on to talking about some of the horrifying immigration policy the Trump administration has been getting into. The United States being liberated from immigrants, or well, in some cases not even immigrants, just people, just U.S. citizens or green card holders, legal residents, people on asylum, all the same.
Honestly, that's basic stuff. In fact, if you violate the law, that's exactly when due process kicks in, because you get to have a hearing of some kind to determine whether or not the case against you is true. I don't understand why that's even something a congressperson would say.
Well, just to the overall premise, President Trump was elected by the American people to secure the border, end human trafficking, and defeat the drug cartels. Hands down. That is what the American people are expecting from him. Just last night, there were 17 additional illegal aliens that were deported, 6 of them who were had raped children. Like, these are people who need to go. The administration has made it very clear.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my
I'm going to interrupt because I want to make sure we're staying on the premise.
Thank you, Abby.
It's not about actually...
Thank you, Abby. It's not about 1 or 2 people who the Trump administration has, sort of trotted out and touted as being representative of every single person they're deporting. But that's not what you get. You don't get to do that. You don't get to be like, look, 1 bad brown person, all brown people bad. So, it's 1 and 1 does not make 2, right? But this woman who looks incredibly angry that Abby would interrupt her on her own show. Oh God, how dare you, Abby?
How rude.
How dare you interrupt her? Look at her, look at this. She's like staring lasers at Abby Martin right now.
People who, you named the 17 of them, had final orders of deportation. They had actually had their cases adjudicated. They were using basic immigration deporting tools to deport them because they did have their day in court. We're talking about the people who didn't.
But the bottom line is that, first of all, they're doing it very quickly. They're deporting illegal alien criminals. The one thing that I will say is that there's a lot of information that we don't know that Department of Homeland Security does have. They're doing their job. They have the intelligence. It may not.
She keeps going past the problem here with way too much ease. I don't understand what's going on in this woman's head, but she keeps missing the point here. If they have that information, it by law needs to be made public. There needs to be a court hearing with that information being presented as evidence for why the people are being deported. I can't say it any more simpler than that. Like, if they have all these troves of information just lying around in somebody's garage or bathroom, perhaps, maybe they should show it to the American people. If there is this overwhelming amount of evidence for all these things that you're claiming, why
publicly, but some of it may not
we
be
seeing
able to share publicly at this point.
Why?
They're not doing that. The person that Joe Rogan was talking about, and I actually think he might have been conflating multiple cases, is the story of a gay makeup artist named Andre who had some crown tattoos with the name Mom on them.
There's still so much we don't know about that.
The gay...
So, what about the stuff we don't know about, though? I love that. Wow, that is professional whataboutism. But what about the stuff we don't know about yet?
Oh, that is a good one. I love that. I love that. But what about this? What about everything? Oh, but there's so much. There's so much we don't know. It could be terrible. Do we know that he isn't a terrorist? Yeah, probably, actually, yeah. We can say that pretty much. No questions.
Are you suggesting that the gay makeup artist is a member of Tren de Aragua, which was the accusation? That was the stated claim. And by the way, there are many more of them. There are three. The reason why I think Joe Rogan is a little bit confused, he mentioned a gay barber. It's actually a gay makeup artist. He might have also been a barber. I found in a 5-minute Google search 3 separate barbers who were sort of rounded up because of their tattoos that were...
Why does the Trump administration
tattoos? One of them
hate barbers so much? I don't. What is their deal? Why does the Trump... Scott looks very concerned about this. Just that he would bring up barbers. Why are you bringing up barbers right now? Barbers.
Jumpman logo. Another one, multiple crowns. I mean, you know, LeBron has a crown tattoo. Is he a member of Tren de Aragua? Like, this is ridiculous.
Caroline Levitt was
Great
asked
question.
about this because there was a document that the administration submitted in court that basically said if you have a tattoo, you have clothing that might be associated with this gang, you're in the gang. She was asked about it. Here's what she said.
You can get classified by simply having certain symbols in your tattoos and wearing certain streetwear brands. That alone is enough to get someone classified as TDA and sent to El Salvador.
Tren de Agua.
Actually, Andrew.
Tren de Agua.
Shame on you and shame on the
Shame
mainstream
on you.
media for trying to
Nasty,
cover
nasty
these
man.
individuals.
How dare
who have-
you.
This is a vicious gang, Andrew, and you are questioning the...
How dare you have sympathy and or questions about people?
How rude.
How dare you? We watched that same clip earlier. I think we had the Forbes News clip of that one. And I just found it honestly pretty funny. Caroline seemed to really be losing it. You know, there was a while where it felt like she was in her stride, right? Like she was feeling herself, you know. Every day she would come out and just be beaming with excitement and claiming all this stuff about like press freedom and stuff. And now we're in this moment where the Trump administration is being, you know, very rightfully criticized for all the stuff that they're doing. And she's running out of answers now, and she's just resorting to how dare you ask that? Like she is losing it, and she's losing it quick. All right, let's see some more of the, what do you want to call it? Things that have been happening this week in relation to immigration. One case has been dismissed. A case which I think we talked about earlier this week. But one man who was detained by ICE has had his case dismissed mid-trial. There's NBC News.
Right there, they're arresting him for... Wilson Martel LeBron was taken away by ICE agents Thursday, the first day of his trial, charged with falsifying information on a license application. By Monday, a judge found the state prosecution team obstructed justice by working with ICE officials to take him away. Martel LeBron's attorney, Murat Erkan, argued that all it took was an email for ICE agents to show up at previous hearings, but they ignored a judge's order to appear Monday. The judge dismissed the jury and heard arguments from both sides in a heated hearing where he repeatedly overruled objections and threatened to throw out ADA Jack Lucy's lawyer.
If you say one more word, I'm going to have you removed.
Lucy was called as a witness, where he admitted that ICE agent Brian Sullivan...
That's not good. That's not good.
Immediately, if not sooner.
When you're basically, I mean, the prosecuting side, if you will, rather than the defense side, and you've got the judge so upset that he is saying, if you say one more word, I'm kicking your ass out of this court. You got a problem. You got a serious problem.
I'm going to have you removed.
Lucy was called as a witness, where he admitted that ICE agent Brian Sullivan shared his intent to take Martel LeBron into custody over the phone the day before the trial. Lucy met with Sullivan and 2 state troopers during a break the next day, where Sullivan said they'd take him at the end of the trial. The judge found the troopers played a role in letting ICE know when he'd be leaving court. Now, ICE is refusing to return him for trial.
Illegal.
The judge dismissed the case with prejudice based on prosecutorial misconduct and ordered ICE agent Sullivan in contempt of court.
That point, I think, is incredibly important to drive home here. There are multiple laws that were just constitutional related things, Bill of Rights stuff, that were all violated by ICE. And just in refusing to bring an individual to court, right? Like you have a constitutional right to be in that courtroom, right? To face your accusers, all this other stuff. And for ICE to violate the court's order on top of the constitutional problems, I mean, it is incredible just how much they seem to be fighting against just abiding by the law. A supposed law enforcement agency of sorts, completely ignoring it. That seems weird. You know what else seems weird? This next story. Because one man was deported to El Salvador, who, as it turns out, wasn't supposed to be deported to El Salvador.
What you talking about?
Yeah, no, I mean, I know it doesn't make sense, Willis. But that's where we're at.
A stunning admission from the Trump administration. It admits in a court filing that a Maryland man was sent to the notorious El Salvadorian mega prison, all because of an administrative error. And it argues there is no way to get him back. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins our panel now. Can you just kind of back up? Yeah. What do we know about who this person is and whether or not he was the danger to America that the administration is now claiming he was?
This is a filing that came in late last night in a lawsuit over the removal of the Salvadoran national. What we know, according to court documents, is that he crossed into the U.S. around 2011. He had a brush with law enforcement that we see in these court documents in 2019 when local police department had approached him and a group of men who were loitering at a Maryland Home Depot. The police department said that he had ties to MS-13. When he was detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement in that year, he went through immigration proceedings. Over the course of those proceedings, this alleged tie to MS-13 came up. According to the attorney, it was quite fruitless in getting additional information and evidence as to why he was being tied to this gang, other than the fact that the police department said it was because of a confidential informant and because of his attire at the moment that he was detained.
His attire?
Over the course of those immigration proceedings, again in 2019, an immigration judge granted what we call withholding of removal. What does that mean? That means that the government, cannot remove him to El Salvador for fear of persecution in that country. He is still removable to another country, but he cannot be sent to El Salvador. And if the federal government were to want to terminate that, they would have to go through an additional process in immigration court. So this man on the list, he gets arrested in March of this year and is detained by ICE. His wife, the last time she spoke with him, was the morning of those 3 deportation flights to El Salvador. And this court declaration provides a glimpse of what exactly was happening that day. There was a flight manifest, and as ICE was working through this flight manifest, they were pulling off names because of various reasons, they say. His name, therefore, was moving its way up on the list until ultimately he was put on this deportation flight to El Salvador.
So is that the quote-unquote clerical error that they claim?
Correct.
That it just moved up a list without anybody realizing?
And that is what the senior ICE official calls an administrative error, going on to say that Abrego Garcia's last name was removed from the U.S. to El Salvador. The senior ICE official says this was an oversight and the removal was carried out in good faith based on the existence of a final order of removal and Abrego Garcia's purported membership in MS-13. So the administration is maintaining that he has ties to MS-13. His attorney says that is not true. But the problem here for the attorneys, for the court, for the administration in these court documents is they can't get him back because he is now in Salvadoran custody. This is true as well with the other migrants that were sent on these deportations.
Huh? We can't get him back. That seems like a problem. Well, why wouldn't we be able to get him back? Weird. Is it because we just gave him over to a country that has horrible human rights record, and he was put into a labor camp without any consideration for his rights to due process? And it doesn't seem like the Trump administration was all. I mean, if we can't get him back, they must have just not put in any clauses into this agreement with El Salvador, which we are paying for, by the way. We're paying $25,000 per person that El Salvador is imprisoning. El Salvador is going to profit off these people. It's a labor camp. These guys, I don't know, they make widgets, license plates or something. I don't know. And we're paying for this. And yet, we don't even have the ability to undeport people. That seems like an oversight. But some people are fine with oversights, actually. And, they're actually fine with everything that's going on. Present to you, Josh Hawley.
I don't remember seeing Josh Hawley at Shoal. Maybe he just goes. Maybe he goes to the Seder service on Yom Kippur.
Right. No, that makes sense.
But here is Josh Hawley, and here's what really is one of the most disgusting things about this. Broadly speaking, you don't have to be Jewish to be absolutely disgusted by what's going on. When you see that woman in Somerville rolled up, basically disappeared by what looks like, an attack from it would not be hard to see that clip and see it taking place in Iran. I've seen clips that look very similar to that. And because this woman had written an op-ed in, I think it was the Tufts paper, in support of Palestinian rights, to see about 35 Democratic lawmakers, including Elizabeth Warren and others, come out and say ICE needs to return her and release her, and other lawmakers not doing that, particularly in the wake of of Chuck Schumer saying his job is to make sure that the left is not anti-Semitic or whatever it is he thinks. They are allowing fascism and authoritarianism to grow and flourish and refusing to respond to it, ostensibly out of support against anti-Semitism. It's disgusting. It's so twisted. It is so twisted. It is literally like a Twilight Zone or Black Mirror episode. That in the name of protecting people from anti-Semitism, we are not going to criticize a Gestapo-like tactics.
Exactly.
It is so twisted.
Exactly.
And it leaves the door open for these right-wing authoritarians.
I was told they were populists and we could work with these guys.
Right-wing authoritarian populists.
Senator, I've been very clear that OCR has a very important...
Pause it for 1 second. I should just set this up. It is a guy named Kenneth Stern. He's the attorney for the Bard Center for the Study of Hate. This is out of Bard College. Stern has been supportive of the investigations that have been taking place at Columbia to examine. They did a whole project to examine anti-Semitism, et cetera, et cetera. I suspect Kenneth Stern is probably somewhat invested in there not being anti-Semitism. But here is Josh Hawley.
Senator, I've been very clear that OCR has a very important role, that there are complaints that should go through the process. When you start using the Department of Justice and threatening universities' funding.
You are opposed, I just want to get this on the record, you are opposed to investigating Columbia University and others for anti-Semitism?
No.
That's what you said 6 days ago.
I am not opposed to doing it the right way.
What does that mean, doing it the right way?
Not to claw back funds, not to say we're holding you ransom. We're getting your faculty, Jewish.
You were asked about an investigation for failing to protect Jewish students, and you said that's just weaponizing anti-Semitism. It makes students less safe.
It is when the Department of Justice has a list of places they want to go to. The Senator Markey's question.
Oh, I think that's crazy. This is Judge Hall. Famous. Wait, is Josh Hawley a Jew suddenly? Yeah. He knows best what anti-Semitism is.
Justice has a list of places they want to go to. The Senator Markey's question.
Oh, I heard Senator Markey's questions. I heard his whole speech. I thought it was insane.
I
just want to say for the record, I thought it was totally insane. And I think your positions are similarly insane. I think the idea that we would bend over backwards to hug and kiss and make nice to a pro-Hamas rioter, because that's what Khalil is, and that we would say, we can't remove him, and that makes Jewish students less safe on our campuses? That's nuts.
Senator, to Rabbi Saberstein's point, if you look at American history, the times when Jews were most vulnerable was during the Palmer raids in World War I, when there was political...
Jews are vulnerable now on our campuses because of people like Khalil, and I want to say for the record, I'm glad he's gone, and I hope he never...
Oh my God. I love how Josh Hawley is yelling at a Jewish man while he's explaining to him, and then he's basically Christ-splaining, right? That's the proper way to, I think, label this, right? Christ-splaining anti-Semitism to a Jew right now, and talking over him while he's explaining something that clearly Josh Hawley refuses to understand, and yelling just complete nonsense about how a man who's pro-Palestinian is also pro-Hamas. Why did that ever become a thing? This whole, if you say anything about Palestinians, recognizes their humanity, you're pro-Hamas.
Comes back.
3 claps.
He clipped that himself.
3 people clapping.
Josh Hawley, very, very happy with himself. Completely ahistorical, completely wrong. And it is disgusting that there are Jewish lawmakers who subscribe to what Hawley is saying here.
It's really
disgusting.
I mean,
Chuck
we're
Schumer,
seeing the evolution
#1
of
on that list,
the
I would
conflation of
say.
anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism leading to more anti-Semitism. This is of course what's happening.
Call that guy insane.
I don't know what the religion of the guy that was speaking there was, but Josh Hawley is not a Jewish person. I mean, his last name is Stern. I don't want to make an assumption, but like the confidence with which he lectures his guest about this is just insane, as the right is pretending that they care about free speech.
Stern's one of the co-authors, and I'm not sure how he feels about it today. I imagine maybe a little bit more nuanced, but one of the co-authors of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which includes...
Oh my God. Josh Hawley trying to correct one of the co-authors of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. IHRA, of course, the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, or whatever it's called. Fascinating. Josh Hawley knows better than he what anti-Semitism is, of course. Perfect. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. That's how Josh Hawley defends deportation of a legal green card holder. Let's call him pro-Hamas. Let's go back to that.
Tonight, the Maryland man, whom the
Well,
Trump
problem.
administration admits it deported to El Salvador accidentally, or, it says it was accidental administrative issue, is fighting back. The attorney for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, slamming the Trump administration in a new court filing for doing, quote unquote, nothing at all to fix the mistake. And they say in part, I quote from it, defendants have already washed their hands of Garcia and his U.S. citizen wife, of his autistic, nonverbal 5-year-old U.S. citizen child. This is an outrageous set of facts. This is Garcia's wife speaks out about her husband's 3-week-long detention in a notorious maximum security prison known for housing the, quote, worst of the worst. She shares the moment she saw this photo and realized her husband was in the prison.
Jesus.
When I saw it, I immediately broke down.
Can you
Because I
imagine?
knew it was him.
Can you imagine?
What was your biggest fear when you...
Forget the fear for a second. Can you imagine not knowing where your husband is, or wife, significant other, just not knowing where they are, not hearing from them? Well, I mean, think about that moment, right? Think about the amount of time, however long it's been, where she has been wondering to herself, what's going on? Where's my husband? Is he dead? Did he leave me? I got a kid. I got a special needs child to take care of, and suddenly my husband's just gone, just out of the blue. Can you imagine the sort of anguish you would be going through if you're like, oh, I thought we were, because like, if you don't know what's going on, I think one reaction might be just that they left you, right? Oh, there, 1,000 different thoughts would be going through, I'm sure, anyone's mind about what is going on. But then think about like how she's been probably having to completely upend her life in this moment and like continue going on as if nothing's changed while she has lost her partner to unknown reasons. No calls. I assume they didn't give him his legal right of having a phone call. But then, imagine going on for weeks not knowing, and then seeing your significant other on television in an El Salvadorian prison. It's Twilight. It is Twilight Zone-esque.
identified him?
I was scared for his life. He's not a criminal. My husband is an amazing person, an amazing father.
Kilmer's lawyer, Simon Sandoval-Moshenberg, is now out front. And Simon, I appreciate your time. So how confident are you at this point that U.S. courts will go in this direction and be able to force the Trump administration to get your client back home?
The Trump administration has already admitted that they deported him recklessly, knowing that he had an order from a judge saying that he could not be deported to El Salvador. The question now is what comes next. The administration is basically saying, well, we've tried nothing and we're all out of options. We don't accept that. The very first thing they have to do is make a good faith request to the government of El Salvador to return Kilmer to our custody. They haven't even so much as picked up the phone to ask yet. So we figure that that's the first step, at the very least, that the court can order on Friday afternoon. I actually expect that that's going to be successful.
Wait, so, oh my God. So the Trump administration has been claiming, and the media seems to think, up until this video here, which was this is the most recent video on this story that I have, but you're telling me that they haven't even tried, while simultaneously telling us that they can't get him back? You know, this seems to just be their go-to line. We can't do it. can't unfreeze the funds immediately. We can't undeport this guy. When they really mean we're not going to do it. We're unwilling to do it. We're not putting in the effort to do that because that's the opposite of what we were trying to do.
Give me a joke.
From what I understand, right now, the government of El Salvador pretty much does more or less whatever we ask them to do. We say jump, they say how high. So I think if the government of the United States actually makes a real ask, not a wink and a nod, but a real ask to give him back, I expect that they will.
Unbelievable. So for days we're told, oh, we can't even get him back. And it turns out, according to the lawyer of the guy who's been deported, is actually the government's just not trying. They haven't even attempted to get him back. They just don't care. Even though this guy was here completely legally and did nothing wrong whatsoever. Unbelievable. How? It is disgusting how little humanity this administration seems to have. They are disgusting human beings. Speaking of inhumanity, let's go
Press
to
Secretary
talk about
Caroline Levitt,
Yes.
this is at the White House press briefing,
Yes,
is asked by a
Ministry
reporter about
of
the
Truth.
case of the Salvadoran man, Keir Garcia. Garcia was the individual who was basically taken from Maryland. I think that's where he was. He came to the United States when he was 16 years old. He was fleeing gang violence in El Salvador, so to send him back there is especially cruel.
Seriously.
The administration claimed that he was a leader of MS-13. This is not what any of the records of this man say is true. They basically made it up. Elon, J.D. Vance tweeted it out and then had to fact check himself as he thought he was dunking on a reporter just to show the level of seriousness with which this administration is engaging with just destroying people's lives here. But here she is being asked about this case.
Right, sure. Thanks, Caroline. A few questions about this deportation case. First, I wanted to clarify something that you said to Jeff a few minutes ago. You said you'd seen evidence that this man was a convicted gang member. In what court was he convicted and for what?
This individual was an MS-13 ringleader. This individual was also engaged in human trafficking. And I'm glad you brought up this point again, because I would like to point out that if you just saw the headline from the insane failing Atlantic magazine this morning, you would think this individual was Father of the Year, living in Maryland, living a peaceful life, when that couldn't be further from the truth.
Really?
They didn't even mention in the title of that article, or even in the first paragraph, that this individual is an illegal criminal who broke our nation's immigration laws. He is a leader in the...
Can anybody explain to you what an illegal criminal is, as opposed to the opposite, a legal criminal? What is the difference? I'm confused. I've never heard of this term before. An illegal criminal.
Illegal.
Criminal who broke our nation's immigration laws. He is a leader in the brutal MS-13 gang, and he is involved in human trafficking, and now MS-13 is a designated foreign terrorist organization.
Wow.
Foreign terrorists have no legal protections in the United States of America, and this administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
But a judge ordered that he should remain in this country. So are you saying that it is okay to ignore a judge's ruling if you don't?
I love how, this reporter, if I were this reporter, I would have just stuck on this question. Because if you didn't notice, Caroline did not answer the question. The question was, in what court was this man convicted of having committed any crime? And she said, he is an illegal criminal, okay? And the failing Atlantic magazine wouldn't even mention that. Next question, please.
Who does that judge work for?
He's an immigration
It was an immigration judge who works for the Department of Justice at the direction of the Attorney General of the United States, whose name is Pam Bondi, who has committed to eradicating MS-13 from our nation's interior. And let me tell you why we've made this commitment. MS-13.
Doesn't that support? I mean, if I'm confused. Wait, are you suggesting that this judge is being insubordinate? Because in my mind, you say that this judge works for Pam Bondi for the DOJ. That should, in fact, sort of indict yourself. You're kind of indicting yourself, in my opinion. It's like, this person who works for the DOJ, who, like, what? What are we talking about here? So you're telling me a judge, somebody who we pay money to, tax dollars, to use their judgment, right? It has ruled on something, and your counter argument is this judge works for Pam Bondi, so they should be listening to Pam. Pam. Forbezilla with a super chat. Forbezilla. I think this might be your first super chat ever. Appreciate you. I think an illegal criminal is someone who isn't allowed to break laws versus a legal criminal who is someone who now it's making sense to me. Okay. I was very confused. I'm just stupid though. This makes perfect sense. Thank you for clearing that up, Forbezilla. Really appreciate that. It's all making sense now.
May I remind each and every one of you is a brutal and vicious gang. They raped and strangled a 20-year-old autistic woman to death in Maryland. They hacked 4 people to death with...
Why do they keep going back? Why are they using the term gang and terrorist group interchangeably now? Pick one, goddammit. Pick one. Are they terrorists or are they a gang? A gang of terrorists, maybe. Or...
Park on Long Island. They have kidnapped, sexually tortured, and shot a teenage girl in Texas after she insulted them.
Okay, got it. Every immigrant is implicated in the death of Lake and Riley, apparently, according to Stephen Miller in this administration. This man, because he is from El Salvador and was literally fleeing the gang that they're claiming he was a part of, is implicated in their crimes apparently as well, and that he's not this father of the year. Where is she getting this from? And by the way, check in with the rest of the administration before you go out there on a limb, because they have already admitted that this was an error, but they're just like winking and saying, too bad, we can't get him back. We defied a court order and said we couldn't turn the plane around. The court was saying, hey, these folks need due process. We need to...
Yeah, they were saying that. Emma's right. They were saying a lot of stuff, and yet it seems like Caroline is more focused on Fox News and the Atlantic media. I mean, she is the goddamn representative of the Ministry of Truth. How am I supposed to know the truth without her? And yet she seems more focused on what the media is saying and telling me the truth of what's going on. I'm very confused. Oh, am I confused? God. Well, it's not just Maryland or any of the other states that we've been talking about that have been getting ICE raids and things like that. Nope, even rural New York.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we turn now to look at how a family of 4, a mother and 3 children, were detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents in a raid not far from the home of Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. The raid took place last Thursday at the North Harbor Dairy, near the town of Sackett's Harbor, New York, a small town with a population of about 1,300. It's in upstate New York, in western New York. In total, 7 people were detained, including the mother and her 3 kids, who were enrolled in the local public school, a 3rd grader, a 10th grader, and an 11th grader. Witnesses say they were all handcuffed before being removed from a home at the dairy farm and put in a van. ICE has confirmed they were then taken to a recently reopened family detention center in Texas. This is Jennifer Gaffney, the superintendent of Sackett's Harbor Central School District.
As part of the process of detaining the person for whom the warrant was issued, we had 3 students who got caught up in that mess and subsequently taken and detained. We are all very, very, very well connected with our students who are missing, and these students are friends, they're classmates, they're good students, and they're part of the fabric of our community, and we want them back in our classrooms.
The superintendent was interviewed by local ABC upstate. ICE agents said the mother and children were collateral arrests and that the raid on the dairy farm was related to a warrant to arrest of a South African man allegedly dealing in child pornography. This Saturday, community members are holding a rally starting at the town's Welcome Center, marching to the home of Trump border czar Tom Homan, who's a native of the area. He spoke to the local news station WWNY and said he was looking into the raid and the possibility the family could be released and returned to Sackett's Harbor.
This was not, it wasn't a raid. It was a search warrant execution in a house where a family was found and who entered the country illegally. They're under docket control. So ICE is doing everything by the book. Border Patrol did everything by the book. And once the investigation gets to the place where we no longer have an interest in this family, then the decision will be made on release. So as far as Sackett's Harbor, I grew up, as you know, in West Carthage, not too far from your family.
Wait, they'll be released? They're going to be released now? I'm sorry. What? Are we to believe that this isn't directly related? I have not heard Tom Homan say one time that anyone deserved or would ever be released in any situation. He seems to think anybody that ICE detains deserves to be deported immediately. And now he's telling me that this particular family is going to be released. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact Tom Homan's from this tiny town. I mean, 1,300 people? That's small enough to know absolutely every single person in that town. I'll bet you money Tom Homan had a little conversation with somebody, maybe a farm owner, a landowner back in Sackett's Harbor. You got my butt. I said, that's wrong. I said, actually, you're wrong, sir. You're right, I'm wrong. I'm wrong, you're right.
I love the North Country. I want to retire in the North Country. It's unfortunate that...
Oh, is it? This is unfortunate? This is unfortunate?
It brings undue necessary attention to a small town that I love.
Oh, unfortunate.
Small town that I'd like to retire in.
For more, we're joined by Murad Ouada, the president of the New York Immigration Coalition.
Listen to these guys sort of think out loud on the fly is incredible. They basically just let it all out. they point out the criminality, the corruption for all of us to see. I guess they were right in some regards when they said they were going to be the most transparent administration. National security secrets on Signal with journalists in the chat. Tom Homan openly, not only admitting to colluding and threatening the mayor of New York City, but also basically just verbalizing corruption without actually saying it verbatim. But I mean, he as much as said that he's got a particular interest in this town.
Residents as they call for ICE to release this family. Murad, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you explain what happened to this family of 4 almost next-door neighbors to Homan? The 3rd grader, the 2 high school kids and their mom were handcuffed and taken away?
Illegal. Well, first, thank you for having me. It's really unfortunate to see this family who, in the dark of morning, were snatched from their beds, arrested, and then detained, and then disappeared. Similarly, we've been seeing this happen across the country, but even more so appalling that ICE figured that it was important that they arrest these children and their mother, which they had no warrant to enter their home, which they did, as well as ensuring that they not only arrested them, but they moved them over 1,800 miles away from their home and their community. So it's been incredibly heartening to see the local community of Sackett's Harbor rally in support of this family and their students. But we're all calling for the same thing, which is the immediate release and return of this family back to New York.
So what are their rights? I mean, it's interesting. Homan has been so fierce in his rhetoric against immigrants, but now that people in his community, it sounds like he's beginning to back off.
Yeah, or maybe it's a case-by-case basis. I guess if you know Tom Homan and one of your workers gets arrested, you can get a sweetheart deal. Yeah, I mean, it seems like blatant sort of favoritism he's playing. Suddenly, I guess some of these DACA people deserve to be here as long as they know somebody, like my cousin's best friend's dad owns a bunch of land in the town I'm planning to retire to. After I get done deporting people, I'm going to go back. I wouldn't want them to hate me for deporting people from the town. But this needs to be the case for everywhere. We need to be fighting for the rights of every single person in the United States. Not just some that, you know, it's got to be all. Here we go one, we go all. All right. I'm going to wrap up hour 3, or the second, whatever. Wrap up all this sort of preliminary discussion before we get on to talking tariffs and Liberation Day, which is almost here. I just figured we would pop in this story regarding all of the stuff Trump keeps saying about this third term. You know, he said it about 15 too many times at this point. One time was maybe funny to like 5 people somewhere, but this has gone too far.
President Trump's second term has barely started, and he's already floating the possibility of a third one, even though the U.S. Constitution forbids it. Trump telling NBC News this weekend, quote, there are methods by which he could do it, and that he's, quote, not joking. Here's how South Carolina Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn is responding to it.
Well, I don't think he's joking at all. This man does not plan to leave this White House. All of this is about suspending, if not eliminating, the Constitution of the United States. And that's the track we're on. And I think people better get serious about this. When he says he's not joking about throwing away the Constitution, which is what he'll have to do in order to have a third term, and we are not going to rise up in opposition to that, I think it's time for us all to wake up.
We're joined now by CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. And Ellie, the 22nd Amendment is very clear. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Where is this wiggle room that Trump is seeing?
Well, Bree, you're exactly right. Lawyers love wiggle room and escape hatches, and here they're looking at the word elected. So here's the argument. It's fringy, but the 22nd Amendment says nobody should be elected president more than twice. Well, the theory is, well, then maybe what Donald Trump or any two-term president can do is run as vice president with, let's say, J.D. Vance at the top of the ticket. If they win, J.D. Vance resigns, Donald Trump becomes president. The argument is that, well, that wouldn't be getting elected. That would be becoming president through the line of succession, ascending to the presidency. So now the biggest problem with this, of course, though, is earlier in the Constitution. The 12th Amendment tells us that any person who's ineligible to be president is also ineligible to be vice president. So you would...
Reading? Got to read multiple amendments to the Constitution? That's too much.
That's too much, man!
That's too much. All right, that's all we needed from that story. So the very thing which they would use to justify it is contradicted by itself. That darn pesky Constitution. All right, people, we're there. It's time. Liberation Day. That's right, people. Liberation Day is here. I think the best way for us to do this, the way I have it set up, is I guess, he's not necessarily my favorite director, but I did use one of his sort of techniques, if you will. Let's do a little Tarantino. All right, let's go to the current moment almost, and then let's go back in time. Start here. Reuters, New York Stock Exchange starts the day's trading. I wonder how this was going. Stocks. I'm sure they're going fine. Rudy's here. Why is the Newsmax IPO? I forgot. I forgot about this part of it. That's some of the most unenthusiastic clapping I've ever seen. Like 3 people are clapping, and one of them is Rudy. Rudy is leading his own chant of his own name. Rudy, 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 Rudy. They ring the bell, and what's that? Oh God. No, that was the opening of the market. They weren't clapping the crash. They were clapping. So, just to clarify, that was the opening bell, right? Oftentimes, a special person comes in and rings the bell for different reasons. In this case, I believe Rudy is involved in the IPO of Newsmax, which IPO'd yesterday. I'm afraid this is from Thursday, technically, not Friday. Just want to point that out, because I couldn't find a live from today. Suffice to say, today was actually worse than yesterday's. Oh boy. Line go down. Line just keep going down over here. Oh God. Ew. That seems bad. Oh God, even further down. Oh no. Fresh lows. Oh God. And those are the vibes on the stock market. Most recently, actually today, I started working on this list yesterday, so technically this is from yesterday. But today was even worse, actually. We'll talk about just how bad it was in a little bit. Okay. Let's go back in time now, 4 days ago. Let's talk about some of the anticipation. Everybody was excited for for Liberation Day 4 days ago. Associated Press.
But we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd.
President Trump has called Wednesday, April 2nd, Liberation Day. He calls it liberation from foreign goods in the U.S. markets and making sure that U.S. goods are what's being purchased by consumers here. But we don't exactly know all the details of what President Trump has planned. We don't know which sector is going to hit, which countries, how high the cost will go. We're told that it's still in flux. Things are still being finalized. But we know that if he goes through with this, it could have a severe impact on costs for consumers. It is already having an impact on the markets. So we're all waiting to see the details of what exactly President Trump has planned. Well, we can look at the auto tariffs that President Trump said would go into effect actually on April 3rd. He announced them earlier this month, and we have some independent economic analyses, actually. The one that comes from the famed economist Art Laffer. He's actually one of President Trump's favorite economists. In his own private analyses, Mr. Laffer said it could raise the prices of cars by more than $4,700 for consumers. Now, President Trump says with his tariffs on cars, it could bring more of the manufacturing back home. It would ultimately lower.
It will not ultimately lower costs. Oh no. That's only assuming that the capitalists pay savings onto consumers rather than shareholders. This was Donald Trump a few days ago.
And we have some big things we're going to be announcing over the next 2 days, and you know very well, Peter, and I think it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of wealth back to our country, tremendous wealth back to our country, actually. And other countries are understanding it because they've been ripping us for 50 years.
Ripping us for years.
They've been ripping us off for years, right from the beginning. And I think this is going to be an amazing, I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country because how we could have afforded to do what we did. We help everybody, and they don't.
It's a transitional period, okay? United States, we were fully grown, and then I said, actually, we need to be born again and learn everything from scratch.
Help us. I really, the term I like best probably is the liberation of America. It's a liberation of this country because it's incredible. Look, we have 36 trillion in debt for a reason, and that accumulates over a long period of time. So I think what you're going to be seeing over the next couple of days will be very inspiring to a lot of people. You know, they had a lot of auto plants being built in a certain country. I don't want to mention the country because we get along
I don't want to mention
country,
it.
But those plants
They're
aren't
great,
being built there.
but we are tariffing them.
Today and yesterday, day before.
Canada.
And they're building them all now in the United States. And we have many examples, not only auto plants, chip companies from Taiwan are coming in, the biggest, Mr. Wei.
They're all coming.
He's big. I said, you are a smart guy, aren't you? I've been reading about him.
So Donald Trump sort of doing the grandpa routine, just sort of talking about a bunch of stuff that hasn't happened yet, acting like it already has. He always does that, doesn't he? He always takes credit for things before they've ever happened. He gets ahead of himself, I feel like, taking credit, just because of how much he loves taking credit for things. He can't hold back. Cannot hold back. But yeah, economies across the world were bracing for those tariffs as they loomed on Tuesday, or actually, is this Tuesday? Yeah, this was Tuesday.
Now, Donald Trump is hailing it as Liberation Day for America, but millions of consumers across the world fear that the president's plans to unleash sweeping tariffs April 2nd could inflict lots of pain with little gain on scores of countries, including America itself. Economists are warning of higher costs for consumers and businesses, while the EU is vowing a firm response. And on the eve of that announcement, the question looms, will this so-called liberation lead to economic upheaval instead? France 24's Doug Herbert's going to try and answer some of those questions for us on the set. Now, Doug, first of all, let's just start with a simple one. So what's the rationale behind Trump's tariffs, and why is this April 2nd being called Liberation Day?
Yeah, well, look, once again, this is a depending on how you see things type of issue. There are those who would say Donald Trump's already been hard at work liberating Americans from things like the rule of law, liberating them from due process, liberating them from civil rights, liberating them from freedom of expression, freedom of the press. So now this is his latest salvo in his series of so-called liberations. In this case,
France 24 taking shots at us pre-Liberation Day, talking about all the other great things that Donald Trump has liberated us from, like free speech, free press, right to due process, the Constitution, all that good stuff. It's true. Nobody knew what to expect leading into Liberation Day. We were given little to no information aside from it would be very fair and retaliatory. Very fair retaliation, reciprocal. They tariff us.
This Wednesday, April 2nd, President Donald Trump has declared Liberation Day. What is that? That's the day he's going to announce a broad and historic, sweeping set of tariffs.
Very historic.
Tariffs are taxes on imports. Trump's premise is that America has been ripped off for years by buying cheap foreign goods. So by placing these taxes, he thinks he's going to bring back factory jobs to the U.S.
Americans have been getting ripped off, buying cheap stuff, getting lower prices. It's very much a ripoff to the American people. They should pay more money for things made by Americans.
That will help the economy. Most economists looking at this have instead said the tariffs would raise prices and slow growth, putting the United States in a bad spot. Economists at Yale University's Budget Lab estimated an average family could spend $3,000 to $4,000 more a year because of the tariffs, while growth could slow a full percentage point. Trump is able to impose these taxes without having to go to Congress, and these taxes would be unusually large. One Trump aide suggested they would be as much as $600 billion annually. To put that in perspective, that's the largest tax hike since World War II. Again, the White House's perspective is that foreign countries will pay these taxes, but tariffs are collected at U.S. ports. That means they're often paid by importers, and those prices can be passed along. The administration sees this as a way to reduce government debt, bring back factory jobs, and also force other countries to show the United States.
So we're going to pay off the debt with taxes on the U.S. citizen. That's a good plan. That's a great plan. Which is a regressive tax on the citizenry of the United States to pay off that debt the billionaires haven't been properly contributing to. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure all that stuff's definitely going to happen.
I don't want reality.
All right. Let's keep going through this. The lead up is killing me right now. Whatever is Trump going to decide on these very liberatory tariffs? Everybody was beside themselves trying to figure it out.
With US President Donald Trump due to impose sweeping new reciprocal tariffs on global trading partners on Wednesday, decades of rules-based trade looks set to be upended. This could lead to cost increases and will likely draw retaliation from all sides. The new duties are set to take effect immediately. Here are some of the sectors impacted by US tariffs. Trump has suggested tariffs on pharmaceutical supplies, including medications. That would be a major change, Over the last few decades, pharmaceuticals have generally been exempt from tariffs.
Yeah.
Trump in March threatened to put a 200% tariff on wine, cognac.
Americans don't need alcohol or medicine. Do we need medicine? I mean, come on. Medicine, America.
Come on! Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Got a weak immune system. That's the problem, okay? That's the only reason anybody's ever needed medicine. Yeah, but everybody was wondering to themselves, what are these tariffs going to look like? Very confused. Very much just beside themselves. Trying to figure out what reciprocal tariffs meant. All right, let's get to it. What do you say? Let's to get us more to current. Let's get ourselves to Liberation Day. Okay, let's start it off with the view from the White House. Now, on Liberation Day, I think pretty much everyone, up until the morning of, was expecting Liberation Day to start at the beginning of the day. But Donald Trump, very, very specifically, decided, no, Liberation Day doesn't start until 4:01 p.m. Now, you might be asking yourself, what is the significance of 4:01 p.m.? Well, at 4:01 p.m., that is when the stock market is officially closed. So, I honestly was thinking to myself, what is the purpose of this? Is this to give people one more day to position themselves ahead of the tariffs? Let the stock market have one more good day before it all comes crashing to the ground. I mean, maybe he was hoping if he did it in between the stock market, if he did it while it was closed. Because this is really what I think it is. I think Donald Trump thinks, if I don't do it while the market's open, well, then that means the market can't react to it, actually. Has to be open for them to react. That's probably what Donald Trump is thinking right here he's inside the White House at this moment, probably thinking to himself, actually, we're going to wait till 4:01 p.m., which is why this fucking Reuters video is 8 hours long, because they started it at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock or something like that. If I don't do it while the market's open, it can't crash. It won't happen. That's how the market works, actually. They won't notice. They'll be like, what's even happening? And they'll actually, the market will be fine. Stocks will be good. Truth Social stock will not be affected at all. Truth Social will be the best stock you've ever seen. People will see how much I'm liberating them. They will buy up Truth Social like they never have before. And I'll make billions of dollars. It'll be very exciting. Okay, enough of the view from the White House. Let's get to it. What do you say? We gotta go to the unveiling. I don't know about you, chat, but I am now feeling incredibly liberated already. Up to this point, I was like, "What? Who's liberated? Liberate who? And from what?" And now I'm starting to get it. I'm feeling very liberated. Maybe more liberated than I've ever felt before. People tell me, sir, there's a historical amount of liberation that the world, in fact, the universe, has never seen and will never be repeated. The very best liberator in chief.
In the last few minutes, US President Donald Trump has announced sweeping tariffs on goods imported into the United States from all countries, including the UK. British-made products will face tariffs of 10% from this Saturday. 10% is the baseline tariff applying to all countries in the world. There will, though, be higher, more punitive tariffs on about 60 other countries, which Mr. Trump sees as the worst offenders when it comes to...
I just realized I put this in the wrong order. This is the wrong order. I meant to put this one out. Why is it this? Hold on. Sorry, chat. Okay, I think I fixed it. That's the reaction. We don't want the reaction. We have to go to the source first. That's why I had the White House first, God damn it. There we go. Trump signing the order of tariffs. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump had to declare a national emergency because usually Congress has the authority to do this, not the president.
I think you're going to remember today it's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're
So
going to
free.
have a very free and beautiful nation.
So
It's going to
beautiful
be
and free.
Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country.
No kidding. Look at that. Look at the freedom.
That's a 10. That's a good one. Yeah.
That's a 10. That's a 10. In fact, some people say, you broke the 1 to 10 scale, sir. It's an 11, maybe even a 12. Hard to say, but really, really good. How do you fold things again? I don't know. We need 2 executive orders? Oh, right, because you have to declare a national emergency first, before you sign the tariffs. That's right. That one's a 10 too. They're both 10s. Combined makes 100. That's how math works.
We have 2 documents prepared for the president's signature today. One closes what's referred to as the de minimis loophole with respect to imports from the
Oh, right. One of them is the de minimis loophole, something which has allowed smaller shipments into this country tax-free under a certain dollar amount. I think it's under 1,000 or 500. It's something like that.
The big one is the reciprocal tariff executive order that the president just spoke about.
One guy. Boom, dude. Boom, dude. Boom. Boom, got him. Suck it, America.
This is big stuff.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to the after part. After he gets done signing it. He's like, okay, I did a really good job. Do I get a cookie now? I signed them both.
Mr. President, what do you say to American families who are worried they'll pay more?
I say nothing. I say it's actually fine if you're very rich. And if you're not rich, you're a parasite. Go fuck yourself. I need the music, I need the band standing, I need the grand Grandiose. Yes. I'm like a riverboat captain. I'm like a riverboat casino captain taking this great nation down the St. Lawrence to Niagara Falls, where we are definitely we're going to be fine, actually. The very best riverboat casino anyone's ever seen. The United States is going to have a rake. We're going to rake the people of their money every time you buy something. You get a little rakey rake in there. Yes, everybody, great job. Super great. Listen to the music. That's how you know it's good. That's how you know it's good. Old-timey music helps the tariffs go down. Let's get to the details of this tariff order.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. You have been watching a CBS News special report. Just a short time ago, as you just saw, President Trump declared a national emergency, and by doing so, he created the ability for himself and only himself to regulate and impose tariffs across the board on lots of different countries. He also announced, as part of that tariff structure, a baseline tariff of 10% on all trading partners with the United States, with specific reciprocal tariffs on what he calls the worst offending nations. Now, the White House said that could impact as many as 60 countries in that worst trading partner category. The first round of tariffs, the president said, will go into effect starting April 5th. Now, we're still sifting through a lot of the details at this hour, but here's what we do know. This move will impact friends and foes alike and will very likely change what you pay for everyday items. Despite that, the president's message was, to put it mildly, hopeful and patriotic.
American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as
we brought all 7 steel workers.
Stolen our jobs. Foreign cheaters have.
We spent a lot of time, made sure we got all 7 or 8 of them in the United States to come to this particular ceremony, so I can say, look at all the jobs I'm saving. 7 or 8 guys and be able to keep making steel. That's the best.
Ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream.
Very nasty.
I want to bring in Ouija Chang at the White House. Ouija, this is a day that has been building. There's been anticipation in global markets for weeks. Now it's here. What do we know?
Well, it's not an accident, Major, that this has been building and that all the details were shrouded in mystery until the president could come out into the storied Rose Garden and make it really a show, because we know that is what the president values, especially when it comes to issues that he feels are critical to his agenda. And so, Major, we expected these reciprocal tariffs, but we got more details about how the White House is defining them and who they will impact.
I like
so
specifics.
We know there's about 60 countries that the White House is calling the, quote, worst offenders, they say, that have the worst trade barriers, that have tariffs on American exports, that have currency manipulation. So those countries, which, by the way, include the U.S.'s biggest trading partners, are going to be face a 50% tariff on what the U.S. has calculated that they charge the U.S. So, as an example, they say China's tariffs on the U.S. is 67% total. So there will be now a 34% tariff on all Chinese imports.
What does 67% total mean? Are we just adding them up? 5% here, 10% there, 5% here. That's 20%. So we're going to tariff you 20%. And the math checks out. Do not do it. We already did it. It's fine. Definitely checks out. That's how math works.
It's science.
Also, that baseline of 10% for all other countries, Major. And as you mentioned, the president is saying that this is a national emergency.
This is a
Technically, he had to
national
declare one so that
emergency.
he could regulate imports, but also his language really tried to underscore that. He said that, the U.S. has been looted and pillaged.
This is a national emergency. We are under invasion by economic forces outside of the country. Very nasty people doing things that we all hate. The streets are overrun with untariffed products. They've taken over the United States, all these products that are untariffed. I'm not going to refresh this list. But I mean, we're going to get into the math, how they calculated these, because it's even dumber than it sounds. My estimation of things is maybe too generous. That they just added them up. Actually, they went even further. Becky D with the super chat, incredibly generous. Have a good weekend. Do something fun. Put your feet on the ground and enjoy life. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate you. You're all going to try and do that. Sunday Fun Day will definitely do something fun. It's a guarantee. It's a galactic promise. Every Sunday we get Fun Day. We get more fun than with the rest of the week. Although this week, I'm low on Sunday Fun Day stories right now. A little, well, maybe not that low. But there has been a lot less fun stuff this week. And I know it's saying a lot considering how unfun recent weeks have been, but it's true. But thank you, Becky, for that sweet, sweet super chat. I appreciate you. This is not your first super chat, is it? I feel like you've done more. I can't remember. I think it might be your first one, though. Am I wrong? It's hard to keep track of who has super chatted and who hasn't. Sometimes it tells me. Sometimes it's like, oh, this is the first one, or this is the second, or the third one, or whatever else. And I don't know. Hard for me to keep track of these things, really. Sam on PBD was fun. It's true. And actually, you are totally... Donald James. You're messing with me, man. That's in the list for later. Not today, for Sunday Fun Day. Because that one felt very much Sunday Fun Day. You've already predicted. I don't appreciate you getting ahead of me like that. Predicting future galactic programming like that in such a truly impressive fashion. Make me feel a little too predictable. You know? It's like, geez, am I that transparent? That we're going to have the Sam Seder on PBD episode Sunday? Is the galactic programming that? Wow, that predictable. It's already in the list. It's there. It's waiting. I've already watched it. It's incredible. All right. Let's see what Senator Also Brooks of, is it Maryland? I want to say Maryland. Had to say about Trump's tariffs and Liberation Day. Here's Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago.
To thank Leader Schumer and Senators Kaine and Welch for being here today. You know, President Trump has dubbed today Liberation Day. And I continue to think how tone deaf and how arrogant it is, because I'm asking myself, for whom? You know, who's liberated? And I think that Elon Musk. Yeah, I think the reality of it is that middle class and hardworking families like the one I grew up in, I regard myself in so many ways as having grown up in a blue-collar family. A father who was a car salesman, a mother who's a receptionist, and the fact of the matter is the people who are being liberated are the billionaires. None of his policies, including these tariffs, anticipate any relief for hardworking and middle-class families. And so those who will be liberated are not us. And furthermore, he went on to say very arrogantly, there's going to be a little pain, some minor
Period
pain and
of transition.
but the people that I represent don't regard increasing cost of groceries, increasing cost of owning a home, increasing cost of owning an automobile as a minor disruption. But it is a minor disruption to billionaires who can certainly not only afford the increasing cost of goods, but who will also enjoy a tax cut on the back end of this. We know that the taxes that we're looking at, the tax cuts will net, we believe, Elon Musk about $50 million in tax cuts over a 10-year period. So the cynical nature of these tariffs is really, really very disturbing. And
It really is. You're right, Angela. But she makes a great point. Who's liberated for who? Who's getting liberated exactly? I mean, we're being liberated from our money. I know that. I guess that's one way of being liberated. Liberated of, all sorts of stuff. Our 401ks, perhaps IRAs, whatever. Investments are getting imploded in this moment. But yeah, world leaders had a lot to say about Trump's tariffs. Let's go here to BBC News from yesterday. Many world leaders calling this a major blow to the world economy. 70 likes, Moen up. That's a lot of likes. Hold on.
In a significant moment for global trade, Donald
Please
Trump...
hold. Please hold, ma'am. We gotta go to the Galactic Cantina for 2 more support characters. Thank you for reminding me, Moanope. Yes, okay. Okay. 16 and 18.
Sweeping new taxes on imports from around the world. The president said that America had been ripped off by foreigners for decades. He signed the executive order in the White House Rose Garden and described it as Liberation Day. So let's look at some of the headline figures. There'll be a universal baseline tariff of 10% on all imports coming into the US. Now that's the rate that will be imposed on the UK. The European Union has been hit with a higher 20% tariff, and he imposed an additional 34% tariff on China. That's on top of
That's
the
fine.
20%
We don't buy a lot
tariff
from China.
already announced.
What's that?
Well, our North America correspondent David Willis
They're
begins our coverage.
our number 1 trading partner. We buy a ton of stuff from China. That'll be fine. I got a lot of money, actually. Did that crypto rug pull earlier, and I got the DJT stock. So I'm actually going to be fine. What? Everybody else doesn't own crypto and stocks? Well, they'll be fine. They'll get a lot of money from all those jobs they're going to get. Don't worry. It's going to be great.
This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence.
In the scented surroundings of the White House Rose Garden, President Trump told his audience the United States had been looted, raped and pillaged by nations near and far.
Illegal.
No longer.
So, if you look at that,
The board.
China, first row.
Like a bookie offering odds at a
China!
horse race, the president listed
China,
tariffs
first row.
ranging from a baseline of 10%, which the UK...
I love how he says China first row, and then he gestures to the whole board. China, first row, look at it all. Even though it's just, as he said, the first row. China. Wow, Vietnam's charging us 90%. That's a lot. We've been very fair, actually. Only going to charge them 46%.
The president listed tariffs ranging from a baseline of 10%, which the UK will have to pay, to reciprocal taxes
Incredibly
on countries
fair.
that have measures in place to keep
The
US
British have been
products
very-
out of their markets.
Very nasty to us. Have you heard of the Revolutionary War? They taxed us and our tea. Now we're going to tax them back. No more tea taxes
20% on
for
goods
us.
from EU nations, 24% on products from Japan, all the way to tariffs of 54% on imports from America's biggest trading partner, China.
The United Kingdom 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating.
Car dealers reported a rush to buy motor vehicles ahead of a separate 25% tariff on foreign imports, which came into effect overnight. President Trump believes that combined, these measures will boost American manufacturing and, in his words, make America wealthy again. But some big questions remain unanswered. Will US importers absorb the cost of these tariffs or pass them on to their customers?
Give me a joke.
Yeah, will US manufacturers seek to take more or less profits? I wonder what they would do. But I guess we could just sort of maybe take a lesson from recent history, like the pandemic. You know, Donald Trump back in office then, and many U.S. manufacturers and suppliers and retailers have been accused of enriching themselves beyond their wildest dreams, taking advantage of the fact that there were tariffs on other goods or that there were supply chain problems, and then, you know, passing on the cost of their profits to consumers. They still wanted to continue to profit on a certain basis, and they thought, why not take more money rather than less? I wonder if they'll do the same thing this time, you know? Maybe they'll be nice. Maybe suddenly corporations will be super nice, actually. That's probably what's going to happen, right?
Now, I don't want reality.
Hush, Barkley.
It's a watershed moment for global trade. US President Donald Trump announced universal 10% tariffs on all imports into the US. For some countries, this could be as high as 50%. As the world begins to wake up to the news of these staggering tariffs, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said it was totally unwarranted.
The administration's tariffs have no basis in logic, and they go against the basis of our two nations partnership. This is not the act of a friend. Today's decision will add to uncertainty in the global economy.
On the other side of the Atlantic,
What's the opposite of friend? If we're doing something that's not the action of, what's the opposite of that? I guess it's the action. I guess it would be the actions of an enemy.
Illegal. I did everything right and they indicted me.
is one of the US's closest allies and partners. The bloc was hit with a 20% tariff on all imports. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was the first EU leader to respond to the news. In a statement on Facebook, she said,
"The introduction of tariffs towards the European Union by the USA is a measure that I consider wrong and that does not suit any party. We will do everything we can to work a deal with the United States, aiming to prevent a trade war that would inevitably weaken the West in favour of other global actors."
Awful.
The Irish Prime Minister said there was no justification for the measures. For many economists and political pundits, these sweeping tariffs will have a negative impact. The stock market was already rattled after Trump's announcement. Others say they threaten to push much of the world into an economic recession.
If the EU and other countries retaliate, the loss to the global economy will be 1.4 trillion. That is trillion with a T, dollars. This is one of the most...
And that's on an annual basis, so I'm going to point that out. That's a lot of money.
In addition to being economically illiterate speeches, It is accompanied by one of the most economically damaging actions that have been taken since the last round of high tariffs, which was in the 1930s, which helped lead to the Great Depression.
Be a great period of transitional depression. People don't get it, but we need it to make things better. Very nasty people saying that these tariffs are actually very bad, going to lead to a recession. Reuters from yesterday. Market talk. Investors are right to be worried about a recession.
How will rivals react to President Trump's tariff plans? Well, investor focus now turns to what the reaction from America's trading partners will be after President Trump's move to impose sweeping tariffs on US imports. Vicky Price is Chief Economic Advisor at the CEBR. Vicky, what did you make of the announcement on Wednesday, and how do you expect America's trading partners to react?
We did expect that there would be a tariff announcement, and everyone was sort of prepared, but we weren't quite prepared for the percentage increases that President Trump announced yesterday, and countries are just now getting to grips with what it might mean. But I think the initial reaction, even though a number of them have already said that they will try and sort of retaliate, is to see whether there's anything that can be done between now and the 5th, when the 10% across the board is meant to be operational, or between now and the 9th of April, when the higher increases, which are pretty punishing for many countries, including many developing countries, are meant to come into effect. There is a question about whether there is any negotiating time, whether there is any
4 days of
willingness, by the
negotiation
US to
time.
negotiate, but also.
I mean, what's the point of doing this if we're not going to negotiate them for different things, right? And I mean, I would argue there is no point to this. It's a completely ham-fisted attempt at bringing back the Gilded Age. And not that we didn't already have it. That's the other thing. We already had a Gilded Age. This is really a ham-fisted attempt by Donald Trump to, gain respect, I think, more than anything, which is going to affect everyone, not just Americans. This is going to have ripples across the entire global economy. It already is having ripples across the global economy. Just in preparation to this, the markets, globally speaking, were already struggling with the math of all of this, especially because Donald Trump wasn't being clear. The uncertainty wasn't helping, and then the certainty didn't help either. But the fact is yes, this is absolutely going to lead to a recession. Because what is a recession? It's simply a degrowth, right? And on principle, I'm not sure I have a huge problem with degrowth, but the way it's being done, without any backstop to help people, we got real problems. We got huge fucking problems. If we had, luxury space communism, or at the very least some democratic socialism going on, with safety nets and everything else that would take care of every citizen and all of the things, rather than having a completely dismantled government right now, maybe we would be in a position to actually maybe have some benefits in terms of because the reason I say this is because we talked about degrowth in the past as it relates to the environment, right, and the necessity for us to rework some things in capitalism, and our focus on growth. But the way this is being done is not going to help anybody. And the fact is we aren't going to be switching off of fossil fuels. Along with all this, we're going to be doing more fossil fuels, supposedly. I'm getting off topic. The fact is this is going to cause a recession, lack of growth, and perhaps negative growth, right? There may be and not just maybe, there's going to be, almost undoubtedly, a lack of interest in, businesses doing the things that they normally do, right? Like making investments, something that they already hate doing in many ways, rather than stock buybacks. Investments, another thing companies can do. Whatever, building out this or that facility, right, for manufacturing and things like that. It's going to be they're going to be disincentivized to do this in many ways. Consumers are going to be disincentivized to consume, right? People are going to cut back on spending. People were already cutting back on spending because of inflation that already existed, completely or almost completely devolved from, devoid of the discussion of tariffs, right? It's all got to do with the fact that, there has been continued hoarding going on, continued price fixing and other things that are going on that are pushing prices up at the rates that they've been going up. And this doesn't address any of that, and in fact just adds on further costs to regular consumers. And the fact is even super rich people who aren't going to be genuinely affected by this are still going to, just mathematically speaking, be forced to consume less. One less yacht, one less, investment property, one less whatever, because the costs of doing that are going to go up. Because it doesn't matter what sector you look at, we do trade with every single country, and each country has different products that they send to or whatever, have some sort of relation in our economy to this or that thing, right? Whether it's construction materials from Canada, autos, from a slew of different countries. It's not just Canada, but my point is like, go down the list. We don't have time to do every single one, but it is, going to artificially create barriers to doing business in general. So if you're thinking that growth is going to continue the way it has, it's not. It is not, and that's going to create all sorts of other dominoes, or a domino effect, if you will, across vast swaths of the entire economy. I can't even think of a single thing that this isn't going to affect that isn't already being affected by Trump, right? Like in some other way. Let's see one of the props Donald Trump dragged out at this speech here. A human prop. An auto worker.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! I believe that's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second. Okay?
Come on, Brian.
I just see him sitting. He's been
We brought you here for a reason.
And he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please.
Brian is a genius.
Thank you.
Look at that hat. This guy knows stuff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire...
What was that clap?
Trump came along.
What is this most awkward clap I've ever seen in my life?
Time until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after...
I love how you think Ronald Reagan was the best president of your lifetime, but in the same sentence, you're going to talk about how auto manufacturing plants got shut down, as if Reagan didn't have a ton to do with that. Okay. Okay. That is funny, though. That is funny. I like that. Now, let's talk about something here that we've been talking about practically every single week. The price of eggs. And something is happening with the price of eggs, which I found to be fascinating. And I think it has everything to do with something we don't talk a hell of a lot about. But it's just, supply and demand. Macroeconomic force. The supposed invisible hand of the market. Well, you know what? People, I think we have an actual example of this actually happening one time. It doesn't happen often. Usually the supply side controls much more than the consumers, right? On the demand side. But the fact is, we've been talking about eggs a shit ton. Not just us, but literally everyone. And those prices have been going up and up and up and up. And it's something that people have genuinely depended on for their breakfasts. And generally, you put eggs in a lot of stuff. You might not realize this, but eggs go in a shit ton of things. But the fact is, I think a lot of people have sort of just written off eggs entirely at this point. Like, as if they're, oh, eggs? What are you, a king? No, I haven't eaten an egg in many months.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And I think that may be the reason why we have this story here from King 5 Seattle. Because apparently, at least as of yesterday, wholesale eggs have apparently dropped in price.
Some good news for your grocery budget. According to the Agriculture Department, wholesale eggs dropped to $3 per dozen. That is a 9% decline from the week prior. The American Farm Bureau says the lower costs come from fewer bird flu cases and consumers buying fewer eggs, which has helped stores restock. However, egg prices remain historically high. They are
Even King 5 mentioned the fact that consumers just stopped buying eggs. And so suddenly, grocers couldn't just jack up their prices because they were going to run out. Because then suddenly eggs were sitting on shelves going unsold. This may happen. This is something I talked about before. But if times get tough enough just for regular folks, there will be deflationary effects because people will just stop eating. People will just stop buying this or that thing. They'll just be like, fuck it. I'll eat rice every day, whatever it might be. Which is maybe the most horrifying way to have deflation happen. It would be nice if maybe producers would stop charging more, or retailers would stop charging more, or whomever who actually has their fingers on the price buttons would stop charging more, just of their own volition. But at some point, those two forces do have to meet up. Let's talk more about groceries and what those Trump tariffs are going to mean for them.
All important groceries will be affected as well. Matt Gutman is at a grocery store in Los Angeles. And Matt, tell us what you're seeing there.
Hey, good morning, Michael. When it comes to groceries, economists project that if consumers are made to absorb the entirety of the 20% import tariffs on Europe, things like this, olive oil from Italy, $20 now, it'll be up to $24. And something else that folks are really not going to like, alcohol could also rise by that 20% as well. But not just imported alcohol from Europe, but also domestically produced alcohol because of the tariffs on aluminum and on glass. Something else.
But I love how they skipped over that one. It was really a cute move from ABC. I don't know if they have like ad dollars with any like alcohol beverage producers or anything like that. But I'm just going to point this out to you. There is no way that the tariff on the bottle itself is going to add up to the same tariff on the entire product that's coming into the country. But those fucking companies will try and convince you of that as best as they can. ABC's here to try and convince you that that's the same thing. It's not. I promise you, it's a tiny fraction of that cost. So I just want you to be aware of that, because the fact is, when you go to the grocery store next time to buy something like that, you know, whatever, a beer or a wine, remember that those guys, if they're charging 20% more, it's not because the cost of the glass, the cost of the aluminum suddenly went up. They are just profiting. They're just trying to profit off of you, okay? There is no fucking way that it amounts to what the full tariff on the cost of an entire good coming into the United States, right? Not just part of that good. And these companies are going to try their very best. American companies, even though we're being told American companies just love America, what American companies actually love is money. And so they are going to try and hide behind these tariffs, sort of, what's the word? Try and blend in to the environment on the shelves. And they're going to raise their prices as much as they possibly can, okay? In fact, they're going to look at the prices of their competitors coming in from, other countries and say, well, we can charge the same amount, because people have no fucking choice, right? They're going to drink, they're going to eat, they're going to whatever. And I say we don't allow them. And if we see them playing those kind of games, we should boycott them.
The USDA says about 80% of...
To whatever degree we can without literally starving ourselves.
Food consumption in the U.S. comes from high tariff countries: India, Indonesia, China, Canada, Vietnam. So that could rise. But there are a couple of bright spots. The folks here at the Sabzi market say that meat, poultry, eggs, dairy, they're likely not going to change much. Also, take a look at this produce display here. And despite the tariffs on Mexico and Canada, the folks here at markets like this don't expect produce to rise much more.
I mean, one of the reasons why things like dairy are probably not going to rise is because we do produce most of it nationally, but also because those prices have basically, like we were just talking about, sort of hit their peak, right? Like, people just stopped buying these things because they were too expensive. They're like, I can't afford it. I can't afford butter or eggs today, because since when is eggs $10? Since when is, like, it's just out of control. And it was exceeding demand. The prices were not sustainable in that particular case. But we are absolutely going to see the things that we buy, consumer goods are going to continue to go up. And a lot of, there's plenty of imported stuff that Americans eat, right? Sure, we do make a lot of our vegetables, but also there may be some problems with those things too. And at some point, if Trump keeps deporting all of the migrants, we're going to run out of workers to pick the vegetables. So that might be a problem. Might not be tariff related, but it's certainly Trump related, policy-wise. Oh my God, we just blew through the break. Oh, whoa.
That's too much, man!
That is too much, you're right. Okay. We're going to keep talking about Liberation Day after the break. But we need to do some galactic messages first here with this space intermission. Well, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon while you're at it, so you get the latest galactic notifications and you don't miss a single spacecast. And I must also implore you to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. That's right, the space fams keep us afloat here in low Earth orbit. You can help as well. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships. Of course, the more members that we get, the more emotes our space fans get to enjoy in the YouTube chat. We got Twitch, bits, subscriptions, and on-screen celebrations, Cash App, and PayPal if you'd rather all of your money go directly to the Galactic News Network, rather than having it be funneled through either YouTube or Twitch. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon, become a Galactic patron. Only $3 to get an unworldly amount of sweet, sweet Patreon benefits. Avatar on stream, shoutouts, and so much more. I'm going to recommend that you just go onto the website and find out for yourself what you can get access to for just a few US dollars a month. And remember, if we only got a couple dollars a month from our subscribers here on YouTube, we would be set with the financial bills. So do consider helping keep the GNN alive. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Well, Space Fams, I think you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. So get those seatbelts back on, get back in your seat, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest content from this here Spacecast. Alright, back to Liberation Day. Anybody feeling more liberated yet? Alright, let's get back on the sweet Liberation Day talk. Now, Republican Senator Thom Tillis recently expressed his concerns about Trump's tariffs, specifically on farmers. You know, not on the poor people, who they're going to affect most. Just farmers. But let's see what the Ministry of Truth had to say about this concern. Caroline Levitt here to tell us that's very stupid, I'm sure.
You talk about the impact on everyday Americans. I wanted to ask you about that because the impact on farmers is a big concern I've heard voiced by many Republicans like Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina. I want to play for you what the senator has said and also what a local farmer in North Carolina is saying.
Anyone who says there may be a little bit of pain before we get things right need to talk about farmers who are one crop away from bankruptcy. They don't have time.
In western North Carolina alone, Helene caused over $2.5 billion of crop losses. These tariffs are pouring salt in a wound that is just now beginning to heal.
To that farmer, the president says what?
The president is standing up for American farmers. In fact, he was joined here at the White House yesterday by many of them. We have seen China, the Chinese Communist Party, buying up, gobbling up American farmland. The president is doing what's right for these farmers, and to our fellow Americans, we encourage them to buy American. And you look at the effect.
Wait, if China buys farmland in the United States, does the food that comes out of those, and when she says China, does she mean China or just Chinese people? Like the government of China is buying land in the United States? Is that true, or are you just using Chinese people and China interchangeably again, Caroline? But if they're making food in the United States, if China is buying land and they're making food for Americans, does that still count as Chinese? Like you tariff that too? But also, how does the tariff situation solve anything that Caroline's talking about? How does tariffing Chinese goods solve this imagined problem that China is taking over U.S. farmland?
Of the tariffs by the investments that have poured into our country thus far. Even before the president made this announcement yesterday, he has secured trillions of dollars in investments right here in the United States of America. And he has the backs of our farmers, our workers, and our in companies as well who are choosing to invest in the United States.
Well, I mean, that woman is a farmer, and that woman says that this feels like salt in a wound that is only beginning to heal. She does not seem to want these tariffs at all. I mean, the president has acknowledged that Americans could feel some pain with these tariffs, with this announcement. How much pain is the president comfortable with Americans feeling, even on a temporary basis?
Scale of 1 to 10.
Well, again, to that wonderful American farmer, the president has your back and he wants to protect you and your family-owned farm. That is the point of these tariffs. As far as
are you going to do anything to ease the pain?
Well, absolutely. We're working.
I wonder if China having tariffed canola exports and other sorts of agricultural exports from the United States helps U.S. farmers? Do you think it does? I wonder. There's less people to buy the goods that farmers are creating, growing. Is that bad or good?
That every single day. The American people and the naysayers need to look at the whole of government economic approach that this administration is taking. The president has already launched a
I get it now. Caroline, thank you so much. What do I do without the Ministry of Truth? The words of Caroline Levitt. We're just being naysayers, everybody. Write that down. You're being a naysayer, and you're not looking at the big picture, okay, stupid? Come on. If you look at the whole of the Trump administration, they're actually making it much, much worse. Because while they're tariffing all this stuff, and while U.S. goods are being tariffed reciprocally by other countries, we're also getting rid of all the workers who, say, pick those crops, right? So it's actually going to make it even worse than you thought. So stop being a naysayer. Okay. Let's take a look at the math of all of this. We've been talking about this. And Trump, brought out the board earlier. We looked at the board, and it's got some of the countries on it that they're tariffing and how nice we're being. We're only tariffing them by half of what they're tariffing us, supposedly. That seems very fair. I wonder if that math checks out. Let's go to Reuters from yesterday, see if they have any insight on this.
During his Rose Garden ceremony on Wednesday, Trump was brandishing these three panels of lists of countries, 59 countries, all with what the administration has determined is the tariff that they impose on U.S. goods coming into their country and the effective tariff that the U.S. will impose in kind. The thing is, this formula, in fact, just turns out to be a simple set of arithmetic based on a country's trade surplus with the United States, good trade surplus with the United States, divided by the value of its exports into the United States. So, for instance, South Korea, which has a free trade agreement with the United States, the trade surplus that South Korea runs, divided by the exports sold in the United States, delivers a 50% tariff, and South
Oh my God. This is the most nonsensical way to have come to any of these conclusions. So, the mathematics by which I'm trying to figure out who did this. I think it's got to be Howard Lutnick, okay? I could be wrong on this guess, but this feels like a Howard Lutnick move. He loves Donald Trump. The guy seems to be around Trump at all times. He's the new Commerce Secretary, of course. And he's not going to contravene anything Donald Trump has ever said. And so I'm sure at some point he was going to have to explain how they came to this conclusion. And so what did they do? They came up with just a completely nonsensical mathematical equation that it's almost an insult. It truly is an insult to mathematics and science.
It's science.
To suggest this is because it's math based upon bullshit. Basically, and I'm guessing it. It's not clear 100% that Howard Lutnick's the one who came up with this equation, but this is like if math. It's like the emperor has no clothes. If it was a maths equation, right? I looked at it. It's like M1. It's like I don't have the actual thing, but it's the most stupid equation anyone's ever come up with. One of the most. If you don't, if we exclude phrenology and some other things, but basically, like reverse engineered an equation based upon the musings of Donald Trump, right? It's like, okay, you know how tariffs are actually trade deficits? They've been very nasty to us with the trade deficits. It's why the U.S.'s budget deficit is so big. And that's why we're going to tariff them and their trade deficits. It's like, it just took a bunch of Trump words and turned it into a math equation, like pretending that a trade deficit has anything to do with a tariff or that it is somehow a tariff. And, you know, it was like, here, Trump, here's an equation that makes no sense at all based upon trade deficits and exports, and not tariffs, a reciprocal tariff that's not based upon the tariff that it's supposedly reciprocal to. No, it's one that's based upon just how many goods the U.S. buys from that country. It has nothing to do with whether or not that country has any tariffs on the country at all. And so this is why I'm saying this there is no negotiating this, right? Like, there is only convincing Trump that he's wrong. And that's, which one's harder? Negotiating with Trump or convincing him he's wrong?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Like just think about it, right? Because he has time and time again reiterated his belief that somehow trade deficits are the same thing as a budget deficit. And nothing so far has managed to convince him otherwise. So how do we convince him that this tariff isn't actually based upon tariffs? It's not a reciprocal tariff, right? Because, like, how do you get other countries to drop tariffs that don't exist, right?
Give me a joke.
Like, how do you do that? It sounds, I mean, it's beyond far. I was gonna say far-fetched, but it's like, I mean, it's like Twilight Zone-esque. All right, we need you to take down all these nasty tariffs that you have against us. Which tariffs? You know, all the nasty 70% tariffs. We don't have a 70% tariff on the United States. Well, you're going to have to drop it regardless of if it exists or doesn't exist. You're going to have to create it so you can drop it. It's very, very wrong. And then stop selling America all those goods that you're selling us. Like, that's basically what we're going to have to do, is tell them, when we say drop the tariff, we mean stop selling the United States your products that the Americans want, right? It's not like Americans aren't the ones buying these products that are creating this trade deficit that Donald Trump seems to think is the budget deficit that we're now basing these tariffs, these supposedly reciprocal tariffs on. And it's like, if anything, he should just be convincing the American people to stop buying foreign, right? Not tariffing them, right? Like that. Oh, God. But it's Americans who are the ones who are buying all this stuff. It's not like, you know, there's some cabal, like this world cabal, like forcing Americans to buy foreign goods. No, it's a product of many decades of policy and open, like, trade and all this other shit. But one man who I never expected to come out, and I've listened to enough CNBC in recent years to know that this man, one of the least expected people to come out and complain about Donald Trump, to say one nasty word, one very nasty word about Donald Trump. But Jim Cramer.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Right now. That's right, Jim Cramer. The man with the soundboard of CNBC. The wrongest man on Wall Street. Look it up. Is actually, for the first time, coming out and saying he was wrong to have believed Donald Trump. I don't know what he means by this, but I found this to be a fascinating little interview here. CNN from yesterday.
Breaking news, Vice President J.D. Vance just saying the Trump administration is, quote, feeling good about Trump's tariffs.
We're feeling good. Look, I frankly thought in some ways it could be worse in the markets because this is a big transition. You saw the president said earlier today, it's like a patient who was very sick. We did the operation.
Don't be creepy.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife, and now it's time to make the patient better, and that's exactly what we're doing.
It's a sick patient, I see.
All right, this says Jim Cramer from CNBC's Mad Money, who has never been a free trader, right? So he's not just out here to go against them. He's saying the White House doesn't seem to understand what it's trying to do, and that the...
No, what I love in this analogy, I mean, if you look at the U.S. economy, you have unemployment at near record lows, right? Stock market's at all-time highs. These are the things that, you know, the centrists, the capitalists love, right? Like, they've been making record profits year after year on the, you know, public companies and the stock market. And, you know, what part of the sick patient, I mean, we're talking about prices, right? We're talking, that's, I mean, I assume that's what he's talking about, but, like, you know, all the things that Republicans supposedly love all suddenly going out the window.
Reciprocal tariffs are not reciprocal. And could do tremendous damage. So out right now, Jim Cramer of CNBC's Mad Money and Squawk on the Street, all on CNBC, that incredible network that I will love to the day I die.
Just so great to be here with you, Erin.
So, and I'm so thrilled that we're able to talk. Okay, so what the heck is going on?
Well, I'm let down because I'm not a free trader. I'm a fair trader, always have been from the days when you worked with me at CNBC.
Yep.
And what I was hoping was that a coordinated thing where if you are charging us 20%, we charge you 20%. Instead of a car where we're only making you pay 2.5 and you're not letting us in, we try to get things better. But instead,
so on a specific thing, you go, if they're 10 on a car, you go 10 on a car.
But I went deep on the numbers today, and the numbers did not make any sense. I was absolutely
I was doing like bananas in Vietnam. You did Cramerica.
Well, I just said, you know, it's one of these things where if I'm doing 100 billion and you're letting me do 10 billion and I'm letting you do 100 billion, there was a way to be able to make it work. But the numbers that they did, and they had this ridiculous. I mean, that was the chart that they had with the mathematical equation. I mean, are you kidding me? How about just like
it looked like an Einstein.
I know. How about the fact that it was just wrong?
Yeah. Wow.
What bothered me, Aaron, was that they really
even
did,
Jim
over
Cramer.
and over again, the president said, "Listen, it's going to be reciprocal. So you do it, we do it, and that was going to be so good." And I really believed in it. And I feel like because I am.
You are a sucker. You are a fucking idiot, Jim. And I mean. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Oh, but it's amazing. Jim Cramer, money ghoul on CNBC, let down by Donald Trump. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, let down by Trumpy. How could you, Trump? How could you let down Jim Cramer? That's usually my line, Mozart. At two, Jim Cramer. Really, Jim? I thought we were buddies. I thought you liked me and my awesome greatness. And now you're saying mean, nasty things like the math ain't mathin'. That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
How could you? You're like, Brutus, you've stabbed me in the heart. How could you? Is this a Shakespearean tragedy? I thought the tariffs were going to make America liberated.
People may have noticed that the stock market tanked yesterday. It's back to I think September 2024 levels. There's a lot of
it's worse than that now.
Stock market people who are upset, but and of course this is just another prime example of why.
Just a quick update on that. It's no longer at September 24 levels. Actually, it's now receded to, I believe, pre-April 2024. So over 1 year of gains on the stock, and historic gains, I would point out. I mean, the stock market was hitting all-time highs for the entire year. even with everything going on, line was just going up over and over and over again. But now that entire year's worth of gains was wiped out in the last week and a half, right? The lead up to, and then the last couple days of trading since the tariffs were actually announced, revealed on Liberation Day, we have wiped out just a massive sum of money on the stock market. 6 more months, really, if you think about it, in a 24-hour period. Just wild.
You may not want all of your eggs in the 401k basket. The last time we had a stock market crash like this was during COVID, but of course that was, to a large extent, that was because people weren't sure what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Prior to that, it was the 2008 financial crisis.
Right, and I mean that's partly with what led up to the last 2 days was an incredible period of volatility over the last month, an incredible amount of uncertainty once Donald Trump took office and started doing the bunch of shit he didn't say he was going to do, and things started imploding. But not nearly as fast as the last 2 days. Like it was mostly, it was a slow line down rather than a sharp line down. And then the tariffs came.
It took about 5 or 6 years for the stock market to return to 2008 levels. I don't think it did maybe until 2014.
Yeah.
And if you had decided and been anticipating retiring at age 65, you may have had to wait until you were 70, or you may have had a lot less money than you had anticipated.
Get back to
so
work.
The stock market, obviously important in the lives of a lot of people, particularly obviously people who are looking to retire. But it makes the importance of Social Security that much more obvious. Social Security, it is completely within our control how much money you will get when you hit retirement age. But really, the real problem with the tariffs is ultimately going to be the inflation that it causes. And then the rejiggering of the relationship the United States has with the rest of the world. Because, you get a couple of mulligans, but at one point the rest of the world goes, they're insane. And we don't necessarily need them as much as they think we do. Obviously, we have a big consumer base, but if we make their products 50% higher overnight, that consumer base is really not terribly relevant to them. We'll talk more about this with David Dayen, but this is, and Dayen has a theory that these aren't even really tariffs. They're just sort of some type of vindictive punishment. Or,
it's really not. They're really not tariffs.
There is no...
It's not even a theory.
There is no cohesive policy around this. And that...
We just talked about it, but there's not even a theory. It's just a fact. They're not based upon... It's not a reciprocal tariff. It's not based upon... in effect, it will be a tariff, but it is, like he's saying, it's retaliation for having sold Americans stuff. How dare you sell America the things that they want?
Illegal.
It's very nasty of you to do that.
I tried to explain to the 4 numbnuts yesterday, you can have a tariff. Tariffs can be effective if you have an overall plan to build an industry, or maybe even a region of the country, for instance, based upon what they consume. And you have all of these different efforts to build out an industry, they can make sense. But there's no rhyme or reason to any of what is being done here. But we'll talk more about that with David Dayen. But here is what's fascinating is to watch the members of this administration. There's obviously a couple who believe in this to create some type of world dominance, or I don't know what it is. But Scott Bessent was like a sort of a more or less a normie financial guy at one point. God knows what happened to his brain, but it's hard to imagine this guy believes the things he's saying now. And we'll get to Howard Lutnick, the same thing. It's hard to imagine these guys are believing what they're saying. This is beyond putting a lipstick on a pig. It's not fair to the pig in this instance. But here's Bessent talking out in front of the White House to Brett Baier.
Down across the board. People are looking at their 401ks and they worry about it. What do you say to them tonight?
Brett, I say that what we are doing is we're setting the stage for long-term economic growth, that we were on our way to a financial crisis. I used to teach a history of financial crises, and with that gigantic government spending, it was unsustainable. You look back in 1998, you look back in 2007, right before it looked great, that everything collapsed. So, I mean, it looked great right before everything collapsed.
Did it look great, though? I mean, the stock markets were going up and all this other stuff, but there was clearly warning signs. I mean, it's almost like he didn't see The Big Short. Because, if I recall correctly, those guys were screaming from the rooftops about how things weren't great. For some amount of time before things were actually not great. Remember that? I don't know. I didn't mean to spoiler things for you. But,
we have taken us off that trajectory, and we are putting ourselves back onto a sound trajectory.
Okay, wait a second. We may have to listen to.
But no, I love how instead of talking about the tariffs, what did he say? He was. God, I got distracted by the second stupid thing that he said. But, oh my God, Scott Bessent, truly genius. Let me hear that. What was it again?
You look back in 1998, you look back in 2007, right before it looked great.
No, before that.
For long-term economic growth, that we were on our way to a financial crisis. I used to teach a history of financial before everything collapsed. So we have taken us all.
I honestly feel like what Scott is trying to do here is basically obfuscate the fact that all of this economic woe that the United States is now seeing, in much degree, is basically their fault right now. It's basically, some of the things predated them, sure, technically. But yeah, he's just answering a different question. He's just like. He's decided, I didn't like that question very much, so let me answer a different question.
Tank the stock market. This guy's saying we were on we were headed towards a crash. And how do you know? Because things look good. And before there was a crash, before things looked good.
Because of how good they
in this
were.
Sense, and the reason why we're headed for a crash is because our government debt, which incidentally is absolutely in no way, in zero way, helped by these tariffs. Because one of two things happens. Either we have massive inflation because people just keep buying these products, and that supposedly funds the government, which of course they're going to do tax cuts, so it's all going to get offset anyways. Or it's just, or people don't buy these products. They try and find others, which of course there's upward pressure on those prices, because I got news for you. There may be a couple of industries, Trump threatened the car manufacturers with this, but just about in every other industry, if they know their competition is costing 50% more, guess what they know? We can raise it 5% and we're going to look like we're the good guys.
Exactly.
So this whole theory is just bizarro. Play this again. Listen carefully to what he's saying. He's not responding to the question. And then he's saying, the way you know a crash is coming, it's because everything looks good.
1998, you look back in 2007, right before it looked great, that everything collapsed. So, I mean, it looked great right before everything collapsed. So we have taken us off that trajectory, and we are putting ourselves back onto a sound trajectory.
You said 10% over 10 years would be $2.5 trillion coming in. You know, you look at this list of all these countries, and there's some policy decisions here. China is at 34%, added to the 20% already, so that's 54% on Chinese goods.
Yep.
Are they going to come back with something big?
Well, we'll see what they do. Is my
This is a wild number, though. It is a fucking wild number. 50% more for everything that comes from China. I mean, sorry, I'm looking something up right now. In 2024, U.S. goods imports from China was nearly $500 billion, $440 billion. $440 billion. Which means that U.S. consumers are going to pay $250 billion just on Chinese goods alone coming into this country if they don't just stop buying. But that's insane.
To every country right now is do not retaliate, sit back, take it in, let's see how it goes. Because if you retaliate, there will be escalation. If you don't retaliate,
this is honestly like, I mean, particularly with his with Donald Trump, who incidentally was found civically liable for sexually assaulting a woman. He's in a court of law. I report, you decide. This guy basically saying, we are attacking all of these countries, and I would tell them, lay back, just take it in. That's what he says. Take it in. Let's see what happens. Now, I don't know if that's his way of trying to signal to other countries, we're doing our best to take the Mad King off the ledge here, and we're hoping to roll back all this stuff.
This is their best.
It's hard to know what he's talking about there.
Seriously, though, if this is their best at talking the Mad King off of the ledge, I would argue these guys are not fit for service. Because we are off the ledge now, officially careening off the ledge into the abyss. Okay, 54% tariffs on all Chinese goods, on top of any of the other tariffs that exist. Whether it's the aluminum, steel, auto, or whatever other tariffs that they've now put into place. I mean, if that, among all the other insane tariffs that they've now put in place, is somehow them having talked him off the ledge, I don't want to know what no reins even looks like. I guess we would make it illegal to sell things to the United States. I mean, what's the next step? What's further being, what is his estimate? What is, oh my God. Anyway, that's going to be it for now for Liberation Day. We are going to be talking more about, don't you worry. There's still global impacts. Right now, we just kind of really been talking about the United States. What's been happening here in the United States. We're going to, once we get to the global, the Earth half, we're going to be going right back talking about this, I'm afraid. It's sort of been the news of the week. I hate to tell you. But let's just wrap it all up with this here. This was today's market. I found it. I found a live feed from today's market. Started off very similar to yesterday's. Down almost 3% on the open. And then over a period of 6.5 hours, got much, much worse. Down to 4.25% there by whatever that is, noon. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's 5.25% down on the Dow. Ending the day down almost 6%. I'm just going to pull this up now. Look at some of the economic indicators here. See just what's happened this week. I mean, this graph that you're looking at here, this is the volatility index, the VIX as it's called, spiked today to 45.3, a number which has not been seen in 5 years. The last time it was anywhere near that was back in 2020 at the height of COVID, the very beginning of the pandemic, honestly. You can see here, this is March 1st, 2020. But if you just look over the week, this is what this has done. I mean, it was down here and doubled from 22 to 46. But over the last number of months, it's been spiking. It was at 15 down here in February. You know, but in anticipation of all this, like I said, volatility has been climbing steadily over the last month. You look at things like bonds, they have been going down precipitously as people shed themselves of stocks. People have been buying bonds big time. They hit their high back in January and are now big down. And of course, the bonds react differently than the stocks. The more people buy of bonds, the lower it goes. So yeah, for the last 3 months, essentially, it's just been a straight line down. Global markets have been getting hammered. Germany down 5% on the day. France down 4.25%. London, UK down 5%. The Dow ended 5.5% down. The S&P down almost 6%. Same, the Nasdaq down over 6.25%. These indices losing thousands and thousands of points over this week. Most of it from the last 2 days, as you can see. There was some actual recovery. People, thinking positive going into Liberation Day, and then Thursday morning it absolutely plummeted, and resulting by the end of the week here down 2,000 points on the Nasdaq. Well, there you go. But one other thing I'd like to point out while we're here, I forgot. This is going to be really problematic for anybody who was looking to retire. People who had retirement savings. Now, of course, not everybody has a great deal of retirement savings, but for people who did, or who at least had some, who were looking to retire, their savings have taken a huge hit. I mean, the S&P is probably the most, if I'm not mistaken, the most held index in retirement portfolios, if I'm not mistaken. This is how much it has come down. If you go here, it was at, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the ETF. Okay, so if you go here, S&P, it's 61.44, which was an all-time high. This was February 19th, 1 month after Donald Trump had taken office. Since then, in 1 month, like 1 month and a week, it went from 61.44 down to 5,074. So let's do that math real quick. It's almost 20%. It's like 18%, I think. 5,074. Sorry, gotta bring up my calculator here on my phone. 5,074 over 6. What was it again? 61.47. That is 18%. That is 17.5% of people's savings just sort of imploded. In the last month. right? Since February 20th, with all this volatility and all these tariffs now combined, has utterly destroyed the savings of people. If you go back, it's been quite some time since we saw a number like that. Back here, April 25th, almost a full year since we've been down where we're at right now. Back an entire year of gains wiped out for people's retirement portfolios. Now, of course, the majority of the money on the stock market is not owned by the vast majority of people, instead by a tiny group of people, but there's still plenty of people out there who are counting on this savings for their retirement. Now it's all gone. Meanwhile, they're kicking people off of Social Security. This is going to be very bad for people. Some of the stocks people are in are 90% above their actual real worth. Oh, yeah. Well, we could talk about valuations on the stock market. We are genuinely in a bubble. I've been talking about how we have been in a growing bubble, multiple asset bubbles, whether it be real estate, crypto, or the stock market. And, this may be the first domino to fall in this situation. It's why I put the breadline. It's why I put the depression breadline on the thumbnail. Because with the Trump administration dismantling the very government entities intended to backstop things like this, we are going to be left in a fucked up situation. But, Donald Trump is sort of just one, he's of one thinking on all of this. And I think it is best summed up with this clip right here. In many ways.
Still more immigrants from the future arrived at the time border today, some even bringing their entire families. The purplish goo that they have on their bodies when they arrive is an ectoplasmic side effect of the time travel process. This is all giving scientists a great opportunity to learn even more about American life in the future. Chris Hall joins us now. Chris? Yes, there are incredible things we're learning about Americans in the future, Aaron. It appears that in the future, Americans have evolved into a hairless, uniform mix of all races. They are all one color, which is a yellowy, light brownish, whitish color. It seems race is no longer an issue in the future because all ethnicities have mixed into one. Perhaps most interesting is how this has affected their language. That people in the future...
Sorry, this is not the part that I wanted.
Easy time finding work. Since they offer to work for such low wages, they're being hired all over America. This is bullcrap! Well, I ain't standing for this! I'm mad as hell! All right, folks, my name is Daryl Weathers, and I'm with the Construction Workers Union. I work with a lot of fine men who have families to feed. I don't know about y'all, but we worked long and hard to get our pay up to a level where we could make a decent living. And now these people from the future are showing up and offering to do the same work for next to nothing. They took our jobs. Yeah, they took our jobs.
That's right, they took our jobs. They took our jobs. They sold us things from China. We should have been making them in America. Fuck yeah! Time for the pile. Everybody get on the pile. You know what I'm talking about. All right, he took our jobs. You know, one guy is here to help us with all of that. Oh, wait, no. He's not going to help us with all. No, he's actually just going to try and buy our government. That being Elon Musk. That's right, Elon. He's giving Americans back their money for voting in their elections.
It's
like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States. This is insane. Like, this has got to stop. It's got to stop at the federal level and at the state level.
Don't be creepy.
But let me first hand out 2 $1 million checks in appreciation. Okay, so the first check goes to Nicholas Jacobs.
Yeah. This, remember this from this week? I know it was so long ago. This entire 5 days ago. Elon was in Wisconsin handing out $1 million checks to get people to vote, which does sound like bribery. Does sound like bribery. Go Wobegon.
Hi, hello, good morning, and welcome back to Even More News Monday edition.
Welcome to it. I'm Cody, that was Katie, and this is the morning news of your favorite day of the week, Monday.
Jonathan's also here.
Hi, good morning to all of you listening at earliest 3 p.m.
I know. But maybe you're waking up. We've got to have some listeners that this is their morning when they get it in the evening. But I need to stress that it is morning while we're recording because it feels like it's morning to us.
Right. What are we talking about? Who can we talk about?
So Elon Musk, that guy, has been in
the inventor,
the great state of Wisconsin. Yeah, inventor, innovator, Iron Man Elon Musk was in Wisconsin this weekend. To try to, let me see if I can use delicate words here, bribe people to vote for a conservative Supreme Court candidate. Or if you prefer, not bribe, as the Wisconsin State Supreme Court, which is controlled 4-3 by liberal justices, declined to take the Attorney General's case, saying he can't pay people $1 million to entice them to vote.
Let's read this tweet of his that he deleted, actually, to make clear what he's doing. On Sunday night, I will give a talk in Wisconsin.
Why did he delete?
Entrance is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election.
Why did Elon unfree his speech? Why would he do such a thing? Delete a tweet? But a tweet it's like a historical record. Deleting, but those were your free thoughts. Why would you judge yourself for your thoughts?
I will also personally hand over 2 checks for $1 million each in appreciation for you taking the time to vote. This is super important. He has since deleted that.
That's good of him.
So that's good. Maybe he knows that maybe what he's doing is really, really illegal. Blatantly illegal. But maybe he doesn't.
Did he replace?
Yeah, good point, Cody. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. It's not clear. Why else would you want to delete such a nothing burger, banal sort of tweet such as this? What I also find fascinating about this is that literally everything that is said here in this tweet was also said live on camera at a public event. And he thinks that somehow deleting this tweet's going to solve it. Oh, the courts will never be able to find the evidence.
I don't want reality.
But yeah, they're right. It does seem blatantly sort of just illegalish, and definitely a lot like bribery. Maybe election tampering from a foreign individual in our elections. But if you didn't hear, turns out that didn't go super good. Yeah. Because Suzanne Crawford, that's right, she won. That's right. Even with Elon Musk pouring in an unprecedented amount of money, over $20 million, into a state Supreme Court race, it would seem that Elon's preferred candidate was incapable of winning. I wonder why that would be. But first, let's go, before we talk more about this, to see what Susan Crawford had to say after winning that Supreme Court seat. Now, this does say a lot, and this is hugely important for multiple reasons, which we're going to get into in a second.
The importance of an independent judiciary. She cares deeply about...
Sorry, I forgot. We don't need to hear every speaker. Where's Susan? There we go.
Thank you. All right, Wisconsin, we did it. Oh, yeah. You know, just moments ago, I received a phone call from Judge Brad Schimmel conceding the race. And I want to thank him. He was very gracious, and I wish him and his family well. And to the people of Wisconsin, thank you. Thank you for trusting me to serve you on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. This campaign has been an incredible, life-altering experience in so many ways. And I'm so grateful to have earned the trust and support of voters across this great state. And I'm here tonight because I've spent my life fighting to do what's right. That's why I got into this race, to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Wisconsinites.
Yes, that should be why you get involved in judging, if you will. I don't know if that's the right term to use. But yeah, this was a huge election. We talked about this, even though it should have been nothing. There should have been no politics in this. Unfortunately, every single thing seems to be getting politicized, even the things that are supposed to be nonpartisan, like judges. But in this case, the right person won, but the implications of this are huge, right? Because I think really the biggest part of this story had to do with Elon Musk trying to affect the election, spending money on what is supposed to be a non-political race, for judges, in the Supreme Court judges in Wisconsin. It's the amount of money that he had spent, the amount of his, support that he had put behind this other guy. That was the story. And now the story is, in fact, it what's the word? Like, it draws in everything else that we've been talking about up to this point, since Donald Trump took office, right? Because when Donald Trump took office and he put Elon in charge of DOGE, something which we still don't understand, we were operating essentially under the assumption And we weren't the only ones. I would point this out. We were not the only ones operating on this assumption, right? It was also lawmakers, it would seem, Republican lawmakers, legislators, right, in the House and in the Senate, who were afraid. We were talking about this. We talked about this on multiple occasions, but they were concerned and afraid that if they, strayed from the path. If they didn't do exactly what Donald Trump or Elon told them to do, they would be immediately facing down millions of dollars from Elon Musk. And up until this point, we had assumed, and I think rightly so, and so did everyone else, up to this point, had assumed that that would be catastrophic for any Republicans trying to get reelected. But now we have a situation in which Elon Musk's money essentially made toxic a candidate. Rather than getting more support, this guy's support plummeted. Suzanne Crawford handily won this election. And that was with Elon Musk dumping $20 million into this tiny Supreme Court race. How much will he have to put in? And would it even be helpful, right? Like, because, we talk about like that, there's a small race like this, not a lot of ad buys, usually. But, you think about like a senator or a Republican, how much can Elon do for you? And will it, in fact, backfire and cause you to lose that race because you're seen as being tied to Elon Musk? And it seems to me that this is proof of that being, perhaps the wrong assumption to have made up to this point. But Elon's popularity has been plummeting precipitously ever since he started, chainsawing the government, and doing all these other things. And I guess, we didn't shift our understanding of this. But of course, we didn't really have anything to base it off of. But now, with this having happened, suddenly the entire playing field changes. And I wish this had happened before the continuing resolution, because I'm starting to think that maybe that would have gone differently. But we have to remember this going forward, Wherever we can, we just tie Elon Musk to any of these guys, Any of these guys and gals in government who are doing the bidding of Donald Trump, right? Okay. Speaking of changing currents, let's go here to Florida. Because another election happened here. And we talked about some of these results earlier, but honestly, I think we should unpack them some more, because the fact is some of these races in Florida, New York, in the Florida 1st and 6th, I think, is the districts that were under special elections. They were much, much tighter in very, very dark red Trump districts. These Republican candidates had a much harder time, securing votes, it would seem, in this election than one might have expected.
First, I want to talk to you about special elections going on in Florida today. 2 seats are up for grabs, and one of them poses kind of an interesting test for the strength of Republican organization this close to the results of the 2024 election. President Trump has thrown his support behind Republican candidate Randy Fine, whose fundraising has trailed that of his Democratic opponent, Josh Weil. The contest is for the seat recently held by Trump's current National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. I want to go down to Torian Small, who is in the 6th District. And Torian, you talked to voters there, which is what we can do on Election Day. What'd you hear?
Well, Major, what we're hearing from voters is quite interesting. It actually mirrors what Democrats are saying. Those who are turning out are either really staunch Trump supporters, or are Democrats looking to close the margins that have historically leaned toward Republicans. This is a district that voted plus 30 for both Waltz and Trump in 2024, just a few months ago. So what's interesting is I talked to one voter who is a lifelong Republican. She voted for Trump in 2016, After that, she hasn't voted for him since, and this is the first time she felt emboldened to vote for a Democrat. Take a listen to what she had to say. How do you say you lean politically? Who do you traditionally vote for?
I'm going to just spell it out to you.
Okay.
I am a registered reporter, a Republican, but I voted Democratic, okay?
Wow. Okay, what made you vote for the Democrat this time?
Because of our system, this is what's going on in America right now, especially with Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I'm 74 and I don't like what's going on, this spirit of division.
That voter is who Democrats are targeting specifically through their message of Social Security being one of the things on the ballot this time around, more so than the Republican candidate.
Yeah. Social Security. Something which Elon is gutting right now. Trump administration is gutting. The Republicans don't have any good talking points on Social Security. They basically want to cut it so they can give billionaires tax cuts. Yeah. So, yeah, Democrats would be smart to campaign on not only protecting Social Security, but maybe, I don't know, maybe Democrats need to start talking about that freaking Social Security cap and start explaining to people that billionaires have been paying their fair share into Social Security. Let's talk a little bit more about these special elections in Florida.
Trump just won this district by 30 points. Yeah. Mike Waltz won it, you look at last time, 33 points.
Yeah.
So if you're going to come in 8 to 10 or wherever this is going to ultimately settle, that sure would be a warning sign in a district that Trump won by maybe 10 or 15 points.
I got to be honest. I mean, Aaron, a win is a win, but I've worked on a lot of races as a Republican strategist. I'm personally not happy with just winning by 8 or 9 points. That's why I've been saying 15. Now, some of my Republican friends aren't going to like me saying this. Losing by half of what the president's performance was, I can deal with that. I think it does defeat the Democrats' message and ability to say that this is somehow a mandate. Yeah. But when you get that close, you now enable your opposition to go to their donors to say, imagine what we can do with this type of financial support in moderate-leaning purple districts. Right. Imagine how we could potentially flip. You don't want to cede that ground going into midterms next year. And my worry here is that if we don't perform at least close to 15, as close as possible, you give Democrats that opportunity on a silver platter.
A big win for the Democratic-backed candidate in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, liberal judge Susan Crawford leading by over 165,000.
Sorry, that was really all we wanted from that one. I just wanted to hear Shermichael over here. He sounds very worried, incredibly worried by this trend. The fact is in one case, they lost, there's a massive amount of support. 20 plus points was lost. We have 80 likes. Okay, I'll get us another emotional support character from the GCU, or the Galactic Cantina, where support characters are refreshing themselves from their hard work of supporting us. Now let's go down onto the ground here. Ground floor of politics. Town halls. Which seem to be really, I'll be honest, I thought maybe at some point these would die down slightly, just out of fatigue. But it seems, if anything, the town halls are getting bigger and bigger. And angrier and angrier. Let's go to Indiana. See what was happening at a town hall here earlier this week. By the way, where's what's his name? Jim Banks? Isn't he the senator of Indiana? He's one of the senators of Indiana. We just got done listening to Jim Banks, senator of Indiana, tell a government worker that he deserved to lose his job because, quote unquote, he seemed like a clown.
How rude.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Would demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth, Michael Waltz, and the rest of the group chat.
No, I will not demand their resignation.
Damn. Oh boy. Wow. Wow, she seems very like, you can tell she's embarrassed and she's just trying to shout it out. She's like, maybe if I shout loud enough, it'll curtail all these screams. People really hated this answer.
Actually related to all of the immigrants that are being rounded up and deported. Are they entitled to due process? Or are we... Or is the expectation that we're just supposed to take the word of the administration that these people need to be shipped out of the country without any opportunity to defend themselves?
A lot of these people, what President Trump did it last time when he tried, if you seek asylum, wait in the other country, not getting here in the country. So there is
I love how this, oh my god. I love how this woman here, volume? No, it's just a low volume clip. I'm sorry, it's an AP clip. It's actually an AP archive clip. But I love how a woman with a very, very strong Eastern European accent is yelling about how asylum seekers need to go home, basically. Fucking hell. And yelling, I mean, I think I'm being generous. She's basically screaming about it right now because of how many boos she's getting. Wow, I gotta say, I mean, this may just be the camera angles, but these rooms seem to be filled with old white people. Are these the wokes we've been told about? All these old whiteys? Is that what we're talking about when we say that? Oh, these are Soros operatives. All these gray hairs getting paid by puppet master George Soros.
Illegal.
Because, like, honestly, these town halls just basically seem like those, you know, like the diner conversations they always do. You know, the CNN diner interviews. I mean, they love doing it during election time. And those diners are always filled with these exact people. These are the people that CNN, all these organizations are always going to get the pulse on the street. You know, old whiteys are exactly who the media are always talking about. As being representative of America. And here we have just a room filled with them. And this guy, I mean, this guy seems incredibly, I don't know how old this guy is, but he looks like he's 1 foot out the door here. He actually looks like he might be taking a nap.
That's his desire to end federal funding for NPR and PBS, which polling shows is opposed by a majority of Americans. Would you support or oppose this action? If you like NPR, you know, and you can be listed on NPR, sell advertising on NPR.
Yeah.
Very well funded. If someone
What?
likes Fox, they can do the same for Fox. So you have a choice. You know, government shouldn't
Jeez. People seem very upset in Indiana. Very, very upset. It's almost like all the stuff the Trump administration has been doing is political poison. Let's go here. CNN from 2 days ago. Gary Enton breaks down Musk's impact. Quote unquote, political poison. Oh shit, they're doing. Oh god, wait. I'm sorry.
Michael Waltz and the rest of the group chat.
No, I will not demand their resignation.
Oh shit, dude, people are so pissed off. I just wanted to go back. I just want to hear that again. Because this entire, we're always told that the left hates America. And that, I'm just trying to do deduction here. But we're always told that the left hates America. And that these people are woke, leftist, Soros bought protesters. It's what's it called? Not a gaslighting. It's a what's it called when you pay? There's like a word for it. I can't think of it. But I'm also told that we don't have any pride, us leftists in America, anything like that. I just want to listen to that chant one more time.
Quiet, please. We demand the immediate resignation of Peter.
USA. AstroTurfing, thank you. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Yes, I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's incredible. It's an entire room of people screaming USA in opposition to Donald Trump. Might be a first. That might be a world's first. Group of people yelling USA in opposition to Supreme Leader Trump. Now, let's talk more about the political poison of the Trump-Musk effect with Harry Enton. I thought, I've said it before, I thought we were going to lose Harry after the election, but CNN's brought him out big time.
This morning, you can find some Democrats smiling, maybe for the first time in the last few months. That's after some good special election results, an outright win in Wisconsin, and some better margins in the state of Florida. So what does it all mean and what really happened? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here. Let's start with a little bit of Wisconsin, right? An amuse-bouche on Wisconsin. This was a race. Elon Musk spent big in this race to sway the Supreme Court race there. And he also went to Wisconsin, which may honestly have backfired.
Yeah, I think it may have backfired. Look, I think if there's one thing we should be taking away from the results in Wisconsin and the polling that we have from Wisconsin and national, if you are a Republican candidate running in a swing state, you don't want Elon Musk anywhere near you. Yes, maybe you like the money, but you do not want his presence in your state. Why is that? Elon Musk, simply put, is an unpopular guy. He is political poison. Look in Wisconsin, his net favorable rating, minus 12 points, 12 points underwater. That is an even worse number when you look nationally. Look at that. It's minus 17 points. So if there's one big lesson to take away from Wisconsin is Elon Musk does not help Republicans when he shows up. If anything, the data suggests that he hurts them. Republicans, stay clear of Elon Musk if you want to win in a swing state, at least in terms of his physical appearance in your state.
All right, what did we see in terms of swings in Florida?
What do we see in the terms of swings in Florida? You know, we were...
His physical appearance is quite off-putting.
Florida 6, and you can see it here. The election margins in the U.S. House District, you know,
Look at
Donald
that
Trump
number.
won the 6 by 30 points. Last night, what did we see? We saw...
Look at that, though. Florida's first. He lost 22 points. And what is an incredibly, I mean, oh my God.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Look at it. From 37 down to 15. If this doesn't tell you just how toxic everything they've been doing is yet. Oh boy.
Republican Randy Fine win by 14.
Now, I don't want
That's a swing of
reality.
16 points. But that's not anywhere near the swing we saw in Florida 1. Look at that. Donald Trump won it by 37 points. The Republican won last night, but only by 15. That's a 22-point swing. We're talking about an average 19-point swing from the baseline back in 2024 in just a matter of 4 or 5 months. These are massive shifts. These are massive shifts to the left. Democrats really have to like this, even if the Republicans added to their majority in terms of what this potentially means down the road. You take this type of swing, you put it on some swing districts, that's very good news for Democrats.
Now,
that's why I keep saying it. We're going to keep saying it. Elon Musk, we need to tie him to Trump and Republicans, even if he leaves government. They were responsible for essentially regulating what Elon Musk did and has done. And they chose not to. They chose not to. And have been continuing to choose to do nothing about regulating Elon Musk. All they've done is I mean, if anything, bolster everything Elon's doing. You know, to give him whatever support that he wants. They've been so scared of being, being primaried by that Elon money. They have just allowed Elon to do whatever the fuck he wants in any and every agency, governmental, or otherwise. And we have to remind people of that over and over and over again. They were cowards. They chose to let Elon just destroy our government, destroy our American way of life. And who put him there? Donald Trump. Who emboldened him? Republicans. Write it down. What's this? More drama in the White House?
With the blame game from last night's key Wisconsin Supreme Court loss underway inside the Republican Party, tonight the New York Times is reporting that inside the White House, President Trump's advisors are more than happy to let Elon Musk be the scapegoat. The liberal judge, Susan Crawford, handily defeated her conservative opponent in that race last night, as you can see the numbers here. Despite Elon Musk investing serious time, tweets, a few $1 million checks, and more than $20 million in campaign money against Judge Crawford. My source tonight is the co-byline of this new piece from the New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman. Maggie, it's great to have you because I think there have been some questions raised. Really last night kind of, I guess, was the catalyst. But what President Trump's view of Elon Musk is right now, does he see more upside or downside in this relationship in this moment?
He definitely, Caitlin, still sees more upside. One of the things that I think is really important to remember about Trump and Elon Musk is, among other things, Musk controls X. That is a website that, he has been able to use to promote certain people, to attack certain people, people who Trump likes, people who the MAGA ecosystem like, or, attacking those they don't like, number one. Number two, Musk spent roughly $300 million that we know about in the election in 2024, helping to push Donald Trump. He has already said he is privately to people in Trump's world that he is going to spend $100 million through entities directly controlled by Trump's advisors or his allies. That's a shift for him. So Elon Musk is never going to be out of Donald Trump's circle. But is Donald Trump aware that there is, there are downsides to Elon Musk? Yes. Is he aware that members of his cabinet and members of his staff don't like Elon Musk? Yes. I don't think you will ever see Elon Musk completely out of Donald Trump's orbit, but I do think you will see him leave, barring something changing, at the end of his stint as a special government employee.
Right, which is, just a certain.
Yeah, why do people keep calling him a special government employee? He's not. He's neither that nor any other kind of governmental employee, because we still haven't gotten any verification on that. I don't know why people keep saying it like that. There's no evidence that he has a real government job. It's a completely fictional job. But that would be great, honestly, if he never leaves, the circle. We can just continue to, tie Donald Trump and Republicans to all this garbage. Paid not to beyond choice, malefactors, not cowards. Is that in reference to what I was saying about Republicans? I assume it is. Yeah, I understand the vagaries of what you're trying to say. I guess I feel like that. I'm afraid that might be lost, the distinction. I feel like just calling people a coward in this particular thing is probably going to be good enough, but I do get what you're saying. And I appreciate the super chat, Nadia. I really do. Yeah, the fact is we've heard a number of different people come out and say that they are displeased with Elon's activities within the Republican Party. But, it's always private. It's always, we can't put it on the record. But, God, that Elon's really annoying me. Like Marco Rubio having serious problems with his involvement at one point. We have barely heard anything about it. We haven't heard a single word from anything. Marco has just been lauding the great efforts of Elon. So, don't tell me what you said in private. Get out there and tell us how bad Elon is for the country. If you're such a brave lover of America and you think he's bad for America, well, the only thing a brave lover of America, a mighty man of valor can do in that instance is to, have you come out and say it exactly, rather than whispering. I said Dems merely chose not to. No, I don't think I said that. I was talking about Republicans. If I did, I misspoke. I wasn't actually criticizing Democrats in this moment. I mean, I have plenty of criticism. We talked about their weakness in the continuing resolution as it relates to Chuck Schumer and the other people who decided to jump on board with that. But I was merely just talking about, the lack of courage of Republicans. I was really talking about in terms of political messaging and talking about, who to blame in the coming elections for all of this chaos, To blame for Elon, it's Donald Trump for putting him in power, and Republicans doing nothing to check that power. Democrats were at least asking to subpoena Elon and have him come before the Senate and or House committees, but Republicans refused to do that subpoena because they had the seats to block it. So they could have done any number of different things, if they wanted to check Elon's effects in the government, but they've done absolutely fuck all. But now I definitely do see what you were saying with the super chat. Okay. Speaking of Elon Musk, let's talk a little bit about Tesla. How things are going over there. What's that? Tesla sales dropping across the world? Aww.
Tesla's struggles in Europe continued in March. Data showed Tuesday's sales in France and Sweden fell year on year for a third consecutive month. It contributed to the electric vehicle giant's lowest first quarter sales in the two countries in 4 years. Analysts expect data from France, Sweden and other key European markets on Tuesday to provide important indicators. They think it could demonstrate consumer sentiment towards Tesla and hint at the group's global first quarter delivery numbers, which are expected on Wednesday. For March, Tesla registered 3,157 car sales in France, down close to 37% on the year.
Blam.
It scored 911 in Sweden, also down around 64%. Tesla currently faces challenges in Europe. The EV maker has a smaller aging...
Wow. Tesla down between 30 and 60%. in sales year on year. I wonder if that's good or bad for Tesla. Do they want more or less sales? Is losing 2/3 of sales bad? Wow. Let's go to CBS. Talk about domestic Tesla sales, which are also falling year on year.
In special elections, Republicans held on to the Florida congressional seats vacated by Matt Gaetz and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz.
Okay, that's incredibly rude. What? Oh, fuck you, CBS. But you gotta try and sneak in random shit before we actually talk about the thing the title purports to be.
In support of her opponent. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady reports the backlash against Musk may be hurting his bottom line.
Tesla reported this morning that sales estimates have dropped 13% from last year.
How does a brand repair itself in a situation like this?
A brand has to kind of change the narrative.
JP Morgan told its clients last week, we struggle to think of anything analogous in the history of the automotive industry in which a brand has lost so much value so quickly. But
oh my God. At 2, JP Morgan. Now, I would like to answer that question, which was asked by that journalist a different way than what that guy just sort of said. Because, there is an actual answer to that question. What would a company usually do to solve this sort of situation? Well, I'll tell you, any rational, normal, non-meme stock company would usually, when their CEO is acting in a political fashion, causing their sales to hemorrhage, the board would usually get together and vote that CEO out of his job. That's just a fact. This would happen in almost any other circumstance. But Tesla is a particular sort of weird as it relates to companies, car companies. The fact is they're one of the most overvalued stocks on the stock market. And much of that overvalued stock price, which has been enriching stockholders up to this point, has had very little to do with Tesla's actual business and has instead been almost completely, not entirely, but a great deal of that stock price has been tied to the brand of Elon Musk. I mean, up to this point, he's been, until recently, he was generally relatively liked. A lot of people followed him on social media. It's been going downhill over the years. But, for a very long time, for many years, he had a decent reputation amongst both Democrats and Republicans, regardless of and of course that's changed over recent past. But, that has now changed dramatically in a very short period of time. And he's now is the reverse of that. Republicans and Democrats both hate Elon now. And now, the shareholders are left in a very strange situation. The board is left in a very weird situation because up until this point, his brand, his very public persona has been incredibly beneficial to the stock price and has enriched them to the tunes of, technically trillions, not each person, but, over the board, of dollars. And now suddenly that same sort of public persona is what's ruining that. Now, we've been going back and forth between stock prices and stuff, looking at the major indices. I just want to take a moment to look at Tesla stock price, because while, the S&P is down almost 20% over the last month, well, Tesla's having an even worse time. Here's the Tesla stock chart. Why does that seem smaller? This was their all-time high, 488.54. You can see here, 52-week high. This was back in December. And in that time, in 3 months, it's gone from 488 down to 239. In fact, it closed after hours at 235.25, which is over a 50% loss. It's pretty insane to think about it. But it's a 50% loss. It's still overvalued according to the market. You know, like, because the market is at about a 30 PE right now. And instead, Tesla is still at a 117 price to earnings ratio because of how hot of a meme stock it's been and how Elon has been so good at pumping up that stock. You know, and he's done plenty of, you know, market manipulations to do so as well. Plenty of Tesla stock buybacks over the years has helped boost that stock price. But boy, oh boy, over 50%, 3 months. It seems shareholders have only one choice: get rid of Elon Musk. Or I guess people can still can continue to lose money on their stock, lose money on their cars, because in fact people reselling their cars have been getting hit. King 5 Seattle from yesterday.
And if you are in the market for a used Tesla, now may be the best time to buy, as prices are dropping faster than the average car. Some Tesla owners are looking to offload their cars as backlash continues against Elon Musk. You should note that Tesla vehicles have
Did King 5 get paid by Elon for this advertisement? Hey, if you're in the market for a Tesla, now's the time to buy. Prices are super low. I don't know if you've heard. You should get in there and buy one right now, immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Appreciated more than any other car in 2024, according to Fast Company. The average price for a Model Y for sale on that platform dropped 25% over last year.
Wow, 25% less. Used Teslas going for discount prices. So if you want to support fascism for a deep discount price, now's your best chance, according to King 5 Seattle. Thank you so much, King 5. That is so great. Okay, I think we're going to do this as our last story of the half. Somehow we've gotten through 3 full fucking halves on just American news. Still got more in North America, but that's going to be Canada, so I figured this is the perfect time for us to take a break. I just figured we would end this all with this. Associated Press from yesterday. New poll on approval ratings for Trump. I wonder how Trump's approval rating is doing. Probably good, right?
Give me a joke.
President Donald Trump's dramatic changes to the federal government haven't emerged as an obvious political winner or loser just yet. According to a new AP NORC poll, immigration remains a strength for Trump, while his handling of tariffs and the economy is getting more negative feedback. About 4 in 10 U.S. adults somewhat or strongly approve of Trump's handling of Social Security, and a similar share approve of the way he's managing the federal government. That means
10.
Trump's actions through his Department of Government.
That is abysmal. While AP is trying to spin this as best as they can, hoping that Donald Trump will hear this and give them back their White House press privileges, this is historic. These are some pretty historically bad, approval numbers for a honeymoon, 2 months in to the honeymoon period of a presidency. A 40% approval rating? That is bad.
I don't want reality.
Oh, God.
Efficiency, or DOGE, largely mirror his own approval. So his Republican administration's push to close Social Security Administration field offices, fire thousands of federal workers, and effectively shutter entire agencies haven't yet created a significant independent backlash or spurred independent support. Views of Trump and his advisor Elon Musk are still largely intertwined. The same AP Norc poll found Trump and Musk are viewed more negatively than positively, and very few Americans have a positive view of one man and a negative view of the other.
Which says a lot. But I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for Donald Trump to somehow distance himself from the man who he unilaterally put into power, into our government. It's going to be very hard to explain how actually Elon, very, very nasty guy. You put him in charge of Social Security and all sorts of other shit. And he's nasty. It's going to be weird. It's going to be very awkward when he tries to do that. Sammy, hey, making the choice. I really appreciate that. Making the choice to become a galactic individual. A phenomenal decision. Thank you very much, Sammy, for your show of support. You now have galactic benefits, including a feeling of galacticness. You got 17 emotes. By the way, the more members that we have, the more emotes that we get. It's very true. And we're back on track to, fighting for new members now. We had sort of backtracked a little bit. Some people who were gifted galactic memberships didn't decide to get them themselves. I get at times it's tough, hard to afford it, but only a couple dollars a month, from our YouTube or Twitch subscribers and or followers is enough to keep the Galactic News Network sustainable. Spacecast. Still casting. All right, chat. Quick space intermission. Well, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest in galactic information. While you're doing all of that, do consider contributing as well to the Galactic News Network. If you're enjoying this show, show your support in one of the myriad ways that we have available for you to do just that. We got YouTube. You'd be like Sammy and become a galactic individual for just $3 a month. You also got the super chats and the super stickers over there on YouTube. Got Twitch, bits and subscriptions, Cash and PayPal, Cash App and PayPal if you would like to avoid giving those aforementioned social media platforms their cut and would rather see every single penny donated get used to keeping the Galactic News Network alive. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. You get yourself an avatar here on the stream and one of our break screens like the pool or the bar or the lake or the street. Get a shout out at the end of every stream. And so much more. So much more that I'm going to suggest that you go onto the website and find out just for yourself what the different Patreon tiers have to offer. Just click the link in chat or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, chat. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the show, of which we have a great deal to get through still. Liberation Day has reverberated its effects across the entire global economy, which means the Earth half will probably be taken up by a great deal of discussing of that. We have 154 videos for us to get through today. That's right, chat. You're not losing your mind. You're not having a stroke. We have an incredible amount of galactic content to get through today. So, without any further ado, get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the latest of these galactic discussions about Canada, where we are going next. Our North American neighbor. Oh no, Nadia, Airbnb's misbehaving in checkouts today. I wish you all of the luck, Nadia. All of the luck. They already charge enough. Why are they misbehaving? I mean, my God. They're already ruining local housing across the not just the United States, but across the world. And, you know, why can't they just be better? That's a question that I have personally. But we don't have time to get into some long-winded Airbnb discussion about all of my objections, the things that have been going on with Airbnb. No. We must go to our good friend and neighbor, Canada. CTV News from 3 days ago. Let's start off the Canada talk with talking about the federal election, which is coming up very soon. I think, is it supposed to be the end of April? I don't even know. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, I've been so focused on Cyclone Cheeto that I can't even remember what day the election was called for. But it wasn't a regular day, it was like a snap election called by the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. So I guess, you know, not that I actually know normal voting day. So actually, yeah, I don't have any leg to stand on here. But I am going to try and help educate us on how to vote in the upcoming federal election. Oh, Canada. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. That's right, Canada. It's time for you to get your democracy on, people. Let's do it.
Elections Canada's website and figure out your polling station for the federal vote on April 28th, but you do not have to wait until the 28th to cast your ballot, Melissa.
That's right. So today we're breaking down some of the different ways you can vote. So Stefan, let's start off with how you can vote if you want to vote on Election Day.
That's right. April 28th is the big day, and so you can check elections.ca for your polling station, specifically so you know where to go. You bring a piece of ID, or you can bring your voter card, which you should be receiving in the mail.
Okay, and what happens if you...
Well, look at that. But here we go. We just got ourselves a number of important pieces of information. Monday, April 28th is your day to vote, Canada. Also, Canada has voter ID. But guess what? You get that voter ID completely free. Just mailed to you. You don't have to think about it. It's just going to come. Which, hey, I've been saying, I'm fine with that. If we want to do voter ID like that in the United States, fine. But they don't want to do it that way. The reason they want to do voter ID in the United States is so they can disenfranchise poor people from being able to vote. People who are busy, you know, people who work regular, you know, full-time jobs, maybe have kids and other shit to do, then, you know, and that's, you know, that's where we're at in the United States. Why can't we be as good as Canada? Just get free voter ID.
get out and vote on election day. Is there another way to do it?
Of course, there are advanced polls that you can take advantage of as well. That's between the 18th and the 21st. Again, go to elections.ca to know where your advanced polling station is and check the hours as well. And keep in mind, this is Easter weekend, so it's a long weekend if you're going to do that.
Okay, and is there a way to vote even earlier than that if you
Yeah,
want
a lot of
to?
people don't realize
Earlier
that
than
you
early
can
voting.
actually vote in advance of the advanced
Right.
polling.
What?
And that is if you...
What?
Would you drum up?
Advanced voting in advance of the advanced voting? That's too much. That's too much freedom, Canada. Okay, settle down. Settle down. Honestly, though, it actually sounds pretty good. Seems like Canada has their elections a little more better figured out than we do. I thought we were the best at democracy. Jeez, seems like maybe we aren't best? Everybody be based like Canada? Everybody be best like Canada. I needed everybody be best, shout chat. Melania. Well, let's listen to what one candidate for this federal election had to say recently in regards to Liberation Day. Mark Carney. Who is currently ahead in polls right now, my understanding. Something that has changed drastically in recent months for Liberals.
Workers at Nelson Metals manufacturing facility in Toronto are bracing for tough times. 70 to 80% of all these steel and aluminum parts made primarily for construction projects are exported to the U.S. every year. Punching holes, bending the framework. Perhaps symbolic of U.S. President Donald Trump's inflicted tariffs on Canada.
To be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. We don't need anything they have.
Upending a free trade agreement
We don't
he
need you,
himself once
Canada.
signed, now threatening 500,000 jobs in Ontario's auto sector alone, and one of the biggest customers of the steel industry.
There's no economic argument for the U.S. to be doing what they're doing with tariffs. End of story.
Manufacturers are already reeling from Trump's initial 25% tariff on steel and aluminum mid-March.
This'll help.
Now, that's expected to double 50% this month.
The Canadian government is scrambling to tear down interprovincial trade barriers by July 1st to become less reliant on a free trade border, seemingly long taken for granted.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations, is over.
Canadians are taking a defiant stance, some fighting back with their wallets in an effort to boycott American products.
It's kind of an eye-opener because we, as Canadians, we have to rely on ourselves. We have to, shop Canadian, buy Canadian, and support ourselves and not really have to...
It kind of does it make anybody else sad to see everybody becoming more sort of nationalist, more sort of isolationist, more self-dependent rather than working in an interconnected way? As just a human race rather than... I blame Donald Trump almost 100% right now. I mean, some other people might have a few percent in here and there. He's really seems to be the catalyst in all of this very nationalistic sentiment going on all over the place. Yeah. I keep doing that. Why do I keep doing that? I want this one. Oh shit, Columbia Rican, New York. A new chatter and I think a first-time super chat as well. Sadly, our democracy here in the States is just performative as our rights are taken away little by little. We definitely cooked. Feeling more and more cooked. The lobster that's been in a pot lately. But you heard it directly from Prime Minister Mark Carney there. The relationship between Canada is over. And then having that sort of reiterated by somebody on the street. We have heard, countless accounts from people you know? I'm saying almost the same thing, you know? And I don't blame Canada for any of this right now. I mean, basically a trade war has been started by Donald Trump. This is going to happen not just in Canada, but in probably a lot of places. You know, unfortunately, Canada is in a unique situation where, you know, essentially Canada's only neighbor is the United States. You know, huge country, no neighbors aside from us. And that's why they're going to Europe. But for Europe, it's maybe a little easier because they're already in the same place. They don't have to put stuff on a boat to get at places necessarily. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Columbia Rican. Let's go back to talking more Canada stuff. CTV news from yesterday. What Trump's reciprocal tariffs mean for Canada? Yes, tell us, CTV. What do they mean for Canada?
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed,
liberated,
and the day that we began to make America wealthy again.
Calling it Liberation Day for America, the President of the United States announced sweeping global tariffs, escalating a trade war, which is now expanding to many countries around the world. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Just hours ago, Donald Trump announced sweeping reciprocal tariffs on several countries he says have benefited by unfair trade relationships with the U.S. So where does Canada land in all of this? CTV's Danton Unger has been poring over the details of the announcement and joins us now live with what he's learned. So, Danton, what do we know so far about these new tariffs and what they mean for Canada?
Well, Marilee, despite some confusion around Trump's announcement today, it now appears Canada may have been spared the worst, at least for now. Here's what we know so far. Hours ago in the White House Rose Garden, Trump pledged varying tariffs on imports from countries around the world, but he didn't mention a specific tariff for Canada. The White House has since confirmed Canada will be exempt under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, but non-compliant goods will still see a 25% tariff with a 10% tariff on non-compliant energy and potash. Trump also promised a 10% baseline tariff on all imports, but it appears Canada may be exempt from this as well. However, a 25%.
It looks like that conversation which Mark Carney and Donald Trump had earlier this week that we talked about going into last weekend may have had a beneficial effect for Canada. Not sure what was said between Mark Carney and Trump. Details, we did not get a lot of details on what was said there. But Canada is seemingly exempt from at least the baseline tariff, still getting tariffed on multiple other fronts. But, yeah, I guess that's good. Instead of 20% on potash, it's just 10%. Instead of 35% on aluminum and steel, it's just 25%. How, you know, if it's instead of 35% on autos, it's just 25%. How generous. Incredibly generous. Can you see, people, how generous and fair I've been to our good friend and neighbor, Canada? I'm only tariffing them a little bit. Nadia Yvette Chambers with another super chat. Is this even at me? Did you just super chat a message at someone else? Am I even supposed to read this right now? What the fuck, Nadia? What's your deal? Why are you trying to get me to read a message at someone else? This feels rude. This is not my part of my job description, okay? You guys can add each other with, I mean, not that I have a problem with the donation. I feel like I'm being used right now. Let's see, at Columbia Rican, New York. No, even Zinn's People's History agrees, also regarding Gerald Horne. Gerald Horne's Counter-Revolution of 1776 and Woody Holton's Forced Founders and James Q. Whitman's Hitler's Model, American Model. Okay. All right, there you go, Columbia Regan. There's some light reading material for you. And by light, I mean not light. But get in there. Get in there. Get in there. I have not read all of those, although I did get in on the Zins. Not the latter two, though. Three? There was at least 4 references in that. 4 literary references in that citation right there. Nadia Yvette Chambers, the only chatter who uses super chats for bibliographic citations. What an academic individual you are. Now, in the wake of these tariffs that Canada has been forced under by Donald Trump, Canadians' goods now going to the United States, getting hit by those Trump tariffs. Even though we had a agreement that we wouldn't do this sort of thing. Well, Mark Carney had a response to all that. Not only did he suggest leading into all of this that the relationship between the United States and Canada is now changing, he also announced reciprocal Canadian tariffs on U.S.
President
goods.
Trump, during our call last week.
Oopsies, what just happened?
As I told President Trump during our call last week, Canada will respond to the U.S. auto tariffs. And today I'm announcing that the Government of Canada will be responding by matching the U.S. approach, with 25% tariffs on all vehicles imported from the United States that are not compliant with CUSMA, our North American Free Trade Agreement. And on the non-Canadian content of CUSMA-compliant vehicles from the United States as well. Our tariffs, though, unlike the U.S. tariffs, will not affect auto parts because we know the benefits of our integrated production system. And they will also not affect vehicle content from Mexico, who is respecting the CUSMA agreement. And as well, we are developing.
Now, I don't know if Mark Carney's the one who came up with this plan, although I do feel like giving him credit for this. He is, he's an economist, right? He was a banker. He understands how the economy actually works. And this seemed like a very measured response from Canada, a very intelligent one that would hopefully, at least I assume in their estimation, affect their own industry as little as possible, right? Making exceptions to the rules and whatnot, even though I don't think any economist recommends engaging in trade wars. I mean, Donald Trump's the one who started this trade war. And what else is Canada to do in this moment? But I think this is the most measured and intelligent response that they could have chosen. I mean, what's going to wake up Donald Trump exactly? That's something I keep asking myself, is what will cause Donald Trump to say, oh, maybe I should take these tariffs down on whatever country or just across the board? What will get through to him in his thick skull? All this is just, it's just nonsensical. Everybody else can do the same thing. So, no matter how many factories the United States creates, if they can't even export those products, how feasible are they to run if you're just going to sell to Americans? Now, there are some reasons why I object to Mark Carney as being a former banker, but this relates more to Canadians. Like, I'm just concerned that he's going to take more of a, technocratic approach on some things that maybe required a different approach. Although, he's certainly better than some of your other options, like your Pierre Poilievre's, if you will. Mark also had more stuff to say. This one sent shivers through my spine. When I heard this one, I was like, oh no. Could it be?
Canada must be looking elsewhere to expand our trade, to build our economy, and to protect our sovereignty. Canada is ready to take a leadership role in building a coalition of like-minded countries who share our values. We believe in international cooperation. We believe in the free and open exchange of goods, services, and ideas. And if the United States no longer wants to lead, Canada will.
Oh boy. We heard it directly from the horse's mouth. Mark Carney suggesting, oopsies, didn't mean to repeat. Mark Carney saying if the U.S. doesn't want to lead the global economy, well, guess who will? Canada. Well, great job, Canada. Looks like, completely shocking turn of events, but you may be the ones to lead the future. If Mark Carney, can do it, he seems to be putting his hand out to the rest of the world, saying, we'll be the world's reserve currency. We'll take cheap goods. We'll work with you. We'll do whatever. Whatever works. Let's beat America. If America wants to just hang out by themselves over here, we're not going to sit here on our hands. We're going to offer our taking place, the U.S. Why can't we be the biggest economy on the planet? Fair point, Canada. Fair point, Mark. All very reasonable things to say. And you know what? Maybe Canada is going to be the future of healthcare in the world. Fact is they're seeing a surge of U.S. doctors looking to move to the country. Wow, we're using the sound shot a lot. Let's go to global news now from 15 hours ago. Why is there a surge of U.S. doctors looking to move to Canada? Let's find out.
I just wanted an American experience.
Pediatrician Dr. Karen Ginsburg grew up in Toronto, but chose to pursue higher education south of the border, attending Cornell University in upstate New York, and then heading to New York City for medical school. Ginsburg says she's not sure she wants to keep practicing in the U.S., citing rising costs, low pay, and the political climate. She's reached out to recruiters about opportunities in Canada.
Already I've spoken to one person, and they're ready to take me on tomorrow as long as I have my license.
Ginsburg is part of a small but growing trend. The Medical Council of Canada says interest from south of the border has gone up significantly in the past 6 months. One metric is the number of medical graduates opening accounts on physiciansapply.ca, a key step in eventually landing a job in Canada. That number has risen by 583% compared to the same period last year.
Oh my God.
Agents have also been fielding about 100.
That is wild. A 583% increase. Holy shit. That's a lot. That is a lot. Seems like U.S. professionals, like doctors, are rushing to move to Canada. Get out of the swamp that the United States is becoming.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Columbia Reek in New York. Another super chat. Trump took the U.S. geopolitical capital and flushed it down the drain. It's true. It is true, and it's sad. No! It's incredible. I mean, and it's true. It's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not just economic capital. It really is geopolitical capital, and just sort of threw it all out at once. Whether it's USAID, you know, or dominance in all sorts of things, whether it be in medical research by ending funding to all sorts of universities involved in research, or stuff like this with the dumbest trade war on the planet, which is now causing people like Canada to throw their hat in the ring on being the world's reserve currency, essentially. Yeah, that's how I interpreted what Mark Carney was saying. It's all gone. In many ways, it feels like the world is trying to just move on entirely from U.S. hegemony, something that has dominated geopolitics over almost a century. All right, let's get on to the environmental news here in the fourth half? Are we in the fourth half already? How are we in the fourth half already? That's too much.
That's too much, man!
All right, environmental news. Let's go to ABC News. From 3 days ago. Let's talk about the storm that's been going across the United States, which is affecting millions of Americans. By the way, how many likes do we have? I feel like somebody mentioned 80 likes at one point.
We're going to begin with the dangerous storms causing damage.
But I can't remember now. I don't have it in front of me. So somebody knows how many likes we have on the stream, whether or not we have enough emotional support or not. Oh, you know, I just realized I rolled for your support. I'm looking at it right now. Thankfully, I put the dice down, or whatever I roll it last. Little Jessica Fletcher.
We're going to begin with the dangerous storms causing damage up and down the East Coast, with the next cross-country storm already underway as millions brace for a potentially historic flooding event. Ginger, of course, is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Ginger.
Good morning. That new spring storm has already blown up over the Rockies, but we had more than 600 severe storm reports in just the last 48 hours. In the last 24, it went from Texas to New Jersey. Overnight, millions in the east battered by deadly storms, already claiming at least 5 lives. Winds over 60 miles per hour taking down trees and damaging homes in Georgia.
Luckily, we didn't have any injuries. However, we do have families displaced because of the storm.
3 children killed in Kalamazoo, Michigan, when a tree fell on their car.
The family's vehicle was struck by a tree as they were traveling down the road.
This deadly system, all ice in northern Michigan.
We need help. It's like we had a hurricane up here without the hurricane.
Trees snapping after up to 1.5 inches of ice encased everything. More than 150,000 homes in the state there left without power. In Alabama, 5 students injured after a possible tornado hit their school.
I saw the library doors fling open and a bunch of wind and debris started flying through the hall.
At least 1,700 flights impacted yesterday. The cross-country storm now moving out to sea, and another right on its heels. Yeah, really no time to pause. We've already got wind alerts up from California up to Nebraska, red flag warnings and fire alerts there in the Southwest to this flood watch, because that is super serious. But that low's going to...
It's a wild map. An alert in every single part of the country, basically. From a winter weather advisory, winter storm warning, avalanche warning, high wind alert, fire alert, and flood. We're getting all the good stuff all at once. Made America great again. Let's talk about that ice storm, because that was basically the first portion of this to all hit, which was in the winter storm warning area up there, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan.
All right, take a look at this brand new video from the Mackinac Bridge up north. You can see those huge chunks of ice falling on the bridge deck below with cars headed in that direction. How terrifying is that? It's all from this weekend's ice storm that left thousands without power.
Hard enough to drive across that bridge.
Right.
And you have ice coming down. Okay, here's proof. Take a look. Live pictures of the Mackinac Bridge just came back online after being out for multiple days. You can see there's ice on the lens.
A shelter-in-place order for all of Otsego County has been lifted this afternoon, but the damage, well, that's already been done. This is brand new video of crews working to restore the power in those communities. Homes on wooded lots across northern Michigan look a lot like this. Snap trees, branches everywhere, and no electricity to be found.
Almost looks like a movie scene. It's just
right?
so. And then look at this. This is a chunk of ice that came off of the Mackinac Bridge. It fell, and they're measuring it there. It's like 2 inches thick. It shows you how much ice has developed. Victor Williams traveled up north.
Yeah, massive ice storm that hit Detroit here. There was rain. The atmosphere was a certain temperature, but the ground was still very cold. Exactly the right temperature to cause these wild effects. Everything just covered in ice, destroying trees just from the weight of it all. Not from wind, but believe me, there was plenty of wind. Just a little south, west of Detroit. Let's go here to a day ago. CBS Miami discussed more of these severe storms, which brought with them devastating tornadoes through the Midwest. $90 likes? Okay. Hold on.
A tornado snapping and...
Before we get to tornadoes...
Winter is coming.
No, actually summer is coming. Canada. It's called the Cantina Canada. Oh, God. Something's wrong with me. Okay. Back to the tornadoes.
A tornado snapping and sparking power lines in Arkansas. Twisters touched down in Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, Tennessee, and Kentucky overnight. At least one death is reported in Missouri. Hundreds of severe weather incidents played out across the Midwest and the South. Forecasters had issued a rare 5 of 5 tornado threat level ahead of the spree. 15 million people are still under tornado watches from Ohio to Mississippi. Forecasters fear.
Damn. 15 million people. It's like 5% of the entire United States was under tornado watch. Judging by the damage. We got a bunch of that to look over. These tornadoes just ripped across the United States.
We are getting a severe storm swept across the Midwest and the southern U.S. CBS News Miami's Jared Hill has the latest.
A possible tornado. The National Weather Service warned people in the northeastern part of the state of what it called a life-threatening situation. Much of the Mid-South.
We had about 20 seconds to start getting up, getting ready before we started hearing the wind picking up.
A likely twister ripped through Owasso, Oklahoma, destroying some homes. Severe storms shut down U.S. Route 30, where multiple tractor trailers flipped.
Oh no, did everybody F? Why is the stream loading? Come on.
Come on! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, no, it's back. It's back. I think... Oh, no, it's not. Are we good? Oh, no, it's gray screen now. Now we're gray screening. Son of a bitch. All right, we're going to redo this one because of the gray screen. The horrible, terrible, no good, very bad gray screen. How long must the gray screen go on for? God, okay, we fixed it.
Look at some of the damage done after severe storms swept across the Midwest and the southern U.S. CBS News Miami's Jared Hill has the latest.
A possible tornado spotted in Lake City, Arkansas Wednesday.
Power flashes.
The National Weather Service warned people in the northeastern part of the state of what it called a life-threatening situation. Now a massive cleanup across much of the Mid-South.
We had about 20 seconds to start getting up, getting ready before we started hearing the wind picking up.
A likely twister ripped through Owasso, Oklahoma, destroying some homes, sparing others almost entirely. Near Bourbon, Indiana, severe storms shut down U.S. Route 30, where multiple tractor trailers flipped on their sides. Winds sliced the siding off of buildings as rain continued overnight. In northern Tennessee, people spent Wednesday preparing for river flooding.
We were hoping that it wouldn't get in the basement.
Dave Scott was stacking sandbags as high as he could to keep the water out of his neighbor's home. Their basement just flooded in February when nearly 7 inches of rain fell in Clarksville over just 48 hours. Up north, it was a spring ice storm that devastated parts of northern Michigan, knocking power out to nearly 100,000 homes and businesses.
It's kind of an all-hands-on-deck moment.
And some of the hardest hit parts of the country aren't out of the woods just yet. Jared Hill, CBS News.
We got more on this storm here. I'm just going to go through them rather than going back and forth. What is this next one? CBS News from yesterday.
Welcome back. Some folks are waking up this morning to this devastation in their neighborhoods after tornadoes and violent storms struck parts of the South and Midwest yesterday, with the National Weather Service issuing a tornado emergency. That's the most severe type of warning for Lake City, Arkansas. By yesterday evening, the agency received at least 11 tornado reports. For more on all of this, let's bring in Omar Villafranca. He's in Lake City, Arkansas for us this morning, and the devastation is clear behind you, Omar. Help us understand the situation there.
Well, Errol, we're kind of in a corner of this city in Lake City, Arkansas, and obviously this area got hammered. Let me show you some of the damage that we're seeing behind us now. We've lit it up because there's really not much power out here at all right now. You can see this home behind me does not have a roof. The walls are knocked down. That car that's right in front of it, it's had some of the windows blown out. There's there was some businesses and barns, too, that we've seen. While that has been blown apart, we've seen things that have been crushed downward. Also, there's some down power lines and trees that have been snapped. But it seems to be in this corner of the city, because we drove into Lake City earlier trying to find this area, and most of the neighborhood was okay. But no power in the area.
And it looks as though the wind and the rain has passed, but as we look at the radar, there could be more difficult weather ahead. What's the situation?
Yes, I mean, first, last night, it was relentless. I mean, Arkansas and Tennessee were just getting raked across with these storms. At one point last night, at about 1:30 in the morning local time, we were in downtown Memphis where we were staying, and the tornado sirens were going off. So, of course, everybody in the hotels waking up and looking at their radar. And it was just wave after wave after wave. Now, it's not going to be as bad in the next few days, but the National Weather Service is saying we are going to expect a lot of rain here, and that could turn into what they are calling the possibility of generational flooding in this area. Keep in mind the Mississippi River is just down the road there and goes through Memphis. So we're going to have to watch about the heavy rain.
This is what it's going to be like this year. You know, we are just now heading into tornado season, and it's already just doing incredible amounts of damage. Yeah, as you'll see here shortly, this storm system is incredibly powerful. Let's go here. CBS New York from yesterday. Historic storm system impacting states from Texas to Michigan. Historic, you say?
The National Weather Service is calling it a storm system of epic and historic proportions. Tornadoes, high winds, and flooding are impacting states from Texas to Indiana to Michigan, and warn that there's lots more rain and possible tornadoes ahead. We're not done yet. Nicole Valdez is in Nashville and brings us the latest.
From Tennessee to Arkansas, Mother Nature is in full force, bringing tornadoes and a massive storm system that extends from Texas to Michigan. A tornado in Lake City destroyed homes, cars, and trees, injuring more than a dozen people Wednesday.
I'm not afraid of storms, but it was a little bit scary.
1097 in the area.
In Selmer, Tennessee, dozens of funnel clouds left behind a trail of destruction in many neighborhoods. And in Nashville, heavy rainfall has caused significant flooding and several road closures.
This water's rushing so fast, it'll sweep you off your feet.
In Owasso, Oklahoma, cleanup is underway after a tornado ripped through the city, leaving widespread damage.
We had about 20 seconds to start getting up, getting ready before we started hearing the wind picking up.
It was just kind of like a roar and then a loud noise. It was pretty scary. We were holding on.
Yeah, I mean, your house is gone, lady. I mean, mostly gone, partially gone. Jesus. All right. Let's go here. Just for some bird's eye perspective on this. What all of this damage from these storms looked like. This was in Tennessee. These are storm chasers. Look at this devastation. Just homes just utterly obliterated. You know, people's family homes just turned to confetti and then thrown into 100-mile-per-hour wind, scattered about the neighborhood. Look at this devastation. It is utterly, I mean, some of these homes are just completely gone. All that's left is a debris pile. But in some cases, like, look at how far that one house goes. It's a tiny little house. But like, look back here, right? This is, I assume, where the house starts. It's actually kind of hard to tell, but I mean, this looks like a, you know, maybe a house about this big. But you can see how far the debris is like strewn across the fucking yard right here. A couple 100 meters, maybe. Look at this. It looks like just like a massive bulldozer just sort of drove through the area. It's pretty crazy. It used to be a house, now it's just a cement slab. Hey, silver linings. At least you still have the slab. You can rebuild. Sure, that'll be fun. This RAV4 did not fare well over here. This actually looks like a nice car. I can't tell what that is upside down. It's like a vintage. It's like a vintage car. I can't tell what it is. For a second I thought it was a Corvette, but I don't think it is. What is that? Possible. I cannot tell. Took down the whole forest along with it. Look at all the trees that are down. Every single tree seems to have just been snapped in half. This is insane. The entire neighborhood is gone. Looks like it sort of went over this apartment complex, just took a chunk out of it as it went. It's a little chunky chunk. It went on to devastating the rest of the neighborhood. Hey, now you have an open concept floor plan, okay? Silver lining. Open concept. It's very hot right now.
So hot right now.
Now, maybe when people say open concept, they mean something different, like the floor plan itself, not the roof being gone. But I don't know. I'm not an interior decorator. Don't ask me. It's up to interpretation, I think. Some of these homes spared more than others. It must suck, you know? To be like, in a neighborhood that gets hit by something like this, kind of looking around, being like, why me? Or vice versa, why me? Why is my house here or not here? Whatever it is, right? Just like wondering, like, like the sort of seemingly discriminate cruelty, nature, exacting on homes. Of course, it's all just random. And not the weather itself, but like, the movement of, a tornado from one spot to another. But of course, the worsening of weather, the destructiveness of all of our weather, not random, completely tied to human effects on our weather. It's gotten worse and worse. The destructiveness of storms over the years. Now, tornado risks, even after all of this destruction, continued in multiple states in the central United States. Even after 7 people were killed in these storms, risks lingered. It is tornado season after all. And it's just the beginning. It goes on for months after today. We'll be talking about this kind of stuff for at least till, late May, if not later. And then we'll have hurricane season to take its place, along with fire season.
There is a risk of more tornadoes in the middle of the country for the rest of the week.
Heavy rain and flooding, too. Rob Marciano tracking it all for us. Rob?
Good evening, guys. We had 36 reported tornadoes yesterday and just catastrophic damage in some spots. This is just outside of Louisville. Probably an EF2 tornado there. That commercial park heavily damaged. Omar is going to have much more on the roundup of the damage. Let's get to what's going to happen tonight. We do have tornado watches that extend from northeast Kentucky through Tennessee. It does include parts of Nashville over towards Little Rock as well. This is up until 10 o'clock tonight. Any one of these storms could get enough spin to see some tornadoes. Shouldn't be as bad as last night, but tomorrow we reset it again. And I think tomorrow's going to be worse than today. We've got a moderate chance of seeing severe weather in the same spots. And on top of that, another round coming on Saturday. So not only do we have severe weather with us, here's the next one coming in, and another one behind that on Saturday. We've got the threat for seeing some flooding. And the National Weather Service is saying this is once in a generation type of flooding, catastrophic like.
Once in a generation type flooding. Why am I always being told we're getting once in a generation type flooding every single year? Multiple times a year now. That's not how generational works. But yeah, ongoing right now. Friday and Saturday. These winds are supposed to, stay around. Potentially bringing terrible flooding. As well as wind-fueled destruction. Here's CBS New York. I'm sorry, not CBS. CBS News from 15 hours ago. Deadly storms. This is also the latest we have on the storm. Deadly storms, tornadoes, and flooding slam entire neighborhoods in the United States.
Well, at least 7 people are dead after powerful storms pummeled through the Midwest and the South. In this video, you can see police in Tennessee searching through the wreckage of a home after a night of tornadoes, storms, and flooding. Dark funnel-shaped clouds were spotted across central Tennessee as the National Weather Service issued a tornado watch for parts of the state. And flash flood warnings are now in effect for several counties. In Arkansas, a tornado flipped cars upside down and into homes. Residents are now cleaning up the mess as more severe weather is expected today. For more on this, I want to bring in Dave Malkoff, who's in Clarksville, Tennessee. That's about an hour northwest of Nashville. Dave, what's the situation like out there?
Hi, Michael. This may look like this is the aftermath of something, but we are right in the middle of this storm system that has brought all those tornadoes, the severe weather, and also the flooding. I just talked to a local official here, the city councilwoman for this region, and she was walking through the neighborhood. She was just very frustrated, and so are the neighbors here because of how this floods. And this has happened 5 times in the last 2 years, Michael. This one guy, Mr. Maddox, who lives right here, he's put those cinder block barriers up there just to be able to tell where the driveway is. You can't tell what the driveway is right now or what the grass is.
Dave, now we also heard that there's a tragic loss of life there. CBS News is confirming.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Can't tell what the driveway. Yeah. No shit, Sherlock. Because it's all underwater. You can't tell shit about what's on the ground. But yeah, 7 people died in these storms. And 5 dead in Tennessee alone. And there may actually be more than 7 because I'm just realizing this storm, this piece came out after the other one. So that number may have increased actually. Seems like Tennessee got hit very hard. All right, let's move from storms to earthquakes. Here's a story we've been talking about now for days, I think an entire week. It happened, I think, last Friday or early Saturday morning in Myanmar. But it certainly has been a big topic all week of discussion, being the horrifying 7.7 magnitude earthquake, which hit Myanmar, stretched all the way to Thailand, causing thousands of deaths and untold amounts of destruction. Let's go to BBC News to start this off from 3 days ago. Go, web, go. Go, web, go.
Myanmar's military leader says more than 2,700 people are now known to have died after Friday's devastating and powerful earthquake. Exactly 4 days after the quake struck, a minute's silence was observed in the country where relief teams are struggling with a growing humanitarian crisis. There are calls for the military junta to allow immediate and unfettered access to humanitarian aid and also for them to lift any restrictions that might be impeding the emergency response. Fire services in Naypyidaw say a woman has been rescued. It's been 91 hours since she's been trapped under the rubble, but hopes of finding many more survivors are fading fast, not just in Myanmar, but also here in Thailand. These are live pictures that we're seeing right now. This is probably a familiar sight if you've been following what's been happening in Thailand, the skyscraper that was brought down under construction. The governor of Bangkok saying the city's designation as a disaster zone, which was given after the earthquake, has now been lifted. They were braced for aftershocks. They had them as well, but they now say there is no state of emergency now. It's no longer a disaster zone, but they're really concerned, obviously, about those that remain trapped under this rubble of a skyscraper. We're going to be live in Bangkok shortly with Nick Marsh, who is just saying really there are no real opportunities to find anyone living under the rubble anymore. We'll take you live to Bangkok in a moment, but to remind you, international journalists have not been allowed to report from Myanmar. The BBC does have a Burmese service which reports from inside the country for the people there, and they sent us this report from Mandalay.
On the road to Mandalay, the town of Chao Se is just 30 miles from the epicenter of Friday's quake. This nursery used to teach 70 children, some of the youngest victims of this disaster. Many children on the second floor of the building escaped, but 12 of the smallest, who studied on the ground floor, died together with a teacher. The Tarzan was 5 years old. Her grandfather Chuenyin has come to where she died to invite her soul to come home with him, a Buddhist ritual for those who die suddenly. He tells us that he had a strange feeling that morning and wanted to tell his daughter not to send his granddaughter to school, but he didn't. As the quake hit at lunchtime, the little girl's mother ran to the school to find her. Chuenyin says they searched together for 3 hours until they found her body. He knew she would be dead, but he still wanted to find her, and he is relieved that she was still in one piece. Dokhin's son is a teacher from the next door school. She was injured during the quake.
I was sleeping when it happened. My older son came to wake me up and said, "Come, Mom, it's an earthquake." I heard the noise bang, bang, bang as I was running out. Because I was half asleep, I didn't know it was a quake. Once I was outside, I looked back and this building had already collapsed.
Chao Se is just one of many towns affected by the quake. But here, the loss of so many young lives has been particularly devastating.
It's fucking a devastating story. And rescue efforts are still ongoing. This is all, of course, compounded as it relates to Myanmar, not Thailand, but Myanmar, because they are still living under military rule in the middle of a civil war, where aid has already been struggling to get in and being, beyond that, being cut by the United States. And disparate groups that are unconnected in some cases, aside from their solidarity against the military junta, with little to no communication between them in some cases. So distributing aid becomes more difficult. Let's go now to France 24 English from 2 days ago. Talk about one way people are attempting to aid rescue efforts.
He isn't a professional rescue dog, but this German Shepherd just returned from the collapse site. His owner, an animal-loving volunteer, has been training him since birth. He even has several first aid certificates.
I have 2 dogs. This one is specialised in finding live survivors, but the other one can find both dead bodies and survivors. I'm proud that whatever this dog has been trained for, it's now useful to society.
And he's not the only 4-legged friend helping the rescue efforts. This robot, created by a Thai company, is able to weave through the rubble and detect potential survivors.
It may seem like an ordinary dog robot, but it is not. Our robot is equipped with sensors, both at the front and at the back. This allows for human tracking and temperature sensing. Yesterday, we went into the field and detected the temperatures of both the living and the dead. The robot can distinguish between bricks, metal, and humans.
With the help of drones, thermal cameras, and probes, these student researchers from a university in Bangkok have managed to create a map of the collapsed building. Using this technology, they can even see through the concrete slabs. On Monday, they were still able to see some signs of life.
We can see some human, but we cannot help because it's very hard to take him back because it's very too small space.
So we still have hope.
So far, the machines and the technology that's being used have yielded little result. Every day we're seeing more and more lifeless bodies.
This is one of the places where I actually have no criticisms of the use of robotics. In places like this where humans can't get in there. rather than just replacing human jobs. This is the sort of stuff that I'm all about when it comes to robotics technology. But even with that, there's a real lack of aid going to Myanmar, and it is affecting people on the ground, especially children. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. UNICEF is calling for more aid for children in Myanmar.
This is a crisis on top of another crisis for children in Myanmar. So even before this earthquake, 6 million children in Myanmar were in need of humanitarian assistance. Many of them are already displaced. Many of them are missing out on the life-saving vaccines. Many of them are out of school. So these are already among some of the most vulnerable children. So to superpose an earthquake on top of that, it's nothing short of devastating for children. Offices are inside each of these are where offices are, and they've all been brought up here, but it's very difficult access in this area. So when there's a sudden onset emergency, often what happens is what we call family separation. That means children may be losing their caregivers, or they may be separated. In the chaos and confusion, they may be separated. And that creates new risks for children because children are reliant on their parents for food, for safety, for education, all these things. So one of the priorities needs to be safety for children. That needs to be the top priority. Shelter is incredibly important, and making sure children are with their families.
And all that's going to be very difficult to do amidst all of this. Now we got video of one man being saved here. This is the Guardian News, also from Wednesday. Jesus. I was trapped in rubble for 5 days. Cannot imagine what that would be like. Probably think you're never, ever getting out. And according to The Guardian, at least that subtitle that they put up there, you know, Myanmar's government's not the most forthcoming. People are estimating the death toll to be closer to 10,000 than that 2,500 number we heard earlier. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's go to the AP archive here. See what one tourist who was in Thailand during the earthquake had to say about the chaos that ensued.
Yeah, so I was in this building right behind me. It was a shopping mall, and I was there to buy camera equipment, and all of a sudden the whole building just began to move. Immediately there was screaming, there was a lot of panic. I just started walking calmly at first, but then the building started really moving, and yeah, a lot of screaming, a lot of panic, people running the wrong way down the escalators, like lots of banging and crashing inside the mall. I got outside and then looked up at the building, that one there, and this whole building was just moving, dust and debris. It was pretty intense.
I was sitting in a bar, restaurant bar on Soy 22 off Sukhumvit, just talking to a stranger there, and the next thing, because it was a small bar, we just felt a movement. You know, there was no actual nothing moving in the building, but the next thing everybody came on the street, so there was a lot of screaming and panicking, which obviously made it a lot worse. I went on the street and I looked up, and a building equivalent to this one here was actually, you could see it next compared to the next one, it was actually moving. It was swaying. and all the water was coming from the top of the yeah, and that's when it got me, you know.
That's when you realized it. You saw the pool water coming down. Yeah, I suppose that would be a bit alarming. These people, luckily though, were spared any serious devastation. Thailand was much more subdued because it was the furthest away from the epicenter, but was still hit. But back in Myanmar, things were fucked, completely fucked. But this is in one of the harder hit parts of Thailand here. This is one of the buildings we saw collapse. You can see excavators attempting to sift through the rubble. But I mean, the likelihood of finding someone alive in that pile, pretty low. Pretty low. There may be some people still alive in there, but just getting to them before they die is going to be hard. We're talking about, I don't know, thousands of tons of concrete and steel rebar and whatever else. I'm not sure if anybody here didn't see the footage of that building collapse, but it was like a 30-story building that just, with the earthquake going on, it was actually under construction, and it just pancaked itself floor after floor after floor. Let's go here, talk more about Myanmar, what has been going on there. Here's France 24 from yesterday.
Nothing short of miraculous. With a round of applause, rescuers clear this man from the rubble after 5 days trapped under his collapsed home. But as rescue operations make way for reconstruction efforts, many survivors are struggling to find food and shelter.
We need nets and blankets for sleeping, as we don't want to sleep directly on the ground. For food, the people nearby donate to us at lunchtime. I'm unsure about the next 4 to 5 days, but we currently have some rice, and we can only afford to eat congee in the morning.
Humanitarian operations in the country have been incredibly difficult as fighting continues in a country ravaged by civil war. Near Mandalay, survivors not only have to find shelter, they also have to escape the violence.
We were taking shelter from the fighting at a monastery. My brother was attaining training in Chagang. I didn't know he was trapped. I only found out after 2 days when we got the phone lines.
On Tuesday, a Chinese Red Cross convoy was attacked as it tried to deliver crucial supplies to survivors. The military junta has a history of obstructing relief efforts. The army deliberately withheld crucial supplies after Typhoon Yagi in 2024. On Wednesday, the military announced a ceasefire, hoping to speed up the much-needed relief efforts.
With empathy toward the people across the country who are suffering due to the impact of the earthquake, the military has declared a temporary ceasefire period from the 2nd to the 22nd April 2020.
Yeah, this is a moment in which, people in Myanmar need a lot of help. I mean, they've needed help for a while, whether it was the civil war, the ethnic cleansing, or the military junta. Up until this moment, they needed a lot of help. We were already sending aid to Myanmar, which has now been cut off by Donald Trump for obvious reasons, right? As well as Myanmar refugees in Thailand and in Bangladesh, which are neighboring countries of Myanmar. But, God, it's going to be an uphill battle. here, trying to bring these people help. Yeah, I've already said it before. They already had enough going on. They did not need this at all in Myanmar. Not that anybody ever needs an earthquake, really, but you get what I'm saying. This father says there are no rescue operations after the Myanmar earthquake, so he is paying for a search team himself.
We were on the way home on the bridge when we felt the earth start to shake, and I stopped my motorcycle because I thought I had a flat tire. But when I realized that it was an earthquake, I started to panic as we were in the middle of the bridge, and we could go neither backwards or forward. The bridge was vibrating so strongly that we were thrown around, and within seconds, it was falling down. I called out to my daughter to hold on to me, but suddenly, both my daughter and motorcycle dropped into the river. I fell into the water as well. I managed to make my way to shore, and that was when I realized that she was still in the water, and I began searching for her. I feel that my daughter is still alive, next to me. Even though I know she has died, I am searching for her myself, as there are no rescue operations here. I have to hire...
Picking up after this thing, rebuilding after this is going to be an incredible undertaking. I mean, look at this. You can see pretty clearly. This is the road. This is the bridge. But now the road is beneath the bridge, because the earth is subsided, and I assume on this side, or raised on the other side. Either way, they're no longer aligned. So rebuilding this bridge is going to take even more effort than it would be if it had just fallen just completely of its own volition. Because now there would have to be new calculations made for how, all this other sorts of technical, architectural stuff will need to be done. But infrastructure in Myanmar is, I'm assuming, even though we don't have enough information on it, devastated. Whether it be roads and bridges or whatever else. Power plants, things like that. I assume they're all having trouble right now, picking up after this. Here's CBS News from a day ago. I think this is one of the last stories we have on this one. What a crazy week. Seems like multiple situations on the planet imploded. Not just...
All right, we turn our attention now to Southeast Asia, where the death toll from last week's powerful 7.7 earthquake in Myanmar has now surpassed 3,000. Now officials warn heavy rain forecasts for Sunday could make the situation there even worse. Yogita Lamai, with our partners at BBC News, recently traveled undercover into Myanmar to view the situation inside the country. Watch this.
A densely populated city that took the direct hit of the biggest earthquake to rock this country in a century. As we drove into Mandalay, bit by bit, we witnessed the scale of the devastation. Nearly every street we turned into, we saw scenes like this. Myanmar has said it's not allowing foreign journalists in since the earthquake. We went in undercover to show the extent of the impact. Access to the major collapse sites was difficult. But we managed to slip in to see this Buddhist academy, where scores of monks are fear trapped. Rescuers who've arrived from India are trying to dig them out, but they told us in this kind of collapse, it's unlikely they'll find survivors.
We've heard varying estimates of how many people might be trapped inside here. Some say more than 80, others say more than 100. When the earthquake struck, Buddhist monks were taking an examination hall, and the floors collapsed one on top of the other, trapping them underneath these concrete blocks. What's also making the rescue operation even more difficult is how hot it is. It's really sweltering.
And just from everywhere around us, we can smell dead bodies.
Oh, God.
That was BBC News correspondent Yogita Lamai reporting from inside Myanmar.
It's just utterly horrifying. Utterly horrifying, this situation. Jesus, this seems incredibly unsafe. Yeah, and the rescue recovery effort will take quite some time here, in my estimation. The amount of damaged buildings that we've seen when you go down these streets in Myanmar, pretty incredible. The fact is most buildings in Myanmar were not built for withstanding earthquakes. It's not like Myanmar had a ton of money to begin with to prepare itself for anything like this in the slightest. So that only exacerbated that situation. But like they mentioned earlier, this is the biggest earthquake that Myanmar has seen in over 100 years. It's not the sort of thing that happens regularly here. So there was very little in the way of, in terms of like building buildings to be able to stay standing in a quake like this. There just wasn't enough. All right, let's not go very far. Let's just go a little further south to Malaysia and see what happened there earlier this week. This was from, I think, Monday or Tuesday. That's right. The gates of hell opened up in Malaysia, letting out Beelzebub and an unholy fire. No, just kidding. Little Nicky wasn't playing out in Malaysia. It was, in fact, a gas pipeline, which burst and then caught fire in Malaysia, letting out unholy amount of burning fossil fuels into the surrounding area. I wonder if that's good for climate change.
Jesus, I say that.
All right, let's go all the way, not all the way south, but much further south from Malaysia, down into Sydney. That's right, Sydney, Australia. Reuters from 2 days ago. King tide swells batter Sydney's iconic Bondi Beach. Alright, just a suggestion. Rename that beach, Sydney. Whenever I think Bondi, now all I can think is Pan Bondi. The better Bondi in Sydney. Huge swells and a king's tide battered Sydney's beaches, causing damage and forcing closures. Yeah, is the water supposed to be in the pool?
50 years of Bondi.
Well, I mean, I guess.
The perfect storm, I guess. A 10-metre swell.
Well, I feel like they don't want the ocean water in the pool. I could be wrong.
I've been a member here for 50 years, a Bondi boy. The perfect storm, I guess. A 10-metre swell, 2-metre high tide. The southerly swell just pounding into the water here, turning 15 panels of toughened glass into splinters, completely ripping the cupboards off the wall in the lifeguards tower. It's just devastating.
That's a lot of ocean right there. Australia's been getting slammed by the waves lately, huh? Last couple months.
It has just been devastating. I was mentioning before, I've been a member for 50 years at Bondi. I'd never seen this sort of thing before. You know, the sheer magnitude of the level of water and the power of the water coming through must have just been horrendous. So on pool deck we've got about 15 panels of toughened glass.
Oh my god. Did it really get up this high onto an elevated walkway, high enough to break the glass barrier? Holy shit. Look at it. It's absolutely what we're looking at. It's like a glass paned railing, essentially, along these elevated sections of this building. It's getting completely blown off by waves. That must be higher than... Oh my god. How many feet up is that?
It's just been horrendous. So on pool deck we've got about 15 panels of toughened glass, which just splintered. We've got floors being lifted. The whole lifeguard tower got hit with the full force of the wave. Cupboards ripped off the walls, chairs, fire hoses ripped off their mountings. Quite extraordinary.
About 4 years ago, when we had a king tide, the water came up and washed right through into the houses at Dolls Point, down their driveways into their backyards. So it only
man, look at it.
About the
Holy
second time that I've ever seen it happen in my lifetime.
Wow, Australia getting utterly pounded here in Sydney by this incredibly large, and according to that, I guess, resort owner, historically so, as he's been there for 50 years and has never seen the water like that. I wonder if that has anything to do with global warming and the rising oceans and the fact that we have an untold amount of ice slipping away into the ocean. Okay. Last environmental story. I'm just realizing right now that we don't have space news, which is incredibly rude.
How rude.
It's true. You're right, little Olsen. It's very rude of me to do such a thing. That's very sad we don't have space news. But let's go here, all the way south now. Well, basically as far south as you can go. To almost Antarctica. That's right, and we are going to do Trump tariffs here during the environmental news. And you might be asking yourself, excuse me? What are you talking about, StreamLord? Why would we be talking about Well, for what reason would you do? Is it for you to bring in the tariffs and the Trump trade war into environmental news? Well, because even the environment was not spared these Trump tariffs. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from a day ago and talk about the penguins, which are now going to be forced to pay. Well, I guess they aren't the ones who are going to pay, but any sort of penguin-related imports from Antarctica are now going to be tariffed.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To the herd in McDonald's Islands.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. First, the islands. They are the Herd and McDonald Island. They are covered by tariffs. Russia isn't. So basically, what Trump is doing is taxing penguins, not Putin. The only living things on those islands are the only.
I just forgot about this.
There are no people.
I totally forgot. I meant to replace
questions
this.
on this subject. Yes.
Senator Schumer, we saw Senator Booker take the floor for 25 hours. It gave you and your conference quite a bit of attention to issues that you care about.
Why is Chuck so out of breath? What is going on with this guy? Why is he so out of breath in the middle of... He just started talking. Sorry. I totally forgot. I forgot, though. I forgot it was Chuck. Schumer is the worst. We're going to watch a different one. So let's go here. To replace this story, I feel bad, because this was a funny story. I forgot that I meant to replace this. Chuck just ruined it. I don't know why Chuck Schumer had to ruin it, but he did.
So are you tired of all the winning yet?
Yes.
Are you enjoying all of the greatness? May I introduce you to Tokelau? Tokelau is 3 teeny tiny islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That's our best approximation on our mapping software here at MSNBC HQ. Tokelau, again, it's 3 islands. It's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. About 1,500 people live there. One of the 3 islands that makes up Tokelau is apparently known for its famous swimming pigs. As for its economy, Tokelau kind of doesn't register on any international scale of economic measures because Tokelau doesn't really have much of an economy. It's basically subsistence, agriculture, and fishing, and, enjoying the swimming pigs. Donald Trump just imposed an across-the-board, no exceptions, 10% tariff on Tokelau. Take that, Tokelau bandits. You will screw over the United States of America no longer. May I also introduce you to the Keeling Islands. Keeling Islands are roughly halfway between Australia and Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean. Keeling Islands is 27 islands, but 25 of them are uninhabited. Several of those uninhabited islands have a real plastic trash problem, but that is not because anybody lives there, but because plastic trash from other countries makes its way across the Indian Ocean and washes up there. The 2 islands of the Keeling Islands that are inhabited, out of the 27 islands there, those 2 inhabited islands have a total population of 593 people. Well, Donald Trump just declared trade war on the Keeling Islands. All 593 Keeling Islanders
Suck it, Keeling.
will now be hit with an American government
Try to export
10%
your
tariff.
sand
that will apply to, you know, anything they might ever want to export here to us. You know, make it here, Keeling Islands, if you're going to make it. May I introduce you to Jan Mayen Island. It is a volcano, a volcanic island mostly covered in glaciers, hundreds of miles from anything else in the Arctic Ocean.
These nasty,
Jan
nasty
Mayen, I think that's how you
volcanoes.
say it. It does have an airstrip, but
These nasty, nasty volcanoes have been ripping off the United States for too long. Not gonna do it anymore, volcanoes. Not gonna do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
nobody lives there. Population 0 humans, many polar bears. That said, rest assured, we the American people are now protected from the predatory economic piracy of that uninhabited island. Thanks to our genius strongman ruler who has put the American government to work, Donald Trump has just slapped a 10% tariff on Jan Mayen Island, just in case anyone ever moves up there and tries to screw us over with their Jan Mayen Island underpriced exports.
It was known as a preemptive reciprocal tariff. In case somebody moves there and decides to tariff us, they will already have reciprocated those imaginary tariffs.
And stuff. On the other end of the world, there's Heard, H-E-A-R-D, Heard Island, and also McDonald Island. They're in Antarctica. They are only reachable by boat, and it takes 2 weeks by sea to get there from Australia. Heard and, what's the other one?
The nasty penguins.
McDonald Island, sorry. Heard and McDonald Island, I know I don't have to apologize. I'm not offending anybody. They're totally uninhabited, both of them. They're also active volcanoes, so even if you wanted to move there.
How dare you? How dare you, Rachel, forget the name of the great McDonald Island?
How rude.
You have offended all penguins everywhere.
Uninhabited, both of them. They're also active volcanoes, so even if you wanted to move there, even the penguins might caution you, right? But they're active volcanoes, one on each island, on both Heard and McDonald Islands. I will say those volcanoes and the penguins and seals who live there, they will never...
Et tu, seal. Et tu. Have you been exporting goods? Have you been exporting fish to America? You terrible, horrible, nasty, opportunistic seal. Should call you a steal, because you're stealing the freedom of America. Go fuck yourself, seal, okay? You and your penguin friends, go fuck yourself. If you want to manufacture fish, well, guess what? You're gonna have to do it in the United States. Otherwise, go fuck yourself. Nothing crazy about that story. That was a totally normal... Most tariffs go on nations inhabited by seals and penguins only. Volcanoes deserve tariffs too. And the fact is not enough leaders have, made this sort of leap in tariffs to go after volcanic islands. The volcanoes are ripping us off, okay? Write that down. Those goddamn volcanoes always us producing their foreign lava and then having it invade our oceans. It's very nasty. I mean, that's how you know that they really, really thought about this one. That's merit, okay? Because really, if anything, it's groundbreaking. That's how you know that you're competent. When you're the first one to do something. Not because it's stupid, but because you're just thinking ahead. What happens when the penguins trying to take over, huh? Well, we'll already have these reciprocal tariffs waiting for them. Speaking of tariffs, let's talk about some of the global effects of tariffs.
Time now for our number of the day with our business editor, Charles Pellegrin. Charles, what's our number?
Don't worry, we're not going to be doing too much tariffs immediately, although we will be getting to them at multiple points during the Earth half, which we are now starting. Although I guess should we take a break now and then just do the last half? Hold on. Let me figure this out. Can we do Earth news in one half? If so, maybe we take a break now. Let me just take a look at what we got. How far are we in? Almost 7 hours and 45. 7.5 hours in. Fourth half. Let's see. PMQs. More stuff. UK tariffs. France. EU. I think we can do this in one half, right? Am I losing my mind? I might be losing my mind, actually. Yeah, no. Actually, no. We probably can't do this in one half. All right, we'll get started with the Earth news. We'll get started with the Earth news. Yeah, and remember, Liberation Day was felt across the world. So let's get back to talking about the rest of the world with a little bit more reminder about Liberation Day, the greatest day in American history.
Time now for our number of the day with our business editor, Charles Pellegrin. Charles, what's our number?
Hi, Jeannie. That number is 34.8, as in 34.8%, which would be the average tariff imposed on goods entering the U.S. after so-called reciprocal tariffs are applied. This means that importers...
Oh, my God. Remember when Donald Trump said that he was going to deal with inflation and then artificially raised inflation by 35%? Wow, that's good. I'm sure that'll get the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates.
Would have to pay 34.8% of the value of whatever they're importing on top of the actual price as a tax to the U.S. government. That's according to calculations made by Bloomberg Economics, and would be the high.
In case it wasn't clear, no, I was being sarcastic. No, it's not. It's not going to get the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. Not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Because that's one of their dual mandates, is trying to keep inflation at 2%. 34 is slightly higher than 2%.
Average tariff rate in the country since the late 1800s. Of course, that's a worst-case scenario, but it gives you a sense of the stakes here. Donald Trump expected to make an announcement on those reciprocal tariffs this Wednesday in the Rose Garden of the White House at 3 p.m.
Yes, indeed. Everyone, you've been liberated. Enjoy the liberation. Liberated from selling goods to the United States. And vice versa, Americans, you've been liberated from buying things from other countries. Enjoy that freedom. All right, let's go to the UK. Start off the discussion of Earth news with the PMQs. That's right, Prime Minister's questions. Keir Starmer taking questions in Parliament before the Easter recess. Guardian news from 2 days ago.
Express his thanks to the United
Whoa, that is what the fuck?
Kingdom for the support provided to them. Order, order. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. John Grady.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just picking up on your comments, can I say that on Monday night I spoke to President Zelensky and he wanted me to pass on to you his thanks for attending in Ukraine, particularly on the 3rd anniversary of the massacre at Bucha, which I've been to Bucha. It's a terrible 3rd anniversary, so I pass on
Illegal.
those thanks. Mr. Speaker, we've been preparing for all eventualities ahead of the confirmation of US tariffs later today. Let me be clear with the House. A trade war is in nobody's interests. And the country deserves, and we will take, a calm, pragmatic approach. That's why constructive talks are progressing to agree a wider economic prosperity deal with the US. That's why we're working with all industries and sectors likely to be impacted. Our decisions will always be guided by our national interest, and that's why we have prepared for all eventualities, and we will rule nothing out. Mr. Speaker, our deepest sympathies are with the people of Myanmar and Thailand.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to move past his little speech and go to some of the questions he was asked. That is the whole point of this, of the PMQs, is to ask the Prime Minister questions. It's not an option they have. Right, yeah, no, the Federal Reserve can't lower interest rates. Although, I mean, technically, the market will determine the rates of treasuries. But, you know, one great selling point for treasuries right now, and you noticed it today, that message was getting through loud and clear to investors. Hey, better than a precipitously imploding stock market. Hey, guaranteed rate of return on these puppies here. Or you could go buy Tesla stock, I guess, and hope it doesn't go down another 50% from here. You know, there's a selling point for bonds. Would you rather not try to catch a falling knife in the stock market? Well, have we got something for you? They're called U.S. Treasuries. They're great. Your grandma loved them, and you can too.
Ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the full state pension will rise by £472 a year, putting money in the pockets of pensioners in Glasgow and across the United Kingdom. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that this rise...
Wow.
That this rise is only possible because of Labour's plan for change and our commitment to the triple lock?
Well, he's absolutely right. We can commit to the triple lock because we've restored stability after they crashed the economy. And that means, Mr. Speaker, next week 12 million pensioners will receive up to £470 more. That's an extra £1,900 over this Parliament, including 1 million pensioners in Scotland. And the contrast couldn't be clearer. The Shadow Chancellor called the triple lock unsustainable, and the Leader of the Opposition wants to means test the state pension so that she can cut it.
Leader of the Opposition, can we bait it up?
Oh, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the
This should be
triple lock
good.
was a Conservative policy. Rather than...
I hear some contention. Order.
You was inadvertently said. Carry on, Leader.
Rather than the Prime Minister congratulating himself for what we did, why don't we talk about what he's doing? From Sunday, Labour's jobs tax will mean many British businesses face a terrible choice: to cut wages, put up prices, or sack their staff. What is the Prime Minister's advice to those businesses?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she says the triple lock was Conservative policy. It was once thought to be the party of sound finances, but they blew all of that. Mr. Speaker, she asked what we're doing. We're clearing up the mess that they left. We're dealing with global instability, and we recognise the pressures that are bearing down on businesses and individuals and working people. That's why we're rolling up our sleeves. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce the national living wage increasing by £1,400. That's a pay rise for millions of workers. We've announced £150 for the Warm Homes discount, extended now to 6 million households. That's 1 in 5 families. And wages are going up faster than prices. And never forget, the party opposite worst living standards on record, inflation up to 11%, public services left on their knees.
That is all true.
Mr. Speaker, the only mess is the one that he made with his budget.
Oh, is that? Oh, is it the only one?
Budget last week
Yeah.
that fixed
It's
nothing.
the only one.
He
Hey,
says
Kemi.
he's bringing stability. All we see is fragility. During the election, the Prime Minister also promised that he would not increase taxes on working people. But even the
Not gonna do
ODR
it. Wouldn't
says
be
that the jobs
prudent at
tax
this
will be
juncture.
passed on to workers. On average, families will be £3,500 poorer. Why should anyone trust him again?
Well, her fantasy figure is about as much use
Oh.
as Liz Truss's economic planning. And she turns up every week to carp from the sidelines about the decisions we made at the budget. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, she held a press conference and she couldn't say whether she would reverse the decisions that we made at the budget. I understand, because she can't bring herself to say that she doesn't want the investment of an extra £26 billion in our NHS. I'm not surprised at that. That's 2 million extra appointments, that's 1,000 more GPs, a pay rise for nurses, etc., etc. But let me get her position right if I can follow it. She wants the extra £26 billion in the NHS, Mr. Speaker, that was paid for by the national insurance rise. She wants that. She doesn't want to reverse the national insurance rises. So she's now reduced this absurd position of voting in the budget, carping against a budget that she actually agrees with.
Mr. Speaker.
There you go. Kemi Badenoch and Keir Starmer going back and forth here over this budget. And I mean, it's true. Tories don't want they want their cake and to eat it too. They want to criticize the labor budget that's trying to fix the problems that they created. You know, and she, you know, and they're trying to at the same time avoid actually saying that they don't support refunding the NHS or giving pensioners more money, because that would be incredibly unpopular, because people like the NHS and they want it to function properly, which it hasn't been doing. Why is my mouth not moving? How long has this been going on for? How am I even talking? Am I just thinking this out loud right now? Are you hearing my thoughts right now, chat? Oh, this is very strange. Okay. I think my mouth is... There we go. Now I'm definitely saying words with my mouth. Okay. Now, let's take a break. And we'll go... Actually, wait, should we do... No, I got a bunch of UK stuff too. There's no way to get through all of that before the end of the break. Before the end of 8 hours. Okay, we're just going to take a break now. We'll come back to the UK, talk about those Trump tariffs, and what the UK response is going to be to that. First, an intergalactic intermission. Oh shit. Well, I do hope everyone has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you've been enjoying the stream. Well, it's one of the myriad ways we have available for you to do just that. We got YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships. Of course, the more members that we have, whether gifted or started on your own, do help us in getting more galactic emotes for space fams just like you. We got Twitch, of course, too. Bit subscriptions and on-screen celebrations for you. We got Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving a cut to either Twitch or YouTube and would rather every single penny that you donate goes to keeping this spacecast alive. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. Only $3 US a month will get you access to a truly incredible, breathtaking number of galactic benefits. Stuff like a little avatar here at the pool, or the bar, the street, or the lake. One of these break screens that we hang out. That's where you can put your avatar. Representation of you that you would like to have here. It doesn't have to actually be you, it could be whatever you want. It could be a puppy, a snail. It could be your favorite sci-fi character. Shoutouts. There's just so many benefits to being a patron. I just recommend that you would go onto the website and check out what the galactic tiers hold for you. Link is in my bio on YouTube and Twitch, as well as the chat. Oh my god. Sasha G gifting 10 galactic membies to the community. Woo! Before I go, I have to do this. Sasha G, thank you so much. Incredibly generous. Jesus, D Cypher gifted a galactic membership. Love gifted a galactic membership. Mediocre Nobushi gifted a galactic membership. What the hell? What the hell indeed, sir? Gifted a galactic membership. Cheetah Man, Atticus Among Us, Annie Fitzgerald, Riss B, Cody Culp, and Pinkerbell, all getting their galactic membion, all thanks to Sasha G. Incredibly generous donation. Start off this space break. Alright, everyone. Well, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, I do believe you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the stream. Oh yeah. Indeed, so you better get back to those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest galactic content. In the UK, which is where we're about to go back to in just a moment. Styx Dragon Sharon, why are you apologizing for lurking and listening? These are two of the myriad options here in the galactic chat. You don't always have to contribute to chat. You don't always have to talk. We feel your energy in spirit. Not that I don't appreciate your messages, but it's no requirement for you to contribute chat-wise. Sometimes it's good just to listen, just to watch, maybe just take it all in. Sometimes we just need a moment to ourselves and our busy lives, whatever it might be. I'll never criticize a lurker. In fact, I support the lurking. As much lurking as you like. Although I do love the chats, the chatting. Alrighty. Back to the UK. I got some choice clips here for you about Liberation Day in the UK and how the current government is planning to deal with these Trump tariffs. Here's Keir once again. A couple days ago, during the PMQs. Guardian News. Starmer says U.S. trade war in nobody's interest and urges pragmatic approach. Ooh, pragmatism. Sounds sexy.
Mr. Speaker, we've been preparing for all eventualities ahead of the confirmation of US tariffs later today. Let me be clear with the House. A trade war is in nobody's interest. And the country deserves, and we will take, a calm, pragmatic approach. That's why constructive talks are progressing to agree a wider economic prosperity deal with the US. That's why we're working with all industries and sectors likely to be impacted. Our decisions will always be guided by our national interest, and that's why we have prepared for all eventualities, and we will rule nothing out.
In November, I urged him to seize the draft US trade deal Conservatives negotiated. Instead, Mr. Speaker, he lost our most experienced trade negotiator.
Wow. The deal, didn't it, I mean, wasn't this is the Conservatives' attempt to undo some of the damage from Brexit, if I recall correctly? Like, oh, well, Europe is still mad at us, but maybe we can be friends with America. Oh, Kemi. Well, there was Keir Starmer. Suggesting that the UK is doing everything it can to prepare for the Trump tariffs. That those tariffs were in no one's interest, neither the United States or the UK. And that Keir Starmer was looking for some pragmatism, perhaps. Something I'm not sure Donald Trump could either define or engage in. But, you know, hey. Optimism's good too, I suppose. That was before the tariffs were actually announced. Now, here was Starmer yesterday after the announcement of the tariffs. Once again, Guardian News. Not a Guardian in the UK, huh?
Last night, the President of the United States acted for his country, and that is his mandate. Today, I will act in Britain's interests with mine. I understand how important this is for your businesses, as it is for the British people. So we move now to the next stage of our plan. Decisions we take in coming days and weeks will be guided only by our national interest, in the interests of our economy, in the interests of businesses around this table, in the interest of putting money in the pockets of working people. Nothing else will guide me. That is my focus. Clearly, there will be an economic impact from the decisions that the US has taken, both here and globally. But I want to be crystal clear. We are prepared. Nobody wins in a trade war. That is not in our national interest. We have a fair and balanced trade relationship with the US, negotiations on an economic prosperity deal, one that strengthens our existing trading relationship. They continue, and we will fight for the best deal for Britain. So today marks a new stage in our preparations. We have a range of levers at our disposal, and we will continue our work with businesses across the country to discuss their assessment of the options.
Wow. I think Keir Starmer looks a little bit bewildered. I think perhaps an emotional state that was not being felt only by Keir on this day, the Great Liberation Day, or shortly after it. I think most leaders looked at this liberatory celebration of Donald Trump's engaging the trade war in full against all countries, ally and foe. And it has left, I think, including myself, at this point, I've just sort of accepted it as just pure idiocy and incompetence from the Trump administration. But is this sort of level of idiocy and incompetence, on a global scale, it's really going to cause the world problems? And I've tried to imagine myself in the position of Keir, or say an Emmanuel Macron, or a von der Leyen, any of the above leaders, not excluding the other countries, but just generally speaking, was the first three that comes to mind because I'm looking at their pictures right now in my list. We'll be talking about what they had to say in a little bit, but just gotta be bewildered beyond belief just looking at these numbers that Trump and his team just sort of concocted. They're not reciprocal. We've said it a bunch of times now, but they didn't just write down what the tariff a country is charging us is and then charge them the same thing. No, they came up with some fantastical notion of how they were going to calculate their own tariffs. I guess they're reciprocal only in that they're a response to something, whether they be tariffs or not tariffs, But that's what the world is going to have to deal with now, is that the Trump administration is conducting foreign policy, trade policy, based upon non-real things, or just a complete perversion, bastardization of what anything entails. Oh God, why are we in this timeline? There's something. Do we have Bacula right now? Bacula, buddy, why aren't you breaking us out of this timeline at this point? We need a new one immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Being saved by Bacula. Let's see what the British Commons had to say. Following Trump's tariff announcement in a special session in Parliament. Let's go here.
Recent reports of threats and incidents at holy sites, and I know, as ever, he raises a very important matter which I will raise with the Minister for him. Chris Blow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Droitwich transmitter, commonly known as the Witchbold Maths in my constituency, celebrated their 90th birthday last year. The long-wave transmitter was used as a jamming device by the RAF, obstructing enemy transmissions trying to reach Luftwaffe aircraft approaching Britain, as well as playing a pivotal role on D-Day and communicating with the French resistance. Would the Leader of the House join me in calling for the masts to be strongly considered for listing by Historic England for their role in defending this nation?
Well, he's made a very strong case there for this mast to be listed as part of our history and the fantastic work that was done during the World Wars in making sure that we were protected.
There are 12 people and 10 minutes. You can do the maths, keep your questions short.
You can do the maths.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday on the 2nd of April, I received an unprompted letter from the Home Builders Federation, which said, and I quote, a recent FOI request shows that...
Sorry, I forgot there was bleed over from the previous session. I think it gets back started over here, I want to say. I think this is where we get to tariff talking. God damn it.
No country. This follows the application of tariffs of 25% on US imports of steel, aluminium and derivative products that was announced on the 12th of March. No country was able to secure an exemption from these announcements, but the UK did receive the lowest reciprocal tariff rate globally. And though this vindicates the pragmatic approach this government has taken, we know that while these tariffs are still being levied, the job is far.
By the way, you're very welcome.
Disappointed by the increase in tariffs on the UK.
You're very welcome, England. You can thank your former queen for the low tariffs because, of course, my mother, big fan of Queen Elizabeth, huge fan of the royal family. And you're welcome. That's why you get the lowest tariff. Enjoy that.
Has taken. We know that while these tariffs are still being levied, the job is far from done. We are, of course, disappointed by the increase in tariffs on the UK and on other countries around the world. The impact will be felt amongst all trading nations. But I would like to update the House on how the UK can navigate these turbulent times, acting in our national interest and for the benefit of all our industries. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my American counterparts, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, US Trade Representative Jameson Greer, and Special Envoy Mark Burnett for their engagement over the last few months. While any imposition of tariffs is deeply regrettable, from the beginning they promised to make themselves available and have been true to their word, and I look forward to our continued engagement over the days ahead. As members will know, since the new US administration took office, my colleagues and I have been engaged in intensive discussions on an economic deal between the US and the UK. One that would not just avoid the imposition of significant tariffs, but that would deepen our economic relationship. On everything from defence, economic security, financial services, machinery, tech and regulation, there are clear synergies between the US and UK markets. And this is reflected in the fair and balanced trading relationship that already exists between our two countries. I can confirm to the House that those talks are ongoing and will remain so. It is this government's view that a deal is not just possible, it is favourable to both countries, and that this course of action serves Britain's interests as an open-facing trading nation.
Yeah, I mean, dropping the tariff war would benefit everyone. Unfortunately, I don't think Trump's going to do it. I don't think he's going to do it. There is something personal about this to Donald Trump. He has been going on and on about tariffs for decades. It's not just recent past. I saw a video of him from I think it was the 90s or something. The late 80s, where he was talking about tariffs in an incredibly glowing, sort of gleeful tone. He seems to have had this strange obsession with tariffs for who knows exactly how long. But Mitty is right. 100% right about this comment. This tariff war Trump is waging, combine it with all the other stuff Donald Trump is doing, or in fact, even devoid of all of that context, it is absolutely like Brexit. It is absolutely. It's the United States. I mean, the United States, the world's biggest economy, the world's reserve currency, biggest economic player in the world, now suddenly just lashing out at everyone just because Donald Trump has some weird obsession with tariffs. He thinks that it's good policy. It's terrible. It really is. It really is. It's not just bad for Britain or anybody else out there. If anything, it might be most bad for the United States as it relates to this trade war. Because the fact is that the systems don't exist to make up for this. At least in the last time that we were doing tariffs, there was, or like doing tariffs in like earnest and like, you know, like there was at least some mechanisms available. There was already a lot of manufacturing in the United States at that time. You know, but it's not the 1800s anymore. It's 2025. The United States is deindustrialized. And it is, I mean, the devastation in the United States could be horrifying, economically speaking, if this doesn't end soon. Even some of the damage has already been done, right? Trump has already soured many relationships here. Some may not be completely unsalvageable, but Donald Trump is in office. I mean, this is in the first 2 months here that he's doing this shit. Still got 46 months left to go. And that's a terrifying statistic. 46 months. But this is huge. It's going to be hugely problematic on so many different things that he's not considering. I mean, oh my God, I am still kind of, I've been thinking to myself ever since it happened, ever since I saw it, because I haven't streamed since actual Liberation Day, which happened, of course, technically Wednesday after 4:01 p.m. You can't celebrate Liberation Day until the markets are closed. But, I mean, after seeing that formula they used to derive these supposed reciprocal tariffs that are based entirely on something other than tariffs, I'm still sort of broken. Just sort of beside myself, trying to understand what happened. I'm also realizing, though, it might not have been, I mean, I have a strong sense that it was probably Howard Lutnick who came up with that fucking formula, or one of his goons. But then I recently, in the last couple of hours, thought to myself, maybe it was Scott Bessent. You know, as a former hedge fund manager, probably knows math enough to come up with some gobbledygook like that. But these tariffs are not based upon tariffs. Even though they're reciprocal, it's a lashing out against American spending, essentially. Donald Trump is taking it out on Americans and foreign producers, essentially, for the relationship that they have had for many years. For Americans being so nasty, buying Chinese products in China, selling us nasty Chinese products.
China!
You're both very bad. I'm going to punish you. That's all that's happening, right? Has nothing to do with tariffs. The calculation did not include tariffs. All it had to do was with export numbers and trade deficits. That's how they calculated the tariffs. They didn't go down the list, country by country, trade barrier by trade barrier, and enact reciprocal tariffs. No, they came up with some nonsense formula to do it all with. But apparently, some Tories are celebrating Trump's tariff. For what reason? I don't know why. But this Labour MP seems to have one theory.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I suspect that the opposition front bench, if they're still trying to propagate the arguments of 2016, are a bit drunk on chlorinated chicken. We need to get real. Celebrating a tariff of 10% rather than 20% is like celebrating that when you got mugged, they only took your wallet and not your watch as well. Come on! That's why the British public deserve better. That's why I'm grateful that the Secretary of State is talking about our relationship with Europe, because who knows what President Trump will bring next week. We do 5 times more business with the European Union than we do with America. It is in our interest to have a close and stable trading relationship with Europe, but right now that is up for grabs too. So could the Secretary of State just set out for us what this now means for his negotiations on the European reset and the summit in May?
I'm grateful to my...
There we go. I guess Tories might be drunk on chlorinated chicken, whatever that means. Never heard of that one. I think it's entirely possible. Public service announcement, chlorine in strong enough doses is poisonous. Not good to eat chlorinated chicken, I don't think. Probably bad for your health. All right. Now let's go to France 24. Talk about how France is dealing with all of this. Yes, here's France 24 English from 2 days ago. Carnage. Papers react to Trump's tariff threats on Liberation Day. What do you think, world? Feeling liberated yet? I know I am. Liberated of my sanity.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well done to him. Emily is with us for the press review now. She's starting off with that big story of the day we talked about at the top. Trump's tariffs, of course, set to come into effect today. What are the papers saying then, Emily?
Yeah, well, of course, a lot of reactions in the press in anticipation of Trump's threatened tariffs. The British daily, The Independent, had it on its front page today saying that Britain was bracing for the worst as the Trump trade war erupts, very cleverly using a photo from the Icelandic volcano eruption yesterday to emphasize their wordplay there. Trump's threatened tariffs could cost the world over £1.1 trillion, it says. In the Daily Mirror, they headlined with carnage. They're saying that 25,000 jobs in Britain's car industry could be at risk. Meanwhile, in the New York Times, this analysis piece had a look at the impact that the tariffs might have on American alliances, saying it could lead to a generalized resistance against the US and Trump. Trump has repeatedly called today, the 2nd of April, Liberation Day. He's promised to roll out tariffs on other countries, hoping that it might reduce the American reliance on imported goods. Now, this cartoon in the Financial Times illustrates perhaps what the vibe of a Liberation Day celebration might look like. And indeed, cartoonists around the world have had quite a lot of fun with.
Jesus, these cartoons are fucking too on point. Too on point. You got one, the first one, 2 people sitting in an empty room with a banner labeled Happy Liberation Day, liberated from all of our stuff. And then we're so liberated to hang out with ourselves as we build a wall around the country with these trade fucking tariffs. Oh my God. A little too on point. A little too on point. Let's see what Emmanuel Macron had to say. Also France 24. This is from Yesterdoodle. He called for the suspension of investment in the United States. Aww.
Global markets are deep in the red this Thursday. The CAC 40 here in Paris down over 3%, and US markets have been in free fall since the open. Uncertainty spreading around the world hours after US President Donald Trump announced sweeping tariffs. Exports from the EU now facing levies of 20%. The French president has called the move from Washington brutal and unfounded. Emmanuel Macron has been meeting with the heads of businesses which will be impacted by the tariffs. Let's take a listen to what the French president had to say.
The decision announced overnight is a brutal and unfounded one. Unfounded because you don't correct trade imbalances with tariffs. And the basics of economic theory show the opposite, above all when imbalances do not take into account digital services, to name those or others.
Now, Emerald Maxwell is standing by at the Élysée Palace, and we can go across to her now. Emerald, the French president Emmanuel Macron not really mincing his words there.
Yes, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, said that there was a problem. Trump was right to identify it, but that the solution was wrong and that it was brutal and unfounded, as we heard in that soundbite. And he said that although these tariffs would be good news for no one, no country will come out unscathed. Everyone will come out weaker and poorer eventually, some more than others, because in the European Union, for instance, which is getting those 20% tariffs, some countries like Ireland, Germany and Italy, they will be the most affected. But France too, the US is a very important trading partner for France, and their trade actually represents 1.5% of France's GDP. That's what he reminded all these business leaders who he met today, and as well as with the Prime Minister and several ministers. He said that it was very important now to organise and to remain united with European partners to come up with a united response. It wasn't a good time to play solo, as big companies tend to do at times like this. He confirmed that the EU response will happen in two phases. The first will be in mid-April on steel and aluminium. Those have already been previously announced. And the second will be later on in the month on all goods and services. Will be a much larger packet of tariffs. He said also that the EU should suspend its investments in the United States as they work things out. And he also emphasised that the EU needed to be more productive and accelerate its decarbonisation because it depended too much on carbon, which didn't produce itself. He also...
That's a good point. Hey, maybe there's one fringe benefit, a little silver lining. Maybe this will force other countries to stop buying U.S. oil and start truly heading towards completely decarbonizing much of their economies. Could be good, I guess. But if you didn't catch all that, Macron is suggesting that all of Donald Trump's tariffs are completely unfounded in logic or sense, or I guess just regular modern economic theory. As well as calling for the suspension of all investment in the United States until the tariffs have been resolved. Maybe that's what Donald Trump was hoping, is that people would stop investing in the United States. The United States is too good for everyone else's money. What's that? He's been touting foreign investment his entire presidency? Oh. Well, okay, that might contravene the previous thing I was saying. Weird. Wonder if having countries sort of broad brush stop investing in the United States will affect that number. Yeah, let's go here now to The Guardian from yesterday. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, yeah. The world reacts to Trump's sweeping Liberation Day tariffs. God, so much liberty, it's overwhelming.
So, if you look at that,
Brazil's Congress passed a reciprocity bill allowing it to retaliate. In the Sorry. This bill protects Brazil in the commercial relations with the world. It is important to say that when any country wants to interfere or change the commercial and diplomatic relationships with Brazil, this bill allows that the Brazilian government act and do what is needed.
This is not the act of a friend. Today's decision will add to uncertainty in the global economy, and it will push up costs for American households. This is why our government will not be seeking to impose reciprocal tariffs. We will not join a race to the bottom that leads to higher prices and slower growth.
We're going to approach this in a clear-headed way and always represent the national interest. It's why myself and the Business and Trade Secretary met with big UK exporters this morning. They don't want government to rush into any response because the prize on offer is an economic agreement. Let's see how other countries and other trading blocs respond. I spoke to Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis just before I came to give evidence at the committee today, and we are discussing with other countries and with the EU about the appropriate response.
I know that many of you feel let down by our oldest ally. Yes, we must brace for the impact that this will inevitably have. Europe has everything it needs to make it through the storm. We are in this together. If you take on one of us, you take on all of us. So we will stand together and stand up for each other. Our unity is our strength. Europe has the largest single market in the world, 450 million consumers. That is our safe harbor in tumultuous times. And Europe will stand at the side of those directly impacted. We have already announced new measures to support the steel and cars sectors. Last week, we limited the amount of steel that can be imported to Europe tariff-free. This will give more breathing space to these strategic industries. Now, we will also convene strategic dialogues with the steel, the automotive and the pharmaceutical sectors, and others will follow.
Prime Minister Ishiba has urged that we continue to strongly...
And others will follow.
Prime Minister Ishiba has also already instructed that we continue to strongly urge the United States to exclude Japan from the tariff measures while thoroughly examining the content of these measures and their impact on Japan. By the way, if you didn't notice this, Guardian has been meticulously putting up the tariffs on each country that's speaking during their speeches. So, Japan has a 24%, the EU has 20%, the UK has 10%, so on and so forth. In response to the tariff measures, including those on automobile and possible reciprocal tariffs, we will swiftly set up a special consultation department that provides support for cash flow and assistance.
We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7.
Mañana vamos a anunciar.
Tomorrow, we are going to announce a comprehensive program.
Lo que vamos a anunciar.
What we are going to
no
announce
es un asunto de
is
si
not
tú
a
me
tit for
pones
tat
tarifas, yo te
on
pongo
tariffs.
tarifas. O aranceles, yo te pongo aranceles.
We are interested in strengthening the Mexican economy, among others, like the automotive industry. South Korea, we will concentrate our pan-governmental effort on negotiations with the United States to minimize damage to our economy, for the best strategic collaboration with the private sector through... Oh, shit. Yeah. World leaders across the Yeah, Spectrum, all coming out and responding to these insane tariffs levied by the United States. Everyone seems incredibly confused by this Trump move. Sort of broad brush. I figured we would just go through them real quick. We are going to go through a lot of these, though, in a little bit more detail, such as with EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen, who, as you may have noticed, made a response to Trump earlier from the ECU. Where does the statement start? Oh, there it is.
President von der Leyen will give a statement in English, French, and German. Thanks.
Wow, English, French, and German. That's impressive. Trilingual, that Ursula von der Leyen. I always say her name different. I can't decide how I'm supposed to say her name.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning.
President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world, including the European Union, is a major blow to the world economy. I deeply regret this choice. Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Uncertainty will spiral and trigger the rise of further protectionism. The consequences will be dire for millions of people around the globe, also for the most vulnerable countries, which are now subject to some of the highest US tariffs, the opposite of what we wanted to achieve. The tariffs will also hurt consumers around the world. It will be felt immediately. Millions of citizens
immediately,
will face
if not
higher grocery
sooner.
bills. Medication will cost more, as well as transportation. Inflation will go up. And this is hurting in particular the most vulnerable citizens. All businesses, big and small, will suffer from day one. From greater uncertainty to the disruption of supply chains, to burdensome bureaucracy, the costs of doing business with the United States will drastically increase. And what is more, there seems to be no order in the disorder.
No, there is not.
No clear path through the complexity and chaos that is being created as all US trading partners are hit. In the past 80 years, trade between the European Union and the United States has been.
Yeah, and it's sort of fascinating to hear Ursula von der Leyen basically say that what Donald Trump has just done is completely void of reality. I mean, she didn't quite say that. What did she say? It was impossible. She was using like diplomatic language, basically saying it's impossible to move forward on the details of this because it's got nothing to do with tariffs, right? Like the United States is tariffing people, reciprocal tariffs, not for the tariffs that they may have, but for trade deficits between the United States and their countries. So what exactly are people like Ursula von der Leyen supposed to do, right? She's supposed to force European people to buy goods from the United States? I mean, what is the argument here that's to be made, right? What even is the argument being made by the Trump administration in the first place? It's basically saying, Americans buy too much stuff from you guys. You need to start buying more stuff from us, whether you like it or not, or you can't sell us anything. Right? We'll tariff your goods so much that people just will stop buying them.
millions of jobs. Consumers across the Atlantic have benefited from reduced prices. Businesses have benefited from huge opportunities, leading to unprecedented growth and prosperity. And at the same time, we know that the global trading system has serious deficiencies. I agree with President Trump that others are taking unfair advantage of the current rules, and I'm ready to support any efforts to make the global trading system fit for the realities of the global economy.
Good luck with that, Ursula. God. But apparently, let's go to this now. This is a clip of this Ursula von der Leyen speech. She's talked briefly about what Europe is planning to do in response to these tariffs.
I agree with President Trump that others are taking unfair advantage of the current rules.
Really?
And I'm ready to support any efforts to make the global trading system fit for the realities of the global economy. But I also want to be clear. Reaching for tariffs as your first and last tool will not fix it. This is why from the outset we have always been ready to negotiate with the United States to remove the remaining barriers to transatlantic trade. At the same time, we are prepared to respond. We are already finalizing the first package of countermeasures in response to tariffs on steel, and we're now preparing for further countermeasures to protect our interests and our businesses if negotiations fail. President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world includes...
There you go. Europe. The EU is putting together multiple packages of countermeasures, as Ursula von der Leyen's put it, in response to all these Trump tariffs. Should be very interesting to see what they come up with to hit the United States back. Now let's see what the ECU trade chief had to say about Trump's Liberation Day. I'm sure he was excited.
This will really harm people on the ground, producers in the United States, in the European Union, and specifically also people in the countries of the Global South. And this is really mass and unfair practices of the United States. Secondly, President Trump called it Liberation Day, and I will call it Inflation Day. Because it's totally clear that these tariffs will increase prices in the United States and I guess regarding the tariff situation also in the European Union. And we saw it in the example of steel and aluminium. And this is then, of course, not appropriate in this economic situation. It is really a mess that it was not possible to have some really constructive talks. Maros Šefčovič was twice in the last 2 weeks in Washington. We had a lot of video contacts. Unfortunately, also linked to the government structure in the United States, it was not possible to organize some talks with the Secretary of Commerce and the USTR on tariffs, on the deficit on goods.
Well, there you go. Here's the European Union's top trade chief in the parliament renaming Liberation Day to Inflation Day. An apt renaming, I would say. Because, yeah, that's all it's going to do. That's all this trade war is going to do, is add to inflation, cause growth to contract, and for maybe a global recession to happen. Now let's see who France 24 English thinks has been the hardest hit by Trump's sweeping new tariffs. Maybe it's the Penguins. I don't know.
Kedvan, first of all, break it down for us. Who is being hit the hardest here?
Well, look, there are several layers to these new tariffs that Donald Trump is applying. There's a baseline of a 10% tariff to a lot of the countries in the world, bar a few exceptions, that are going to go into effect on April 5th. This is the baseline, and some countries were lucky enough to only get the 10% baseline. That's true, for example, of the UK, Brazil, Argentina, also the UAE or Saudi Arabia. But Trump also added higher, what he calls reciprocal tariffs on about 60 countries that are the so-called worst
Reciprocal
offenders. So,
for
unsurprising.
global levels of nastiness. This is a reciprocal effort against your horrible and nasty countries being very, very mean to the United States, not buying enough. Whatever it is that the United States makes really good. What do we make? Bombs? Not enough U.S. bombs.
Topping that chart is China with a total now of 54%.
China!
These added tariffs, or the worst offender tariffs, they're going to come into effect on April 9th. But you also have several smaller Southeast Asian countries, Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand.
So starting today, the 5th of April, Saturday, we get the 10% baseline. See, I'm glad we're getting all the nuances here. Everybody gets hit by the 10%. But then, I guess, with Day of Nastiness, Worst Offender Day is happening on Tuesday. If you've been extra nasty, I guess Wednesday? 6, 7? Wednesday. Wednesday will be the Day of Nastiness against all the worst global offenders. Been selling the United States, all that stuff that nobody wants, except for all the people buying it.
All hovering around mid-30s to high 40s in their tariffs. And of course, the European Union with 20%. The European Union, which is one of the main targets of Donald Trump. He has repeated many, many times that the European Union was ripping off the United States. No additional tariffs for Canada and Mexico that we've been talking for quite a while. That's because they have their own special 25% tariffs already in place. And there's also a separate 25% tariff on all foreign-made cars coming into the United States, no matter where they're coming from. But when you look into the details of some of these tariffs, there are certain discrepancies and oddities, if you will. One discrepancy, for example, is that Russia is avoiding all forms of tariffs. Now, the White House explains it, saying there are already a lot of sanctions, basically no trade with Russia. That's not completely true. It reduced a lot since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but it's still about $3 billion worth. And Russia is avoiding those tariffs, while Ukraine, for example, is getting the baseline of 10%. And then you have these small territories that belong to, for example, members of the EU, but are not considered EU territory.
Russia has actually been a very fair actor on the world stage, treating the United States very nice, waging that war against our ally, Ukraine. Yeah, they're very, very, very nice guys over in Russia, and that's why they only get 10%. It's got nothing to do with any, existing Trumpy debt in Russia. I definitely paid all that off. I have not been procrastinating on paying back those Russian lenders. Don't worry. I don't owe anybody, any oligarchs in Russia, any money.
Comes to tariffs, that is true of Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon, which is a French territory near Canada. They are getting 50% on their exports to the United States, while French Polynesia, for example, is getting only 10%. And for Australia, they're getting, for the Norfolk Islands, 29%. And when you look at some of the exports, for example, Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon, they don't export really that much.
No shit. Very, very nasty Auckland Islands or whatever. I'm sorry. I just forgot whatever country that was because we never talked about it. What did she say? Oh, God. It's like the McDonald Island. Those nasty penguins have been selling us bunkfish. Very nasty, nasty fish. And those penguins have to pay. Really, Americans have to pay for penguin. If you want penguin food, you're going to have to pay. Now, let's see how European stocks have been doing. Spoiler alert, not great. Although technically slightly better than the United States. By a fraction.
European shares slumped to a 2-month low on Thursday following a down day in Asia earlier. Investor sentiment took a hit after US President Donald Trump unveiled a fresh round of aggressive US tariffs. Trump moved to put a 10% tariff on most goods imported to the US on Wednesday. The European Union faced a stiffer 20% levy, while duties on China hit a cumulative 54%. Both trade partners vowed countermeasures. Washington's decision escalated a global trade war and raised fears of an economic slowdown. The Pan-European Stock 600 dropped 1.7% in early trade, with trade-sensitive Germany hit the hardest. Equities there shed 2.4% from the open, the most among regional markets, though they later recovered some ground. Big exporters were among the worst losers, with Adidas down around 10%.
At two Adidas, selling us all those nasty, nasty shoes. I gotta stop saying the word nasty. I say it way too many on. Like, I feel like it's gonna start making its way into my normal conversation. Speaking of Germany, though, Germany was down 5% today. There you go. There's the German stock market, the DAX, down 4.95% there, if you can read that. And this is the view. This is the year-long graph. This was last April 5th back here. Now here's April 5th over here, making its way back to last year's April 5th, seemingly down, 3,000 points in just a matter of a couple weeks, which is, what is that? 20%, almost down 20%. The other European stock markets, let's see, this is France, the CAC 40, down 4.25% today. Also down, let's see, quite a lot. It's already in a bear market on a year-over-year basis. You can see back here, it was at 81.51 back in April of last year, 2024. Now it's down 1,000 points from there here at 7,270, which means it's down about 12% from then, and also down about 12% from here. Yeah, about approximately. I'm just doing the math in my head, 7 and 8. Oh, right. There's more stock markets to look at. What else we got in Europe on my list? FTSE. London. Also down big. Also down 4.95%. Just like I said, fractionally lower, fractionally better off this today, this close on Friday than the United States, but not that much better. And over the last month has gone down from almost 9,000 points to where it's at now, 8,000. Also down over 10% in the last month. Liberation Day, liberating everybody from their stock portfolio gains of the last year. Enjoy the freedom, everybody. Enjoy it. It's going to be great. Enjoy being liberated from GDP and global production. You're going to make the world great again, but there's going to be a brief transitional depressionary period. Little brief pain from the pores. Let's talk more about the stock market.
Trump has
BBC.
insisted that his implementation of new global tariffs is going very well and would help the US economy to flourish. The move has caused turmoil on global markets and sparked concerns it could lead to a recession. In the past hour, European stock markets have opened. This is Frankfurt Stock Exchange, where the stocks are still falling. The DAX fell 3% on Thursday. Early trading has seen the FTSE 100 in London down by more than 1%, while the Paris stock market is similarly down. Well, stock markets around the world plunged to the lowest level since March 2020 and led to the World Trade Organization forecasting that the
Gold, oil, and silver down too. Yes, we didn't cover commodities quite yet. I was planning on actually doing that later, but yeah, they were all down too. I honestly don't think it is weird if you break it down. I'll break that down after this. I think it actually makes sense why it's happening. It goes along with just, the stock market going down, in my opinion, and growth forecasts and things like that going down.
The economy will shrink by 1% this year. The UK was hit by a 10% tax on US imports. Meanwhile, other countries like China, Canada and the European Union will have to pay a far higher price. Well, British Foreign Minister David Lammy is in Brussels for a NATO summit. When asked about the impact of President Trump's tariffs, he said that all options were on the table.
We are a nation that believes in open trade, and I regret the return to protectionism in the United States, something that we've not seen for nearly a century. As you know, we are consulting with business and industry at this time. We are engaged in discussions with the United States to strike an economic agreement and an economic deal. And of course, we have been absolutely clear that all options are on the table.
With me is Ty Genwright, our business presenter. So tell us about this morning and how things are reacting after those big falls yesterday.
Yeah, well, the sentiment continues to move downwards, as you were saying just there. Trading in Europe has been underway for just over an hour now. We had live pictures coming into us from the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. And as soon as that bell rang, well, the numbers continue to fall. That following the trend set in, well, Asia. It was Asia had the first opportunity to react to Donald Trump's tariff announcement on Wednesday. They've had 2 days of trading now, both of which have gone downwards. And in Wall Street yesterday, we saw the biggest fall since March of 2020, that being the beginnings of the COVID pandemic and all the consequences of lockdowns. So you really get a sense of just how...
Yeah, and then you know what happened after that yesterday he's talking about today. But Friday happened. Look at the graph on Friday. It was even worse than it was on Thursday. I mean, United States stock markets took an even healthier plunge downwards than they did on Thursday, the day after. I guess the day after you're liberated is when your wallet is liberated from the money that is in it. What's happening? What's happening? play.
Investors, so people who are putting their money on the line every single day, betting on the future prospects of various companies, how they're feeling about all this. Interestingly, here in Europe today, as stocks continue to decline, declines of about 1% across the board on the FTSE, the DAX, the CAC 40.
That was, as we just went over, only the beginning. Started off down 1% and then ended down 5% across the board. Now the Asian markets have actually fared better than the European markets. We're not going to get into that right now. But let's talk about the commodities since it was brought up in chat. I think it's an important discussion to have around all this. I mean, I don't know if this was how Donald Trump was planning on bringing down inflation, but this could actually have some deflationary pressure on things. Because markets are imploding, including the commodity markets in almost all cases. Having some pretty sizably down days. We'll start off with crude oil. I guess actually let's start off with gold, because gold was brought up in chat. Let's go to gold here, because if you look at it, gold has generally kind of, it used to be the safe haven, but over recent years, it has tracked markets moving, right? Like you look at, this is a graph of gold over the last year. When you go back and you look at the Dow, right? And I mean, sure, you can't put them directly over it because gold hasn't tumbled nearly as bad, which in some ways makes it something of a safe haven, right? Because today, while the Dow was down 5.5%, gold was only down 2%, right? And as you can see, it hasn't lost 20% of its value here from the top. It's only lost a small amount, right, in comparison. I'm doing it comparatively, because that's basically what the stock market does. Right, compares different assets and then attempts to evaluate which one's the smartest one to put your money in, right? But the fact is, you know, gold has generally tracked markets rather than bucked market trends in recent history, as it's no longer seen as just being, you know, the only thing you can put your money in when the stock market's bad, right? But you can see here that people were certainly more interested in putting their money into gold today than they were in the stock market. I cannot say the same for everything else, especially things that are certainly more industrial in nature, although there are some industrial applications in gold. But you go to something like crude, right? I mean, it was already sort of trending downwards over the last year, right? 2 years, sort of been on a downward-ish trend. But today it fell off a cliff, down 7%. And my estimation of why this happened is because people are expecting, at least in the stock market, that, you know, businesses and consumers are going to stop spending money because of all this stuff. Businesses are going to stop, you know, investing, going to stop building, you know, whatever calculations they're putting together over there cumulatively. To try and make these determinations led them to just selling crude oil hand over fist today, down 7%. Crude oil hasn't seen the 62 handle on it for going back to about here. This is actually a little higher than where it's at, but March of 2023, so 2 years. Suddenly, crude oil prices lower. Corn futures, actually one of the only things that I track on commodities that was up today, up 0.66% on the day. This is the yearly graph of corn, which has been headed upwards for multiple reasons, including climate change related stuff. Now this one is not really commodity so much. I do follow this. It's the PHLX housing center. This sector has to do with housing lenders and builders and things like that are basically put into this, whatever you want to call this tracker. They have been seeing precipitous decline recently. So it leads me a little concerned. This has 2008 bubble type vibes all over it, because it's down 25% from the top from the end of last year. But lumber futures took a 2% drop today as well. Soybeans down 3.5%. Those are all the commodities that I follow. Okay. Wow, we're using my stock app more than more than we ever use it around here, but suddenly it feels incredibly necessary to bring out. Okay, so yeah, markets across the world taking a dive, whether in the United States or in Europe. We'll get to Asia later, but we still got a few more things to talk about in Europe, specifically NATO. As there was a NATO meeting, a NATO summit, which happened, I think it was Thursday. Let's go to start this off, the BBC. Shit. What just happened? Why did you refresh? Don't do that. BBC. Marco Rubio. Where are you? There it is. From yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio attends the NATO summit.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
That's right, little Marco. Running his little legs over to Europe, a place that we just sort of started waging full trade war on, to tell them how we should be friends. Should go well. Little Marco, let's go. Go, little Marco, go.
Now, the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has arrived in Brussels for a meeting of NATO foreign ministers. Member states are seeking reassurance about Washington's commitment to the alliance in the face of President Trump's demands that Europe takes more responsibility for its own defence. Well, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte was questioned on whether the US is still a trustworthy ally for the alliance.
Give me a joke. Absolutely they are.
Really?
You've seen what President Trump himself said about Article 5, about NATO, his full commitment.
What did he say about
Article 5? We know
Article
that they
5?
have an expectation. The expectation is for the Europeans and the Canadians to spend more. And that is happening as we talk. I mean, as I said, this is probably the biggest increase in defense spending since the Berlin Wall came down in 19...
I love that from Mark Rutte. We did? Did we hear what Trump... But I don't remember him being as resolute as NATO. What is his job again? What is Mark Rutte's job? Secretary General. That's it. Like, as much confidence as he has about Trump's belief in Article 5, he felt much. It sounded much more sort of up in the air than Mark here is sort of convincing. But hey. You know, he's got to incept Donald Trump somehow into respecting the NATO charter, I guess.
Is for the Europeans and the Canadians to spend more. And that is happening as we talk. I mean, as I said, this is probably the biggest increase in defense spending since the Berlin Wall came down in 1989. But still, we need to do more. So this will be on the agenda today. So there is a clear commitment by the US, a clear expectation that we will equalize the spending here on the European side of NATO with what they are doing. Because of the Russian threat, because of the build-up in China, look what they are doing with their nuclear arms, and of course Iran and North Korea.
Mark Rutte there. Well, today's summit will be the US Secretary of State. It's his first meeting of NATO foreign ministers. Our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman is travelling with Marco Rubio. He filed this report.
Well, as foreign ministers gather from the 32 countries of the NATO alliance, this will be the day after Donald Trump's tariff announcement. And of course, while the economy is not part of the formal discussions here, it will of course be, I think, a topic of acute concern on the margins here as the...
Cute concern, you say? Is that the news? Is that European Union? Fuck yeah! Bow bow. Yeah, I'm sure little Marco will have a lot of great stuff to say at the NATO summit. But let's talk about the decline of American empire. Something that seems to be incredibly real. Some were predicting the fall of the American empire. I don't remember those people suggesting it would happen soon. I don't remember any discussion of us going down quite this way. But yeah, here we are. Let's go to Democracy Now! From yesterday. With economist Richard Wolff on the program.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Global stock markets are tumbling after President Trump unveiled the biggest hike in global tariffs in modern U.S. history, including a 10% blanket tariff on all imported goods from about 185 countries. In addition, many U.S. trading partners, including the European Union, China, and Japan, will see even higher tariffs. China now faces a total 54% tariff. Trump announced the plan during a speech in the Rose Garden at the White House.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steelworkers, auto workers, farmers, and...
That's right, we're going to go after our friends just as much as we go against our foes. That is how trade policy should work. No favoritism. Nobody gets to get away from the Trumpy tariffs. All you nasty friends out there. Horrible friends.
Craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream.
The impact of Trump's tariffs are expected to be felt around the world. While Trump claims the tariffs will boost the U.S. economy, many economists fear it could lead to a recession or worse. Trump's trade war could also shift global alliances as countries seek new trading partners. China, Japan, South Korea have already announced plans to increase trading ties and coordinate their response to Trump's tariffs. We begin today's show with Richard Wolff, professor of economics emeritus, University of Massachusetts Amherst, visiting professor in the graduate program in international affairs at the New School. He's the founder of Democracy at Work and hosts a weekly national TV radio program called Economic Update, the author of a number of books, including most recently Understanding Capitalism.
Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta use the galactic facilities here on the space station. I'll leave you here with Amy. I think she can handle this. Got mods in the chat.
And the sickness is the system when capitalism fails to save us from pandemics or itself. Professor Wolff, it's great to have you with us again. Well, start off by responding to, and were you surprised, shocked, or do you guess that, well, about 185 countries were going to see increased or tariffs?
On the one hand, we knew something like this was coming. On the other hand, the sweep and the scope of it does make you stop. Mr. Trump is right. It is a changing moment in American history and world history. but I think his representation of what's going on is completely fantastical and has only to do with the self-promotion that he is engaged in most of the time. It was never foreigners who did it to us. This notion of the United States as a victim, we have been one of the greatest beneficiaries in the last 50 years of economic wealth, particularly for people at the top just like him. It has nothing to do with foreigners taking advantage of us. This attempt to make himself strong and powerful relative to others, to blame the foreigner, these are cheap shots that a real president wouldn't do. And there's the most important point. The American economy is in trouble. The American empire is in decline. We don't want to discuss it in this country. We engage in denial, and instead we are striking out at other people, a sad way of handling a decline. The British Empire declined before us, so did all the others. We are now at that point. We had a great 20th century. 21st century is different. You have to face those problems. That's not being done. What's being done is to say we have difficulties, but they're all somebody else's fault, and we're going to solve it by punishing them. I would like to point out, as you suggest quite rightly, Amy, that the rest of the world is not going to sit by. The United States does not have the power it had in the 20th century. It is not in the position it seems to imagine itself. When the Secretary of the Treasury added to Mr. Trump's comments that he warned the rest of the world not to retaliate, that would imply that if they do, there would be escalation. Yes, he said, there will be escalation. Well, nothing will guarantee more escalation than if they do nothing, because then it's an invitation to Mr. Trump to keep doing it as each of these efforts doesn't work.
Given how dramatic this was yesterday, is it possible he was deciding this to the very last second as they put this off? And explain exactly. You're a professor, you're a teacher. Most people don't even realize how tariffs work.
Okay. A tariff is a tax. It's just a particular tax that got that name. It used to be called import duty. All it means is when something comes into the United States that was produced outside and is brought in to be sold, it has to pay a tax, as literally as it crosses our border into our country. It is paid by the American company that brings it in, which may pass it on to the consumer, usually what happens, and the tax goes to Uncle Sam. It goes to Washington. Mr. Trump loved to suggest that tariffs were paid by the others, a little bit like Mexico would pay for the wall. Never happened. It's not going to happen here either. Illegal. It's an American tax. And there's something remarkable that clues you into how big a change this is, that the Republican Party, which has branded itself as the anti-tax party for a century, is now imposing the most massive tax imaginable. Why this big change? Because we have big, big problems, and this kind of slapping the rest of the world is an attempt to solve a little bit of them, but it is...
I mean, they're the anti-tax party for the rich and affluent, right? If they could, they would just cancel all taxes on the rich and then just put the burden on the poor. And that's basically what they're doing here, right? By using a regressive tax paid by consumers rather than on, on your income, for, because they're trying to do tax. They are trying to do tax cuts for the very wealthy, right? That's the whole plan, They came out with this number that they were going to gain, they were going to pick up $600 billion a year from this tariff from the American people, and then they were going to use that to fund the trillionaire tax cut, billion, whatever you want to call it. So, I mean, because it's supposed to be $6 trillion in tax cuts they're going to be giving to whatever a couple hundred billionaires live in the United States.
Going to work because we don't have the power to do it anymore.
I want to go to UAW President Shawn Fain, who supports Trump's new tariffs, saying last week, "We applaud the Trump administration for stepping up to end the free trade disaster that's devastated working-class communities for decades." Fain spoke Sunday on CBS's Face the Nation.
We've seen over 90,000 manufacturing facilities leave the United States. We've seen In the big three alone in the last 20 plus years, 65 plants have closed. And so, look, tariffs aren't the total solution. Tariffs are a tool in the toolbox to get these companies to do the right thing, and the intent behind it is to bring jobs back here and invest in the American workers. If they're going to bring jobs back here, they need to be life-sustaining jobs where people can make a good wage, a living wage, have adequate health care, and have a retirement security, and not have to work 7 days a week or multiple jobs just to scrape to get by paycheck to paycheck.
Well, while UAW President Shawn Fain praised Trump's tariffs, he also said he had great concerns about President Trump's move to eliminate contracts for 700,000 federal workers, the firing of workers.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact is, I think Shawn Fain is perhaps either ignoring or perhaps missing the problem with these tariffs, because they aren't going to bring back jobs, right? Like, that's just not going to be what happens. Because the fact is other, all these companies are going to have to decide whether or not to build factories in the first place, right? And the calculus which is going to come along with the idea of building factories, getting people in the United States to work in those factories, is going to be greatly affected by the fact that other countries are now tariffing the United States. So suddenly, you won't be able to export the goods that you're producing in the United States. So you'll only be able to sell to Americans. And, right now, America is dealing with a whole bunch of shit. They're not spending a lot. Consumer sentiment is down. All these other things. I mean, it's... oh, boy. And my guess is it's not even going to be workers that get jobs. It's going to be robots. They're going to realize, well, we can't afford American labor to build iPhones, so maybe we can just get robots to build it. That counts, right? I mean...
Give me a joke.
That's where we're at right now.
National Institute of Health and other agencies.
I was a bit disappointed. I like Shawn Fain, many of us do. But this was disappointing. To say, basically, I will support the president because he does something that might help my union, even though Shawn Fain knows, as most economists do, that if you put a tax on the goods coming in, they will go up in price because we have to pay that tax now. And that will lead to domestic producers able to raise their prices because their competitors from abroad are stuck with this tax. So we expect a boost to inflation, which is going to hurt the working class of this country in a very serious way, especially if it builds on itself, which often happens when you do tariffs like this. And I want to remind everyone, including Shawn Fain, that the auto workers also represent workers in places that need export markets, that produce in America and sell abroad. Exactly. When those countries retaliate, as they likely will, we will lose export markets, and that will mean fewer jobs.
Yes.
And no one, let me stress, no one now knows whether the jobs lost from this trade war will be greater or smaller.
Yes, exactly, Richard. This is exactly what I was trying to say. And he's put it in a very clear, cogent way here. I mean, that's absolutely right. There is no way to guarantee that the jobs created will be more than the jobs that are lost in all these factories that do, in fact, export to other markets and will now be faced with reciprocal tariffs in every other market that they're going to try and sell to. Because the fact is multiple countries now have already enacted reciprocal tariffs against the United States in response to these insane Trump tariffs.
Any jobs that are gained. It is a big risk being taken by Mr. Trump, and if it doesn't go well, it'll be very bad for the American economy. It will produce the recession folks are worried about, because if the prices go up, people buy less, and that loses jobs. when you look at all of this, this is an incredibly risky effort to blame the world, punish the world, and then cross his fingers, which is what he's doing, hoping it comes out all right. Reminds me of the football metaphor. This is a Hail Mary pass. You throw it down the field. You hope it bounces into your team's hands. But that's all it is, a long shot. And it's a sign of how troubled the American economy now is.
If you can put this in the bigger picture, talk about the tax cuts and how they fit into.
Now, I don't know about that particular deduction that Richard is making, right? I mean, I'm not sure that this is actually representative of, like, any sort of sensible economic thinking, right? And I think he's, in fact, kind of giving them too much credit by saying this, right? Suggesting that this was somehow the only thing that could be done. Certainly wasn't the only thing that could be done, but it's what they did. And yeah, so I guess I would just push back against that contention, suggestion that, you know, this was, I don't know, maybe somehow inevitable, because it really wasn't. It never did. None of this ever had to happen. It just didn't. It was the act of a madman with, you know, support from a choice few sycophants. And, you know, yeah, I don't know. I don't always agree with Richard, I'm not going to lie. There's plenty of times where I think that the way he breaks things down is good, and it makes perfect sense. But then, like, the conclusions he comes to, like, somewhere in there, like, me and him, like, I don't know. It's not the first time where I've been like, Richard, you lost me there, man. Okay. Now let's go on to some other things that have been happening. Oh, not more things. Go back to something we were just talking about. The other collapse of American empire. The sort of immediate withdrawal, or slow withdrawal, I guess, from NATO that Donald Trump seems to be so interested in doing. Let's go to that NATO meeting, the summit, NATO Foreign Ministers Roundtable. Did Marco attend? Let's find out. Where's little Marco? Actually, I'm not sure that America did attend this. Come on, little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
So yeah, this is just the foreign minister roundtable at NATO. Where is little Marco? I don't see him. Fairly certain he should be here as Secretary of State. And a bunch of policy nerds I see all over the place. Here's Mark Rutte and Japanese Foreign Minister, oh, what's that guy's name? Ishiba? No. What's the... whatever. Where's little Marco? I see Lammy. I just saw Lammy. Where's Lammy? A regular-sized Lammy, but no little Marco. I think Marco Rubio may have stood up the Foreign Minister Council here at the NATO summit. All that glad-handing and foreign policy talk? You would think this is right up Marco's little table. Allie? What am I saying? I think I'm combining colloquialisms again. All right, how are we doing over here? Jesus Christ, 9.5 hours. 9.5 hours of stream, people. I told you it was going to be a long one.
Phrasing?
Settle down. But yeah. Wow. I said Ishiba, not Ichiban. I think I'm also wrong about Ishiba. I can't remember what his name is. Someone look up Japan's foreign minister for me, would you? I could have sworn it started with an I. All right, you know, I think we'll take an early fourth break. What? There. Fifth break? Am I doing the math right, Jared? Yeah, I think I am. Early fifth break before we finish this off. The rest of the stuff we got. I just figured this is a good spot to break it. So we're about to get talking Middle East stuff, even though we'll technically remain in Europe in the first portion of it. So I like to try and find reasonable places to break. So we'll do Middle East and Asia after this. But don't worry, Liberation Day is coming for everyone. Yeah. Quick final space break. Alrighty, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't yet, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. We're still about 100 exactly subscribers away from getting to 1,000. A galactic goal that we have had in our sights for quite some time. So do consider all of that. But while you're liking and or subscribing, maybe even hitting that little bell icon, maybe you'd like to contribute to this show, which you're hopefully enjoying as we speak, with your eyes and your ears. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships. You got Twitch with the bits and the subs and the on-screen celebrations. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to just make sure every single cent goes directly to the Galactic News Network and keeping this spacecast going, floating through low Earth orbit, rather than having YouTube or Twitch take their 30+% cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic Patron on Patreon. A place where you can receive a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Just go onto the website and look through the deers and all of the sweet, sweet bennies that await. Anyway, chat, enjoy this space intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Damn, that's loud. Alrighty, chat. You know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Oh yeah. Fifth, technically sixth half, right? Yes, incoming. Even though we just took a short fourth half. Slightly truncated half. Okay, back to Earth news, of which we still got a bunch of stuff to get through. We're gonna get the fifth half started. Fifth half? I'm still sixth half. 6 halves? That's too many. That's too many halves. That's too much, man. Made that goal too cheap. Just kidding, chat. You deserve it. You deserve all the content, as usual. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go back to the sixth half here and start it off with more Europe talk, but this time Europe and the Middle East are meeting up, literally.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because two strong men, sort of, what do you want to call it? Judeo-Christian strongmen decided to meet up, one from Hungary, the other from Israel. Let's go and see an accused war criminal visit a country that supposedly recognizes the ICC, meet up with the president of that country and not get arrested.
Illegal.
Benjamin Netanyahu, Viktor Orban, together, finally, at last. Look, I don't know how many halves we've done, okay? It's confusing at this point. When we get past, like, 4 or 5 halves, I'm like, how many... it doesn't even matter how many halves we have. I've said the word have now. Too many times. Too many times in a row.
That's too much, man!
Look at Victor. He's like, is the flag looking good? Wait, is that Viktor Orban? I can't tell. Might just be a Viktor Orban lookalike. Yeah, I think it is. But it looks a lot like it. Is the flag good? Shit, I have no hydration. How am I to hydrate? Without hydration. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
BB is like that flag looks a bit Palestinian. You're right. You're right. How dare Turkey, not Turkey, Hungary, have similar colors on its flag? There's no black. Those, Jesus Christ, those army uniforms, they gotta change these up. Jesus Christ. Is it just me? Or do these fucking military outfits look incredibly Nazi-esque? Gotta say, I was not too familiar until this moment with what the modern Hungarian army uniform was, but Jesus Christ, do they look like they're about to march on Poland right now. Maybe that is that Victor? That's got to be him right there. He looks bored. What is taking BB so long? Is this fucking real? This is real. This is very real. You know? I'm sorry. I have no comedy for this bit. Or, certainly, I wish I could say this was a skit. I might have comedy. I'm not going to take that away from myself. I might find something funny about this. But, no. God, oh God, do I wish it was fake. But no, this is Viktor Orban completely disregarding the International Criminal Court and bringing accused, actually convicted? I can't remember where we landed on that. Whether they needed him in court to convict him. I know he's got an arrest warrant from the ICJ. And yet, he's going to be apparently walking free here. We got a Hungarian troop holding an Israeli flag. Victor waiting diligently for minutes. Oh, here it is. Oh, and the fanfare. Oh, yes. Gotta have the symphony orchestra here. Give Benjamin Netanyahu a fascist march into Hungary. One fascist to another fascist. You are great. I'm really liking this genocide they're doing.
Illegal.
I'm fairly certain it was illegal for him to even be driving in the country, but it just felt right to hit the illegal sound shot when he first stepped out onto the soil there. Just felt right. We probably should have been arrested in the car. This guy still got the door open. Like, hey, you sure you want to do this? Why is this guy still holding the door? I don't understand. What's happening? Who is he waiting for? Who the fuck is this guy waiting for? He's like, are you sure, sir, that you want to be here with as ICJ recognizing country? Like, what? Who is he waiting for? Are you sure you don't want to go back to Israel? Look at these two fucking weirdos. Oh my god. This is super, it's just super weird, dude. Okay, I think we got the vibes. I think we got the necessary vibes of this one. We got the fascist processional march. You got the fascist looking army outfits. Then you got one genocidal fascist and one Christo-fascist together. You blame me. What did I do? You blame the meeting of Benjamin Netanyahu and Viktor Orban on me? You think I have that big of galactic influence? I don't even know what I could have done to make this happen. I feel wrongly accused. If I were Donald Trump, I would sue you for libel. I'm not going to do that because I generally support your free galactic speech so long as it doesn't get out of hand. You can attack me. It's fine. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. Let's talk about this flagrant violation of the EU's commitment to the ICC.
Thanks. For more, we're going to turn to the rapporteur on the
Illegal.
situation in Hungary at the European Parliament. Let's cross to Strasbourg. Tineke Strik is a member of the Dutch member of the European Parliament for the Greens. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
Thank you for inviting me.
Before I ask you about discussions that have been held about specifically about rule of law in Hungary this Wednesday at the Parliament where you are, first off, your reaction to Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to Budapest.
Illegal.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu is really a declared war criminal. If you look at the condemnation, the convictions
100%.
of his blatant violations of international law by the
Illegal.
International Court of
Button's gonna
Justice,
break.
and also this given this arrest warrant from the ICC, actually you would think that EU member states would abide by international law and also being in support, act in support of the ICC. The EU has decided more than 10 years ago to fully back and support and finance the ICC. So there's a clear moral commitment that the EU member states have made that they should also abide by the rules and the US warrant by the ICC to make sure that it functions, that war criminals can be held accountable. So with this is a flagrant violation what Orban is now doing, inviting Netanyahu.
She has got to stop saying flagrant violation. Every time she says it, I just want to...
Illegal.
That's all I hear. When I hear her say flagrant violation, I'm like, oh, that sounds illegal.
Illegal.
Was that another flagrant violation?
Illegal.
Oh my God. Killing me. You're killing me, lady.
Flagrant violation what Orban is now doing, inviting Netanyahu with a very clear message that he will not go and arrest this man. Although he has announced that he may withdraw from the ICC, he still is under the obligation to arrest him and hand him over to the ICC. And if he's not doing that, I think the EU should really address this issue with Orban and make sure that there has to be a commitment from the EU towards the ICC, towards international law.
Yeah, there's been a press report that was out on Tuesday that says that Hungary is considering a full withdrawal from the International Criminal Court. If Hungary does so, is that a violation of its commitments as an EU member?
Yes.
There's no real clear legal obligations for member states to be part of the ICC. So it's really difficult to enforce the decision to stop this decision to withdraw from the ICC. But there's also this moral commitment, and as I said, this decision that the EU member states made together in 2011 to be in full support of the ICC.
Right. It was just a commitment. Right, there's no, technically, no, what do you call it? Specifically laid out sort of guidelines or framework on what happens to somebody if they were to violate the commitment. But the entire EU said, yeah, we're going to recognize the ICC and the ICJ in the name of international law being upheld by a group of like-minded countries. And so this completely goes and flies in the face of all of that. Really causes some massive problems. And this is going to, the EU's got to be coming together right now in the face of Trump's tariffs. Meanwhile, Viktor Orban is just sort of flagrantly just going against, a couple decades worth of precedent or whatever. Like, I guess it's only been 10, 11 years or something like that, but still. Of course, the United States, we're not big fans of the ICJ, so maybe Victor, and you know what, that wouldn't shock me. He was one of the first people to come to the White House, wasn't he? Wasn't Viktor Orban like the first or second guy to get invited to the United States, first like big leader? So maybe he's already got plans on avoiding these tariffs or whatever. Maybe him and Trump have been working something out in secret. Maybe Hungary is going to be the 51st state? I don't know. Who's to say? Now let's go on to the crimes that Benjamin Netanyahu has been committing recently.
Illegal.
If you didn't hear, a mass grave was discovered over the recent week. I guess not even week. I think we talked about this on Monday. I think that was the day that they found it. Maybe it was like a day before it, but a mass grave was found containing paramedics aid workers who were killed by Israeli forces. Let's go to LBC. Start off this conversation.
Right, two stories really from the Middle East that demand our attention this morning. The first I referred you to a moment ago. The second, of course, is announcements by the Israeli government that they intend to take control of more of Gaza. So the worst possible predictions of Benjamin Netanyahu's critics have now almost all come true. Impossible, I think, to reject the term ethnic cleansing in that context, and increasingly, of course, people are choosing to use the word genocide as well. But it is to the first story that I want to turn your attention first. Two witnesses now describing the bodies of 15 Palestinian paramedics and rescue workers killed by Israeli forces 10 days ago in Gaza. Two witnesses describing that some of those bodies were found with their hands or legs tied and had gunshot wounds to the head and chest. Nabal Farsak is a spokesperson for the Palestine Red Crescent Society and joins us now from Ramallah. I just want everybody to remember that detail. I'm sure it's hard for most to forget, but just going to reiterate that particular gruesome, horrifying detail. The fact that some of these people who were found in this mass grave had their hands tied meant that there was ample opportunity, and it may have actually happened, one would think, for the idea to identify who these people were. And like I was just saying, in fact, I would suggest it probably did happen. That these aid workers probably mentioned that they were aid workers, that they weren't in Hamas. They were civilian, multinationals. It's going to be real hard to explain how he did this on accident, right? Because Israel's constantly claiming that they did this, like the World Center, WCK massacre of those aid workers, right? Israel pretended, we had no way of knowing, even though we had their coordinates, that they were who they were. And that's why we killed them, right? Or any of the other atrocities that have happened, where Israel claims, what's a plausible deniability every single time. Oh, it's the war. We can't tell from our highly sophisticated drones who is who. How are we supposed to do that? Only the supposedly most technologically capable military on the planet. I know this is a slightly silly question, Nabal, but for some of my listeners, we'll be introducing themselves to the detail for the first time. So can you just run us through the circumstances that led up to the killings 10 days ago?
Good morning, and thanks for having me. The Palestine Red Crescent is devastated by the killing of 8 medics of my colleagues who were killed while performing their humanitarian duties. This makes up the total number of PRCS members who have been killed while wearing the Red Crescent emblem to 27 PRCS staff and volunteers were killed in the Gaza Strip since October 2023. We received a call for help for injured civilians after a home was bombed. So an ambulance or 2 ambulances were dispatched to the same incident. One of the ambulances managed to get to the location and transport the casualties to the hospital, but the other ambulance, which was dispatched from a different ambulance station, did not come back. So the connection was lost, and then we asked the other ambulance to go and check on their colleagues on their ambulance station because they were not picking up their phones. On the road, they found the PRCS ambulance, and the doors were open, and there was a number of casualties on the ground, injured, including our staff. They called for help and asked the dispatch to send more ambulances to help transporting and evacuating the wounded, including the staff. And it turns out that even the 2 ambulances who were dispatched later to save their lives, they also came under heavy gun fire, as one paramedic was over the line with the dispatcher. We heard a heavy gunfire, and then later we heard sound of Israeli soldiers in the location talking to each other before the line was completely lost. And this is the team member who is still missing up to this moment, as out of the 10 paramedics who were responding, 10 PRCS paramedics, one colleague is still missing, and we believe he might be arrested. Other colleague was released in the same day, and he is the only survivor from the ambulance team. He is the only.
Here you go, first-hand account from an aid worker who was on the ground communicating with this team of people who went missing and have now been discovered in a mass grave. Describing the events leading up to this, I thought this was a seriously important interview for us to have listened to. And it goes on for at least, I think, another 10 minutes or so. The details are harrowing. And it would seem these people were intentionally targeted for helping Palestinians, which is, of course, a war crime. And how many times have I said war crime in the last 16 months, 17 months, however long it's been? War crime, war crime, war crime, war crime. Let's go to BBC, another British broadcast. Keep talking about this situation.
We're going to return to events in the Middle East. The UN's children's agency, UNICEF, says at least 322 children are reported to have been killed in the 2 weeks since Israel's bombardment resumed in Gaza. They estimate that more than 600 have been wounded. Meanwhile, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said they've received no response from Israel to their request for information on the attack that killed 15 aid workers in Gaza. The UN says 8 Palestinian Red Crescent medical workers, 1 UN staff member and 6 civil defence workers were killed. 5 ambulances, a fire truck and a UN vehicle were hit one by one in the Al-Hashashin area on March 23rd. I've been speaking to our Middle East correspondent Dan Johnson in Jerusalem, and I asked him what justification Israel is giving for targeting a humanitarian convoy.
Give me a joke. Israel's version of this incident is that it was opening fire on Hamas fighters, that it was targeting somebody in amongst those vehicles who it believed had been part of the October the 7th
human
attacks
shields
on Israel. It says that it killed a Hamas figure as part of this incident, but we don't know where his body is, if that is true. His body is not amongst those that have been recovered in the last 48 hours by the UN and other international organisations, the Red Crescent and others who are involved in this, who had medics and rescue teams called.
God, that sneaky, sneaky, nasty Hamas. Always hiding behind human shields and then somehow avoiding being killed. Wow. Wow. That's, I mean, you can see just how incredibly powerful Hamas are. Hiding among dead civilians and managing not to die themselves. How do they do it, that nasty, nasty Hamas? So incredibly deft at avoiding dying, while stupid civilian aid workers always dying, getting in the way of those Israeli bullets and bombs.
In this. We don't know if his body was taken by the IDF and is perhaps being held. The Israeli military's justification for this attack is that they were taking out what they describe as a terrorist, and that the medics who were caught up in this were just
a single terrorist
in the way. But Israel is being.
Even if we were to take that at face value, we're talking about killing 15 civilian aid workers to not kill one Hamas. I mean, because the body wasn't in the mass grave. Where is it? Weird.
Accused once again of being careless with the lives of innocent Palestinians.
Oh, no kidding.
Palestinian response emergency workers who should have had the protections of international law and the Geneva Conventions, although we understand they had not pre-cleared their access to that area. They were responding to reports.
See those stupid aid workers not pre-clearing their travel through an area that they're assisting when there's supposed to be a ceasefire ongoing. You know, supposedly there was a ceasefire, and now Israel's upended it. But, you know, there was supposed ceasefires going on. All right, let's see what Middle East Eye had to say about these events.
Ahem. 15 humanitarian workers killed one by one by Israeli forces and buried in a mass grave in southern Gaza, one of the latest atrocities committed by the Israeli army against Palestinians in the Gaza.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Even I told you to write it down. I told you to remember, and I'm the one who forgot to write it down and remember. But remember that the detail from the video before it? You know, the account that a number of the people who were in the mass grave had their hands and feet tied. If you're in the middle of a firefight, an engagement with enemy forces, military, you know, in the middle of combat, do you have time to be tying people's hands and feet together? And why would... Here's another question. If they're dead already, then why did you have to tie their hands and feet together? Does anybody see what I'm talking about? None of it, the details in the statement do not line up. I've never heard of anybody tying up the feet and hands of somebody who's already dead. Doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? So these people were executed. There was no way that all these people died from some sort of, you know, exchange of fire between Israel and Hamas, right? Some of these people had to have been executed.
These attacks are absolutely abhorrent, and attacks on aid workers and first responders are absolutely unacceptable, and we are horrified by what has happened.
The 15 humanitarian workers went missing a week before their bodies were found, after they were responding to a distress call from civilians being attacked by Israeli troops.
When they arrived, the first team arrived, it was struck, and subsequent teams were also struck as they arrived to collect the wounded.
They included 8 paramedics from the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, 6 members of the Palestinian Civil Defense Search and Rescue Teams, and 1 UN staff member. They were found on the 30th of March in a mass grave with multiple gunshots in each one of them. Some were tied up, and one was decapitated, according to Mahmoud Basil, spokesperson for the Palestinian Civil Defense in Gaza. Israeli occupation forces brutally, savagely executed the civil defense teams. The humanitarian workers were buried in a mass grave 2 to 3 meters deep in an attempt to conceal the crime, Basil said. The PRCS, the Palestinian Civil Defense, and the UN staff are the organizations on the ground responsible for conducting search and rescue operations across the Gaza Strip, both in this war and in many previous wars. The available information indicates that the first team was killed by Israeli forces on the 23rd of March, and that the other emergency and aid crews were struck one after another over several hours as they searched for their missing colleagues. They were buried under the sand alongside their completely destroyed emergency vehicles, clearly marked ambulances, a fire truck, and a UN car.
See, there were... This seems like a cover-up, right? Like, this was an intentional cover-up. They committed a mass atrocity against UN aid workers and other aid workers, and then did everything they could to destroy the evidence. They had these people tied up. I'm sure they knew full well that they were aid workers. There's no other explanation for it. You know? All of the evidence lined up. There's genuinely no other explanation for this. You know, and I'm a pretty skeptical guy. I like to think, generally speaking, I don't like to just accept anything face value. This is an insurmountable amount of evidence. And some claim about a firefight between Israel and Hamas is not enough to justify any of this right here, or to explain it, let alone justify it. It's clearly a lie. All right, now this week, it is the week ending report. So we're not just going to talk about that. I just figured I'd try and stick all those stories together about this war crime, specific war crime, amidst the sea of war crimes. But Israel's been very busy this week, ramping back up their military operations. Not just in Gaza, but some other places too. But let's start with Gaza. Here was France 24 English from earlier this week on Wednesday. The new expansions of Israel's onslaught of Palestine.
The Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has announced a major expansion of a military operation in the Hamas-run Gaza Strip. That, as he said, the army will seize large areas of the Palestinian territory. The defense chief saying in a statement that Israel would expand its presence in Gaza to destroy and clear the area of terrorists and terrorist infrastructure. Israel restarted intense bombing of Gaza on March the 18th and then launched a new ground offensive, ending a nearly 2-month ceasefire in the war with
terrorist infrastructure. I think we all know what that means. I don't know. Hamas-run health ministry, maybe? You know, any of the remaining hospitals, those count as infrastructure, right? They all coordinate technically with the Hamas health ministry because they are the government there. Same thing for all sorts of other things that are technically civilian. You don't just get to call something Hamas and make it not a civilian infrastructure, but that's what they're trying to do. And France is kind of laundering this talking point by even re-uttering the term Hamas infrastructure. It's all going to be civilian infrastructure.
Across live then to Jerusalem, talk to our correspondent Noga Tarnopolsky, who joins us from there. Noga, it appears then that Israel is committing here to a renewed stage of ground invasion?
Look, that could be. We're more or less being kept in the dark here. The Israeli military itself has not released any statements yet about what is going on. And the Israeli defense minister, as you said, has now had to issue a clarifying statement after his first statement, the one you just quoted, saying that Israel was going to take over vast tracts of land or large tracts of land, caused a widespread panic among Israelis. In fact, the families of hostages here released a statement saying they were horrified by what he had said and asking whether a decision had been made to sacrifice the Israeli hostages on the altar of gaining land. So he has since...
So just annexing territory then, eh? Wow. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Shit. Why did I choose to reload this page just now? Lost my spot. Where are we? Yes. So yeah, speaking of that expanded military operation, let's go to the Associated Press from 2 days ago, one day after that story came out. Israeli airstrikes on Gaza's Khan Yunis kill at least 17 people. Were any of them Hamas? Who knows?
The Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has announced a major expansion of a military operation in the Hamas-run Gaza Strip. That, as he said, the army will seize large areas of the Palestinian territory. The defense chief saying in a statement that Israel would expand its presence in Gaza to destroy and clear the area of terrorists and terrorist infrastructure. Israel restarted intense bombing of Gaza on March the 18th and then launched a new ground offensive, ending a nearly 2-month ceasefire in the war with Hamas. Well, we're going to cross live then to Jerusalem, talk to our correspondent Noga Tarnopolsky, who joins us from there. Noga, it appears then that Israel is committing here to a renewed stage of ground invasion?
Look, that could be. We're more or less being kept in the dark here. The Israeli military
Wait, we just watched this
has
one.
not released any statements yet
I just
about
clicked the
what
wrong
is
one.
going on. And the Israeli defense minister...
Sorry, I was trying to rearrange videos and I clicked the wrong thing just now. It's my bad. Here we go. This is the video I just mentioned, Associated Press, from 2 days ago. It's a child with a head wound. Fuck my life. Oh my god. Oh.
That's too much, man!
Let's go to BBC and talk about these strikes and the expansion of Israel's onslaught of the Palestinians in Gaza.
A strike on a UN clinic at the Jabalia refugee camp has reportedly killed at least 16 people. Local hospitals say a further 15 Palestinians were killed in other strikes overnight. This all comes as Israel's defense minister announces another expansion of the military operation in Gaza. Israel Katz saying large areas of the territory would be seized and added to Israel's existing security zones. And let's just show you as well now Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Very inflammatory, this visit this morning. He is visiting the Al-Aqsa compound, and that happened a few hours ago. We're starting to get response as well from Hamas, just talking about how inflammatory this is. He walked out of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing coalition back in January over the Gaza ceasefire deal. Lots of strands to bring together, lots of developing stories to bring you from the conflict. So let's take you straight to Jerusalem and join our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell, who is there. Firstly, Yolande, what are we hearing from Jabalia and the strike on a UN clinic?
Well, what we were told by the local hospital is that at least 19 people were killed in an Israeli strike on that building in Jabalia in the north of the Gaza Strip that was being used as a shelter for displaced people. Now, there's now been a statement that's come out from the Israeli military. It says that it was targeting what it calls as terrorists.
Wow. I love how BBC puts out the Israeli statement before mentioning that that's definitely a war crime. You know, just because the hospital isn't functioning and is now serving as a refugee camp doesn't make it acceptable to strike it. Still definitely a war crime. And just saying that there's military objectives over there doesn't prove shit.
Says that they were using this site as a command and control center to coordinate attacks. A lot of details on all of this still very sketchy. There is some footage that has come out from the scene that we've not yet been able to verify. It shows smoke billowing from this UN building. There are some very harrowing images that show a small baby among those apparently killed.
And this comes as Israel's defense minister announcing an expansion of the military operation in Gaza. Can you explain what that will mean for people there, Yolande?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, already we're hearing from Israeli...
This is such nonsense. BBC. Doing very serious journalism over here. Dissecting things in a way that I find distasteful. Yeah, but don't worry. If you don't die in an airstrike, you could die in an Israeli military prison. Here's TRT World from 2 days ago. According to them, there's a growing number of Palestinians dying in Israeli custody.
Illegal.
Khalid Hamad's 17-year-old son, Walid, died in Israeli Megiddo prison. Walid was healthy and athletic before his September arrest. During his trial, Khalid noticed his son worsening health and learned from released detainees about his condition in prison.
A fellow prisoner told me Walid was weak but stable. 2 days before his death, I learned that he was infected with a new virus in Megiddo prison. I understood that he was suffering from vomiting, dizziness, and fever. And later we found out that he had passed away. Currently, an autopsy is being conducted to determine the cause of death.
Walid held both Palestinian and Brazilian citizenship. Israel claims to be looking into his cause of death after mediation from the Brazilian government.
Israeli prisons lack the most basic living conditions with no proper food or even bathrooms. People must pressure the Israeli government for the lives of the remaining prisoners inside the prisons.
Those who have made it out of Megiddo say the last 14 months have been worse than before, if that can be imagined.
Scabies spread in prison, but this was not the usual form we knew. Before the war, it affected a few and was treated. This time, it was a hellish disease, causing severe skin eruptions and unbearable suffering.
Yeesh. It's horrifying. They are keeping an untold number of people, thousands and thousands and thousands of people, being held in these horrifying conditions. Something, I mean, if this was happening anywhere else, the U.S. and everybody else, you know, BBC, all of the media would be shouting about it, you know? If this had been happening, I mean, it was happening under Assad, you know, there was a lot of complaints about stuff like that. You know, if this was happening, you know, like in any other place, you know, there would be massive condemnation of this sort of treatment of even military prisoners. If Russia was doing this, oh my God. Oh my God, we would never hear the end of it. I would prefer some consistency. I'd rather we continue to speak out, but just, broaden it to everyone, anywhere, who is committing war crimes or crimes against humanity, generally speaking. I'm not particular. Either one's fine to criticize, and I think we should do it on a even consistent basis, rather than in some sort of fucked, what do you call it? And unequal sort of whatever. All right, let's go here to end our discussion of Palestine in particular. What was it? A few days ago was Eid, a Muslim holiday. I believe it marks the end of Ramadan. And Palestinians in the West Bank have been attempting to celebrate Eid, but are struggling a little bit to do that with everything going on in the West Bank since Israel invaded it a couple months ago. This is totally fucked. What is the point of this? Look at this. What is the point of this? This is to cause people in the West Bank to struggle to live their basic daily lives. There is no fucking reason for this. This is spite. These fucking piles of dirt are spite. This is collective punishment. Okay? This is collective punishment against the entire West Bank population. Not only have they invaded the West Bank now, even though it was already occupied, they've fully invaded it with tanks and bulldozers to do shit like this. There is no other reason to just stick mounds in the middle of the road like moguls on a ski slope. This is literally just to make people's lives more difficult. Make it impossible for them to live a normal life. You gotta do slalom to get home. Look at this. This is so stupid. This is fucking idiotic. There is no justification for this shit. This is so petty. This is... Oh my god. So yeah, stuff like that's gonna make it hard for people to, gather together when none of the roads work anymore. When an Israeli bulldozer puts a mound in front of your garage, it's gonna be tough to get the car out. This is totally fucked. And not a lot of people at the market. Look at this guy, just sitting here, staring into the abyss.
العيد كان زمان العيد ممزوج بريحة الفرح.
Sorry, I don't have translations for this in front of me. My phone's on the charger, which is what I usually use to try and read these translations. But I think the rest of this is this guy talking about the struggles to get to the market or, have enough money to buy food or to avoid being attacked by settlers or the IDF, making it a little tough to celebrate the end of Ramadan. Okay, let's go a little north to Lebanon. This was actually from I think Monday. Israel decided to call for the evacuation of the capital of Lebanon, and then they bombed it. Here's the AP archives footage from that. You hear some amount of fire in the background after that strike. I'm not sure if that was a response from the ground or if it was this jet firing down into the city. But this is a civilian area. This is the capital of Lebanon that Israel ordered the evacuation of so that they could bomb it. Pretending like that somehow justifies attacking the capital city of this country in what appears to be an apartment block. I don't think that would stand up in court in the ICJ. So I don't even know why they even go out of their way to tell people to evacuate. I don't, still definitely a war crime. I'm not a, international lawyer or anything, but I'm fairly certain that that doesn't justify it. Okay. Now let's go to Syria. Finish up talking about the Middle East before we move on to some of the other places in the world. But in the midst of everything going on in Syria, Kurdish fighters are in a bit of a weird situation right now. There's been a lot of movement in Syria, as well as with the Kurds, as it relates to Turkey, with the Kurds and the PKK. But Syria is, at least the new leadership has been suggesting they want a multicultural, multifaceted democracy in Syria that respects all cultures and all this other stuff. But recently, in the wake of that declaration, got into some light war crimes against the Alawite population, the pro-Assad population in Syria. Talked about what happened there. And now Kurdish fighters are hesitating, at least according to France 24 from yesterday, to join in Syria's new vision of a unified country, including a supposed plan for a unified army.
These young recruits may soon find themselves fighting under the banner of a unified Syrian army. Damascus is trying to bring the Kurdish forces under its command, the most powerful Syrian armed group still outside its control.
If a political and ideological agreement is reached at some point, as the SDF, we can agree to fight against terrorism with the Syrian army.
A political agreement has been signed between Kurdish authorities and the regime in Damascus to integrate around 70,000 fighters into a unified army, but the details remain unclear. On the ground, Kurdish fighters struggle to envision this alliance as their future allies are currently their enemies.
As Kurdish combatants, we receive military training here and prepare ourselves to fight, so that whenever the Turkish army or pro-Turkish mercenaries attack us, we thwart their efforts.
Since 2016, these Kurdish fighters have been engaged in combat with pro-Turkish Syrian factions that have also agreed to join a unified army. After the fall of the Assad regime, Turkey emerged as a key ally to the new government in Damascus. To integrate these Kurdish forces, Damascus must navigate a delicate balance between its new partners, who are long-time enemies.
Since we are in a state of war now, we, as the SDF, do not accept joining the Syrian military. In fact, we cannot fight side by side.
With Turkey pushing to dissolve Kurdish institutions, the armed forces are unwilling to surrender their autonomy. They've insisted on remaining a separate entity, preserving their chain of command, a request that Damascus has rejected so far.
If this integration happens, there must be something that distinguishes the SDF, and among them must be the YPJ. If this doesn't happen, what will it be like for us? Because women are not allowed in the Syrian forces.
Yeah, and those ladies seem pretty badass, if you ask me. What will their future be? Will they be allowed to protect their country just as men have a right to do in Syria? They certainly deserve to be a part of the conversation, to be part of the, all of these things. Whatever, pick a noun. Speaking of Syria, let's see how Syrians have been attempting to celebrate Eid. Since the first Eid since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Here's the AP archive from 2 days ago. Technically, footage from, I assume, 5 days ago, or four-ish 5 days ago. Those crackers? Ooh. In previous years, every time I would pour a drink, I would look up at the sky, wondering when they would strike. There was always fear in our hearts. This year, however, we're standing with our heads held up high. Our market looks busy. People in Syria coming out, even amidst the rubble, to get in on some Eid celebrating. Nuts, fruits, tea. The situation was better here before the liberation. Everyone was confined to Idlib. Hey, that can't be right. What's he saying? The situation was better before because before. Oh, I see what this guy's saying. He was saying he had the market captured, and now people can leave. People from Homs, Hama, and Aleppo, they were all here, so everyone had to shop in Idlib. Now, everyone has gone back home, and all the merchandise is being exported. I guess that's an unintended effect. I'm sure you'll be fine, buddy. The sea slur? What did I say? The what? What did I say? Are you sure I said a slur? I don't recall saying anything that could be considered a slur. All right, let's go south to Africa. We'll start off in Kenya here. Talk about how U.S. aid cuts have left many Kenyan businesses struggling to survive.
Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm outside a restaurant near the USAID and UN offices in Nairobi's Gigiri neighborhood. It's around midday, and this space would normally be bustling with activity. But since US President Donald Trump suspended USAID funding, it's incredibly quiet. At what should be peak hour, the restaurant is basically empty. Many businesses in the area are struggling. It's clear evidence of just how deeply American aid is woven into Kenya's economy.
Our entire ecosystem has been now built around this kind of a community. So how are we going to, or how are we supposed to function without 60% of our ecosystem or our community?
Jesus.
Eventually, people will start be getting laid off if things go the way.
Jesus Christ, Chad! I said the C word, which is cracker. Look, I'm fairly certain it's not a bannable offense to describe food as the thing that it is. I'm fairly certain those were crackers in those bins next to all the fruit, all the dried fruit and the nuts. Okay, I'm not allowed to say, but well, food is, well, then we're living in some sort of dystopian reality. I can't say cracker. I'll say cracker whenever I want, god damn it. I love crackers, specifically as a food. They are delicious and tasty. A little crunchy, a little salty, a little good. Can't go wrong with a cracker. Add some cheese. Oh boy, you're on your way to a party, pal.
Ecosystem or our community. Eventually, people will start be getting laid off if things go the way they are, especially if an inflation hits and people do not have the spending power to be able to come to restaurants. Restaurants are not going to be able to pay their rent. They're not going to be able to pay their staff.
The impact of these aid cuts extends far beyond empty restaurants. Startups that depended on US funding are at risk, healthcare programs face shutdowns, and thousands of jobs are on the line. With fewer expats, Nairobi's high-end real estate market is slowing, and analysts warn the Kenyan shilling could weaken. For Kenya, US aid wasn't just about assistance. It was an economic driver. Now, businesses, workers, and entire industries are left facing an uncertain future.
Yeesh. Seems like American foreign policy is affecting pretty much everybody. If it's not the trade war, well, it's the cuts to USAID. It's been the threats against territorial sovereignty. Okay, now let's go a little further south, down to the DRC, where cash is in short supply in the east of the country, which has been cut off from the rest of the country after the takeover earlier in March. Was it February? Whenever it was in recent months, the M23 took over this region of Congo. Yes, here, France 24.
In Goma, iron gratings are drawn over the entrances of commercial banks. Since M23 rebels captured the city in late January, the Congolese government has cut links with local financial institutions. Cash is now extremely difficult to come by.
After this guy.
Since the banks closed, the dollar has disappeared, or we see a
What is
Congolese
going
and
on with
Rwandan
this
francs.
dude?
We don't exchange many dollars anymore.
This guy's just got just a fistful of money, literally. What are you doing here, pal?
Disappeared, or we see a Congolese and Rwandan francs. We don't exchange many dollars anymore. We suffer because everything is normally done with dollars, and the exchange rate has exploded. It's a real loss.
Informal currency traders like Eve, as well as shopkeepers, are the hardest hit. Paying by cash is still the rule in Goma. In this market in the city centre, customers are few and far between, and traders are struggling to stay afloat. Fida hasn't sold a single vegetable since the morning.
Jesus.
The customers aren't there like they used to be. We come to the market every morning to display our product, but at the end of the day, we haven't even...
Well, maybe part of that is that a large number of people were, ethnically cleansed from the area, at least from the initial reports that we were looking at. After the M23 invaded Goma and the other nearby villages, there were reports of certain ethnic populations getting, just sort of ousted and or sort of pre-ousting themselves, expecting, perhaps rightfully so, the possibility of the worst happening, and just sort of bounce. They're like, "Bug it, we're out of here." And so now there's a lot less people probably to buy the goods. It makes sense when you think about it.
100 Congolese francs. There are no customers. There's an abundance of agricultural produce, but there's no money in circulation, so customers can't buy our products. This penalizes us.
Civil servants in the province of North Kivu have been affected too. They get their salaries by bank transfer, but they've lost access to their accounts.
It's become complicated to live, so it's our contacts, people who are helping us, who are in Kinshasa or in other provinces, not taken over by the M23. When we talk...
All right, now there we go. People in the DRC struggling as they've been cut off from banks, having to go to private lenders like Mr. Fistful of Dollars in the streets over here. Or, whatever else. As well as what seems like a serious slowdown in the local economy, with a large number of the population suddenly not there, buying the goods the same way as they had been in the past. Now let's go all the way south to South Africa. Here's a story that doesn't seem all that depressing. South Africa's new government has greenlit a new budget, even amidst recent divisions. Of course, the ANC lost the outright majority in recent elections, and are now having to work with coalition groups.
It took weeks of negotiations and tensions in South Africa before the national budget was finally approved. It passed with 194 votes in favor and 182 against. The Democratic Alliance, a key coalition partner, voted against the measure, raising questions about the stability of the unity government formed after the African National Congress lost its parliamentary majority last year. Tom Kennedy reports from Cape Town.
Now, after a couple of tense weeks here in South Africa, the budget has passed, but the main coalition partner, the DA, voted against it. Now, that was after a compromise was made by the ANC and the finance minister over a proposed goods and services tax, which the DA opposed, but that compromise wasn't enough in the end. And over the last couple of days, as tensions have risen between the DA and the ANC has managed to convince other parties like Action SA to get on board and help them pass this budget. Now, that could be reflective of the ANC not necessarily needing the Democratic Alliance in this governing coalition. And during this whole time, this week, in fact, President Cyril Ramaphosa has said, as tensions boil with the DA, that the DA should reconsider their position in the GNU if they do vote against this budget. At the same time, Action SA, who originally did not join the GNU, have since said that they are in fact keen to join. So this could be reflective of a potential reshuffle of this governing coalition over the next couple of days. Wednesday evening, the DA are going to hold talks within the party to discuss their fate, whether they will remain in the GNU or not. So we'll have more information on what the future...
Yeah, a lot of tumultuousness happening in South African politics, and unfortunately, the ANC's previous leader, sort of has driven down the party. It caused a lot of recent tumultuousness, basically himself, through corruption and other means, and having started his own party after being ousted. I'm blanking on his name right now. It's like a Z or some sort of a Z. But unfortunately, there's not a stable coalition right now. There's a great number of parties in South African politics right now. There's like, I think, close to 24 different parties in South Africa. So creating a, what do you call it? Coherent coalition within the government is sort of been kind of difficult for the ANC. They have at least passed a budget, meaning that at least the government will be moving forward on things, and we won't have to worry about that while they try and figure out the other stuff going on with within the coalition. All right, I guess we're going to go on to Asia now. Talk a little bit about things that have been going on there, the continent. Let's start it off here with Al Jazeera English. Guess what, people? We're back. Liberation Day, baby. Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. Asian stock markets stumble on Trump's tariff plans. Liberated from all that stock market value. Enjoy that, Asia. Enjoy it. It's great. That's what you wanted, right? This is good for you? Are there questions about what the GNU is?
A 50% reciprocal trade tariff on Lesotho will kill the tiny southern African kingdom. An economic analyst there has said it's the highest levy on US President Donald Trump's long list of target economy.
God. I've done the thing.
Mamutu is it?
I've done the thing that so many others have done in the past. I've completely ignored Lesotho. Or as how I've always said it, Lesotho. Which is a completely landlocked country inside of South Africa that everyone forgets about, including little old me on the space station. I am very sorry, Lesotho. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad. We were in the area, and I still forgot you. It's really sort of representative of the history of Lesotho. Oh, God. I'm a bad person. Very sorry, Lesotho. Oh, God. All right, let's go here. Let me try and compose myself. Liberation Day also felt in Africa. It's my bad, chat. Tiny, tiny country of Lesotho will be hit by Donald Trump's very nasty tariffs.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. So sorry, Lesotho, both for the tariffs and for forgetting you. You're important too.
A 50% reciprocal trade tariff on Lesotho will kill the tiny southern African kingdom. An economic analyst there has said.
This is so fucked up. I cannot believe Donald Trump is tariffing Lesotho. Go look up Lesotho right now. They have a fucking tiny economy. They, like I said, completely landlocked. A tiny little dot on the map, okay? Go open up Google Maps, Apple Maps, whatever you might have on your phone or computer. Immediate access to. Go look up Lesotho for me. Tell me where they rank on the global economy. I mean, that Donald Trump would do this as if we've been treated very nasty by Lesotho. Donald Trump couldn't even point out Lesotho on a goddamn map, okay? I just don't understand. Why are we going after? Why? I just don't understand.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What did Lesotho ever do to the United States? I don't understand.
It's the highest levy on US President Donald Trump's long list of target economies. Fathela Mamutu is a textile worker.
I'm very worried about this happening from America. Well, 50% is not okay as well.
No, it's me.
Because our job gonna finish anytime. Even the payment is gonna be okay. I'm very worried about this.
Lesotho is among the world's poorest nations, with a GDP of just over $2 billion. More than 10% of that comes from goods exported to the United States.
I'm just going to point this out to you. Lesotho's entire economy in 2023 was 184th. I'm just looking it up right now for myself, just to make sure people understand what we're talking about. 2023 estimate, GDP nominal number 184 on the list. Total of $2.3 billion. A tiny fraction of what the United States spends on, I don't know, toilet paper. You know, like, getting targeted by these tariffs makes no fucking sense. What are we even going to get from these tariffs? From economies so small? It is horrifying. I just don't understand why we would do this. It doesn't make any sense.
In March, Trump said it was a country
which nobody has ever heard of.
Lesotho has a large trade surplus with the United States, mostly made up of diamonds and textiles, including Levi's jeans. The textile sector accounts for roughly 90% of manufacturing employment and export.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Thabo Kesi is a Maseru.
Oh, that one got me. That one got me good. Trump confused it with risotto. Jesus Christ. It's probably close to the truth. It's probably not far off. Oh my God. Son of a bitch. Competence and merit. That's what you're all gonna get starting January 20th. Unbridled. Oh my God, look at this woman's face looking over here. That's how I feel. Side-eye. Side-eye is how I feel about these tariffs. Full side-eye. 100%.
Including Levi's jeans.
This is totally
The
fucked.
textile sector accounts for roughly 90% of manufacturing employment and exports.
Jesus Christ.
Thabo Kesi is a Maseru-based independent economic analyst.
If the closure of the factories were to happen, the industry is going to die and there will be multiplier effects. You know, those sectors will be adversely affected. Those are the implications. So Lesotho will be dead, you know, so to say.
On Wednesday, Trump said the reciprocal
So we're going to tariff a nation whose GDP per capita was under $3,500
were a response to duties and
per
other
year
non-tariff barriers
in the year
put on
2023.
U.S. goods. The U.S. administration
No, don't
says
do it.
Lesotho
Stop
charges
it. Hey, ma'am, sir. No, don't. Oh, why did you do it? Why did you do it to me? Why would you do this? This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Goddamn end card. Oh my God, I hate when I click. Oh, when I click an end card, that's basically a full-on disaster. Catastrophic. You son of a bitch. Go back. This is not what I want. This is not what I asked for. But I just want to put that figure into your brain, okay? GDP per capita in Lesotho was $3,000 per person. And that doesn't mean the people in Lesotho are being paid $3,000 per person. It just means that the country itself, the total of goods and services.
Reciprocal trade tariff on Lesotho.
Ma'am, you're killing me right now. That just means the total global gross domestic product in Lesotho was three. It does. I mean, it implies that people's own earnings in a year are much lower because that's usually how it works. But the total sum of goods and services exported or imported or whatever else in, in Lesotho equaled approximately, $3,000 per person. These people are living off of nothing. Living off of fucking fuck all. And we're gonna tariff them. It makes no sense. It's just gonna hurt them more than anything. It's not even gonna be it's gonna be almost negligible when it comes to US, like income in terms of like tax dollars raised by this tariff. It's gonna be so fucking negligible. It's going to be one line somewhere on a fucking spreadsheet that's fuck all. In fact, I should look it up right now. How much is this actually going to raise? I mean, while we're on it, I'm going to forget to do this later. Lesotho imports to U.S. total 2024. No, 2024. That's not 20. No, that's not. Oh my God. This is going to raise $100 million. Total imported goods from Lesotho in 2024 amounted to $237 million. And that's 10% of their GDP. Okay? So this is going to hurt Lesotho, every person in Lesotho. Meanwhile, it's going to almost just go unnoticed in the United States. $100 million? Compare $100 million to the federal budget. Is this a joke? This is some sick, twisted joke on humanity. Oh my God. I'm sorry for forgetting you, Lesotho. But at least we did the story. Let's go now to Asia. Continue the Liberation Day talk. In Asia.
China!
No. I said Asia. There's more than one country in Asia. Started off with Al Jazeera.
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a minimum of 10% tariff on all imports. In addition, he's imposing even higher taxes on goods from about 60 countries in a sharp escalation of an escalating global trade war. Mike Hanna has the latest from the White House.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
This was framed by the White House as a celebration. Guests invited to the Rose Garden for what the U.S. president has termed Liberation Day. Using emergency powers, he's imposing a baseline tariff of 10% on imports from all countries.
Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore.
This is described as an emergency, not a negotiation, so individual countries will not be able to make a deal before the tariffs come into effect. The president is also introducing what he calls reciprocal tariffs against dozens of other countries. The figure for each based on roughly 50% of the tariffs. The president says they already played.
Did you see how excited Howard Lutnick was when he was bringing this board up to Donald Trump? Like, he was thrilled to be bringing him this board, which is what makes me one of the reasons why I think he was the one to come up with this idiotic tariff equation.
Calls reciprocal tariffs against dozens of other countries. The figure for each based on roughly 50% of the tariffs. The president says they already place on U.S. goods. There will be a 34% tariff on goods from China, 30% on those from South Africa, and 20% on goods from the European Union.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's
very, actually, they seem friendly.
It's so pathetic.
Actually, very nasty.
39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half.
In addition to all this, the president also announced a tariff of 25% on all imported automobiles. These unprecedented steps could have global consequences from which the US may not be excluded. At the beginning of the year, the probability of a recession within the United States was put at some 20%. This increased over the past week of tariff talks to close to 34%. Following the announcements made in the Rose Garden, the probability of a recession within the United States is likely to increase even further. President Trump says everybody will remember this event as the day he made America wealthy again.
Immediately,
But
if
with
not
the
sooner.
consequences of his actions still unclear, it could be remembered for more somber reasons. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera, at the White House.
Let's also go to Fadi Salama in Tokyo. Fadi, Japan's benchmark stock index, Nikkei, was down by 4% in early trading. What else are you hearing when it comes to reaction to the tariffs?
Well, what we hear from market sources that they are still trying to swallow this big news here in Japan. During Trump's first term, he implemented tariffs, extra tariffs and additional tariffs on several trade partners, but at that time he exempted Japan, and the politicians here, of course, on the top of them is Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, was hoping that the US would exempt Japan this time also, but that didn't happen. Japan is number 5 on the list that Mr. Trump showed in the White House. They are implementing 24% on tariffs on all Japanese products. That's a big increase in That's a big increase in the tariffs for Japan. Already, the U.S. is implementing almost 2.5% on Japanese cars being exported to the U.S. And now with another 25% that has been announced a couple of days ago, that means that the Japanese cars are going to be taxed for 27.5%.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not at all restrictive. 27.5%. Everybody can afford 27.5% for a new Honda, right? Right? No? Oh. But yeah, and it's not just Japan and China, it's every single country in Asia. Even the uninhabited islands. Let's now go to talk about China a little bit more. But before we get to talking about the tariffs in China, let's talk about TikTok. TikTok. Because apparently, Amazon has thrown its hat into the ring to purchase TikTok, even though supposedly they're not for sale. Everybody seems to be ignoring that.
Amazon has now thrown its hat in the ring, making a last-minute bid to purchase TikTok. Amazon reportedly sent an offer letter to the Trump administration, according to Reuters. The future of TikTok in the U.S. remains uncertain, with a potential ban just days away. President Trump's extension to delay a ban on TikTok is set to expire this Saturday. The president has said he expects a deal to happen before the deadline.
Christine, Amazon is just one of several potential buyers of TikTok. A last-minute purchase of the app could be a big deal in their portfolio, and it could keep the app from going dark on Saturday. Amazon submitting that last-minute bid. Also in the running, we're learning Oracle, the massive tech company founded by billionaire Larry Ellison, is reportedly backing an offer. The founder of OnlyFans and now Zoop is considering a purchase as well. So is the founder of Employer.com and Mr. Beast going in with him, born Jimmy Donaldson, the two trying to buy.
This is also stupid. Mr. Beast, Amazon, Oracle. One weird thing is that TikTok keeps saying that they're not for sale. People keep putting their hat into the ring to buy a company that's not for sale. I guess it could happen. I just find it to be a weird discussion. Not gonna lie. All right. Let's go now.
They went very public with this last month.
Sir, no. Let's go now to BBC News. Talk about how China has responded to these Trump tariffs.
China. I have to have my China.
BBC from 18 hours ago. U.S. markets tumble as President Trump says China played it wrong. What did they do? Let's find out. They played it wrong. Very nasty China. We get along, but he's being very nasty, coming after us. Why don't we have sound? Don't do this.
China hit Donald Trump's sweeping new tariffs on all imports into the United States. China has hit back today, announcing an extra 34% tax on all American goods being sold there. They've accused the US of bullying and endangering the global trade order. And in the last few minutes, Donald Trump has accused China of panic.
No big deal. That's no big deal. We're just trying to get, what was it again? We're going to get American companies to start producing in the United States. It's not like China is a big export market. They don't have a very big population. Not a lot of people to buy goods in China, actually. So, not a big hit for American producers. 34%. Jesus Christ.
Trade order. And in the last few minutes, Donald Trump has accused China of panicking in their response. Then there's the rout on the markets. Well, that was the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange. The Dow Jones down nearly 3%. Stock markets around the world have been in free fall since the tariffs were announced. Meanwhile, the UK Prime Minister is expected to hold calls with international leaders this weekend. It's understood the conversations are likely to be with European and Commonwealth leaders, with no call to Donald Trump currently anticipated. So let's start this hour with this report from our business correspondent, Mark Ashdown.
Just a day after President Trump's announcement, China has hit back. From next Thursday, sweeping tariffs of 34% on all US goods being imported into the country, from machinery and electronics to oil and vehicles. This global trade war just escalated. It follows nervous smiles at the closing bell.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's some very awkward looks from these people. At the NYSE here, the New York Stock Exchange. But this kind of stuff, between the two biggest trading powers in the world, waging a trade war against each other, one of them wages a trade war against the entire world, this is the kind of stuff that definitely causes entire global slowdowns on economic activity. Probably bad.
Last night, trillions of dollars wiped off the value of US stocks as the major indices suffered their biggest one-day falls for 5 years. Household names like Nike, Amazon and Apple saw their values plummet. This was how the global financial markets reacted to Donald Trump's tariffs. Asian and European stocks followed, down across the board as fears of a worldwide recession took hold. The president insisted, however, everything was going to plan.
The markets are going to boom, the stock is going to boom, the country is going to boom, and the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal?
Are you happy with the tariffs?
The country's going to boom, all right.
Are you going to get a deal before tomorrow?
No comment from the Prime Minister this morning. The government maintains any response will be calm and measured.
The economy's going to boom, or more like implode, under the weight of these insane fucking tariffs. My God. Now, of course, I was being sarcastic when I said that China doesn't have a lot of people to buy goods. In fact, the middle class in China has been exploding, and their consumer economy has been going right along with it. China has been a huge contributor to consumer sales, essentially. And now this is going to really fuck with things. If the U.S. is tariffing China 34%, and then China is tariffing the United States 34%, everybody loses. It's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose-lose situation. How great. How good and so great. Now let's go here. Market rundown from Reuters. Markets reeling from tariff impacts.
President Trump's tariffs are here and investors really don't like them. It's Thursday, 3rd of April, and here's what you need to know. So let's recap first. President Trump has slapped a 10% tariff on almost all US imports, plus additional higher levies on dozens of specific countries. Those are supposed to be reciprocal, but they've been calculated by dividing each country's trade deficit with the US by its exports. That first 10% comes in on Saturday, the 5th of April.
It's the dumbest equation of all
Thursday, the 9th. Stocks are reeling around the world.
This is genuinely the dumbest equation of all time. Reciprocal tariff equals trade deficit divided by exports. Oh my god. This makes no sense.
By its exports. That first 10% comes in on Saturday, the 5th of April, and the higher duties on Thursday, the 9th. Stocks are reeling around the world. S&P futures are down more than 3%. Our number of the day is 54%. That's now the tariff on all of China's exports to the US. No other country comes close to China's $400 billion worth of annual exports to the US. But during Trump's first term, many manufacturers dodged tariffs by moving their production to neighbouring countries. That strategy has been walloped now. Vietnam has been hit by a 46% tariff, Thailand with 36%, and Taiwan by 32%, although vital semiconductors have been exempted. Our chart of the day is Apple. It was down more than 7% in after-hours trading because the vast majority of the 50 million iPhones it sells every year are made in China. Amazon is also falling. It relies on Chinese goods to fill its warehouses. And the Trump administration has also scrapped a tax exemption, which allowed Americans to order goods tax-free up to a value of $800. Watch out, too, for big slides in...
Yeah. We've almost completely ignored the de minimis loophole being closed. It's absolutely going to destroy Amazon. All the drop shippers everywhere.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeesh, in Taiwan. One of our, one of our good friends, supposedly. They're getting the tariffs too. Nasty Taiwan's been selling us all of their chips and investing in the United States, so we're going to go after them. I found that one to be the most wild, because Donald Trump has been touting these investments from TSMC, the planned investments, not even finalized investments. No factories have been made yet since Trump's announcement with TSMC. And I wonder if tariffing the country by 34% is going to cause TSMC to maybe rethink building those factories. I could be wrong, but since chips have been carved out, what's the point? What's the point? What's the point of building a factory in the United States? I mean, they made the promise. They made the promise, but do they have to come through with it? No, they don't. They don't. I mean, maybe that'll mean that if they don't come through with it, Trump will tariff the semiconductor sector in Taiwan, which would be utterly devastating for the rest of the businesses that have already imploded from these tariffs. At that point, maybe they'll implode from having a tariff on semiconductors. I don't know. It's hard to say what's going to happen in the future. Probably bad. All right, now let's go here to Bangkok in Thailand. I just put this one in here because this is just an ongoing story and just felt like this one moment deserved to be sort of recognized during the Earth Half. This was in the Bangkok governmental meeting where foreign ministers and Bangkok, Thailand representatives stood in silence. They stood in silence for a moment of silence. This was this was a moment of silence held in a meeting of foreign ministers in Bangkok for the victims of this recent earthquake.
May I kindly ask for a moment of silence?
Please, holding the closed folder at chest level. Hand on your faces, please. Marking this momentous occasion.
Horrifying. All right, now I wanted to go to a correction from last stream. I don't think I can't remember exactly how I said it, but on Monday, I think, or did we stream on Tuesday? I think we didn't stream. I was planning to take a break Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday I was feeling like just garbage. I was having severe pain. I just wanted to correct this because I had to look into it. Somebody had corrected me in chat, but we were ending the stream right after this, and I didn't have time to fact check this. But somehow I've gone my entire life thinking one thing, and was challenged in chat, and also by this video. But somehow I've gone my entire life thinking one thing, and I was wrong. For multiple reasons, which we'll get into in a second. But I just wanted to watch this again. From 4 days ago, South China Morning Post, regarding recent PRC military drills around Taiwan. The People's Liberation Army launched joint exercises around Taiwan on April 1st. China. The PLA's Eastern Theater Command said Army, Navy, Air, and Rocket Forces were deployed. This is a stern warning and a strong deterrent to the separatist forces of Taiwan independence, and is a legitimate and necessary action to defend national sovereignty and safeguard national unity. Taipei says that it's closely watching PLA movements, including off its Shandong aircraft carrier. The mainland vessel has been leading a group of PLA naval ships in the Taiwanese Strait. Mainland China announced its joint naval and air exercises this morning. But we will also pay attention to related developments. Not just the one that is currently underway, but also the start of joint combat readiness military training. Of course, we will pay attention to the movement of the Shandong carrier group off the southeastern part of Taiwan, and also the movement on land. The drills are the latest to be conducted by mainland forces around Taiwan in a month. PLA military exercises were detected on March 17th. Beijing says the drills are a response to Taiwanese leader Lai Ching-te promoting separatism. The People's Military will resolutely... Whoopsies. The People's Military will resolutely implement our party's overall policing for resolving the Taiwan question in the new era. We are fully prepared, capable of fighting at any moment, and determined to thwart any secessionist attempts in Taiwan. Beijing views Taiwan as part of China, to be reunited by force if necessary. Most countries, including the US, do not recognize Taiwan as independent. The US opposes moves to take the island by force, and is committed to supplying weapons for its defense. So yeah. Now, my entire life, for whatever reason, I have understood Taiwan to be not only a separate country, but one recognized by all countries on the planet, including the United States, especially the United States, because we've been giving them weapons for so long. And maybe it's because I grew up with when I was young, I had a friend whose parents moved from Taiwan to the United States. Maybe it's because the United States has been giving Taiwan weapons this whole time, but somehow I've completely just as a given, like in my, I just never questioned that Taiwan was recognized by the United States, but it isn't. I looked it up. So multiple people in chat told me, no, you're wrong. It isn't recognized, and I was just like, dude, how's that possible? And since then, I've looked it up, and apparently somehow the United States is giving weapons to a country they don't recognize as being a separate country. And it doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand it. It's very confusing. Because so many of the things that we do seem to suggest that Taiwan deserves to be its own country. I personally think that it should remain its own separate state and should just be recognized. But it's not, for multiple geopolitical reasons, which, I'm a little tired to get into right now. But considering we're about a half an hour, oh my God, have we really gone almost 12 hours? Is that possible? That's right, we started at 9 o'clock yesterday rather than 10. Oh my God. How have I been going for? Point is, I was wrong. I just want to correct myself. I am never one to just ignore facts. And when I'm presented with them, I'm willing to accept them. Unlike some people out there, I'm not going to fight reality.
I don't want reality.
That is what it is. So, But yeah, it's such a weird dichotomy, paradoxical relationship that the United States seems to have with Taiwan. It's something I'm still trying to unpack in my head, not gonna lie. Anyways, let's go on a little further east and north to South Korea, where, after many months, I think it's been over 3.5 months now. I can't remember when this first happened, but it's like around 3-ish months. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been dealing with impeachment processes going on. First, it was in the South Korean Senate, Congress, which moved on to the South Korean Supreme Court, where it remained for at least like the last 2 months, has been ongoing. At one point, Yoon Suk-yeol was in jail, then allowed out of jail, but has now been officially removed from office by the Supreme Court. According to BBC News from yesterday. Let's go here and talk a little bit about this situation, which we have been covering in such great detail. Not gonna lie, I thought this was what was gonna happen. I think I've said that multiple times now.
We start in South Korea, where the Constitutional Court has upheld the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol.
The decision means he's been removed from office and elections will be held within 60 days. The judges unanimously found Mr. Yoon's short-lived attempt to impose martial law last year violated the constitution. The declaration in December sparked chaos before it was overturned by Parliament and Mr. Yoon was impeached. Well, these were the scenes on the streets of Seoul as critics of Mr. Yoon celebrated when they heard the decision. Well, how did his presidency end up in disgrace? Well, on December the 3rd last year, President Yoon declared martial law in a televised address. The next day, lawmakers voted to rescind Mr. Yoon's order and martial law was lifted. On December the 7th, Mr. Yoon survived the first impeachment vote, but a week later he was then impeached by Parliament. Then, on December the 31st, a district court issued a warrant to detain Mr. Yoon. 2 weeks later, the Constitutional Court held its first formal hearing into the case. The following day, Mr. Yoon was arrested after a weeks-long standoff. Then, earlier this week, on April the 1st, the Constitutional Court said it would announce its decision to uphold Mr. Yoon's impeachment today. Well, our chief presenter, Steve Lai, is outside the court in Seoul. Steve.
What a great nutshelling from the BBC. Shortest martial law ever, probably? Yes, I think so. I can't say that with certainty, but it does feel like certainly one of the shortest martial laws in history. But it didn't even last 48 hours. But that was all it took for people to lose their frickin' minds in Korea. Take to the streets, literally confront soldiers with guns. It's been quite a ride. Quite a ride. Yeah, honestly, I'm still sort of blown away that it's been a whole 4 months since that happened. In my mind, it's been less time somehow. Probably because I'm just living in some weird alternate reality. So I'm just getting bombarded by news stories every day. Oh God, speaking of news stories, we are on the last news story of the night. That's right. The very last one, heading into the 12th hour. Australia. Let's hear what Anthony Albanese had to say. By the way, a little applause for all of you for having made it. This is your last story of the night. Let's see what Anthony Albanese had to say about those Trump tariffs. I think some of us already know, but we are going country by country as best as I can on people's responses to the Trump Liberation Day.
The unilateral action that the Trump administration has taken today against every nation in the world does not come as a surprise. For Australia, these tariffs are not unexpected, but let me be clear, they are
what is that?
They are totally unwarranted. President Trump referred to reciprocal tariffs. A reciprocal tariff would be zero.
Oh!
10%. The administration's tariffs have no basis in logic, and they go against the basis of our two nations partnership. This is not the act of a friend. Today's decision will add to uncertainty in the global economy, and it will push up costs for American households. This is why our government will not be seeking to impose reciprocal tariffs. We will not join a race to the bottom that leads to higher prices and slower growth. We will stand up for Australia. We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters.
All right, and this is the last video on this. I think this was part of the same speech. But yeah, that's a good point. If this was a reciprocal tariff.
The unilateral action that the Trump administration has taken today against...
Actually, I think this is the same one. How did I miss this? Whatever, we'll listen to it twice. I don't care.
The unilateral action that the Trump administration has taken today against every nation in the world does not come as a surprise. For Australia, these tariffs are not unexpected, but let me be clear, they are totally unwarranted. President Trump referred to reciprocal tariffs. A reciprocal tariff would be 0, not 10%. The administration's tariffs have no basis in logic, and they go against the basis of our two nations partnership.
Yes, they do. Yes, they truly do. I think that was worth 2 watches. But yeah, Anthony Albanese here, Prime Minister of Australia, making a great point. Australia doesn't tariff the United States, so what is a reciprocal tariff if not 0% for Australia? But no, they get hit with the 10%, just like all sorts of other countries who don't tariff the United States. But Donald Trump did not do these tariffs based upon the existence of other tariffs. These tariffs were based solely on basically trade imbalances. He used a fantastical nonsense equation to determine these tariffs and applied them across the board. Makes no sense, but that's what they did. Truly wild. Oh, I just realized that you had super low volume during that piece. I am sorry. Was that for both? It was for both. God damn it. Is it also for the South Korea story too? Ah, son of a bitch.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm sorry, chat. I'll leave those in for tomorrow. We'll redo them tomorrow. I'm just too tired. We're 12 hours. We are literally on the approaching the 12th hour right now, and I'm losing the galactic vivaciousness, if you will, right now. Really getting low in the tanks over here. Is this the longest stream? No, I don't think so. I think the longest stream ever was the Galactic 1-year anniversary, which made it, I think, almost 13 hours. But we are certainly approaching that. We are fighting for April 4th weekending report stream, looking to contend as one of the longest ever galactic streams. It happened. It was a busy week. I took 3 days off unexpectedly and then came in with the weekending report, where I always try and cover the whole week. I think we did a decent job of covering the whole week. We hit up a lot of stuff. But certainly those Liberation Day just sort of overarched everything this week. It's all anybody could think about. All right, chat. Well, that's the last story of the night. Well, it would appear that we made it through another stream, chat. That's going to be it for me tonight, but thankfully, we'll be back for the rest of the weekend. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Totally said that wrong, didn't I? That's what happens when I lose my frickin' mind. Can't even say my outro correctly. bastard. Okay, can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living. McGoggles, Lovely Pariah. Mish, Becky, Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatists, what the fuck? The Anti-Corporatists, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here helped to contribute to producing the stream which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. The Galactic Chili Stream. Heck yeah, that's how you spell that. Galactic Chili Stream up in the house! One's in chat. I know what that means. That's my sign. To begin the galactic countdown. The late night. The super secret, of course. Very, very secret. Nobody knows about it. The very super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream, which is going to be starting in approximately 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engaging.
Next proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair win. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%.
Okay, this comment's kind of killing me. I feel like I've been incredibly explicit about this situation, and maybe I need to be even more explicit about it on the regular. But
$5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President.
I feel like I've been saying it every single day of my life. But yes, patrons get a patron avatar on the stream, literally on the stream. You can choose a representation of yourself, a picture of yourself, something that just makes you laugh, whatever it might be, and tell me to put it on the stream. That character becomes a part of the galactic, it is the GCU, right? Galactic Comic Book Universe. It is a representation of your galactic self. You know? It's like the metaverse without any fake promises of getting rich, okay? And or the ability to move your character around too. Well, I guess technically you can. I take that back. Because, I mean, you can move your character around if you're a philanthropist, or if you use your one new benefit I gave for like a yearly reward. After a full year of Galactic Stream, I allowed the patrons to, for free, change their characters. But like, for instance, like the top tier of patrons get to change their character where it's at will. They can just message me and say, I want this character today. My mercurial, ever-changing mood has forced me to wanting a new character, and I want it somewhere else. And they can just be like, hey, put me at the pool, put me at the bar, put me at the lake in a boat, put me on the street, you know, selling space trucks or something. I don't know. Just saying. I feel like I've been incredible. Now I'm just like questioning my entire existence. And like, have you been explicit though? Have you been explicit, StreamLord, or have you just been thinking you've been explicit? Oh my god. Yep, I'm broken. I'm broken inside.
It is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%.
Yeah, you could be a dog, not this dog. This is goth dog. Or my dogs are goth, as they are known in chat. But you could be a dog. You could be a snail. You could be yourself. You could be your favorite sci-fi character. You could be a cat attacking a shark, keeping chatters and patrons in the pool safe from shark attacks. Because that's a real safety problem. Having a shark attacking patrons? No, you have to have a safety, you have to, security cap.
My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 3.2%.
Give me data from Star Trek.
More money in my paycheck. It's a good idea.
The Ernest Borgnine.
Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans.
No, don't apologize, Jeff. I'm actually appreciative of this opportunity to describe this patron benefit in further detail and to question whether or not I've been doing things right.
These are exactly the same people.
You know, it's not just with facts on history and news. I also would like to know with certainty that, I don't know, not screwing up one of my other many jobs.
We divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being
Never make decisions when tired or angry.
in order to provide financial support.
It's good advice. Not as easy to follow as it is good. It's still good.
But the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the
Especially for this space